This is the beginning of the story of the Great Depression, a period of dramatic economic collapse and human hardship that reshaped not only the United States, but the entire world. It is a story of boom and bust, of misplaced confidence and failed policy, of desperation and eventual recovery. So before we begin, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. The 1920s in the United States were marked by immense optimism and the belief that endless growth was possible. Following the devastation of World War I, America emerged as a global industrial leader. The economy surged ahead with new innovations, rising wages for some, and expanding access to consumer goods. Radios became standard household items, delivering entertainment and news to millions. Automobiles, once a luxury, became accessible to the average family due to Henry Ford's innovations in mass production. Electric power spread rapidly, transforming everyday life through the use of modern appliances. Skyscrapers rose above growing cities as the symbols of American ambition. Consumerism flourished. The advertising industry boomed, tapping into psychological strategies to sell not just products, but lifestyles. Department stores were filled with the latest conveniences and fashions, all increasingly available on credit. Americans were encouraged to embrace a new identity as consumers. Installment buying became the norm, and by the end of the decade, the majority of consumer goods were bought on credit. This allowed people to enjoy luxuries they couldn't afford outright, feeding into the illusion of universal prosperity. The stock market became the symbol of this economic confidence. From 1921 to 1929, stock prices soared and investing became mainstream. People from all walks of life jumped into the market, driven by tales of fortunes made overnight. Brokers offered easy credit through margin accounts, allowing people to purchase stocks with borrowed money. As the market rose, so did the appetite for risk. Investment trusts and other speculative vehicles multiplied, offering the illusion of diversification and safety while concealing shaky fundamentals. However, the glittering surface of the Roaring Twenties masked critical vulnerabilities. Rural America was struggling. Farmers who had ramped up production during World War I faced a brutal downturn as global demand fell. Prices for crops collapsed. Many farmers had taken on debt to buy tractors and expand operations, only to find themselves unable to repay their loans. Foreclosures and bankruptcies spread across the countryside. Income inequality soared. By the end of the decade, the top 1% of Americans controlled over a third of the nation's wealth. Corporate profits surged, but wages for most workers stagnated. This imbalance created an economy where production outpaced the ability of consumers to purchase goods. While cities sparkled with modernity, many rural communities lived in poverty. Government policies during the decade favored business and limited regulation. President Calvin Coolidge's administration upheld a philosophy of minimal government interference. His famous declaration that the business of America is business reflected a widespread belief in laissez-faire capitalism. This hands-off approach extended into banking and finance, where little was done to manage the growing risk. The Federal Reserve, still a young institution, failed to use its tools effectively. For much of the 1920s, it kept interest rates low, encouraging borrowing. It wasn't until 1928 that it raised rates to try and cool the overheated market, but by then, speculation had run rampant. The central bank acted inconsistently and without a clear strategy, missing opportunities to prevent the looming collapse. Herbert Hoover, elected in 1928, was a man of intelligence, experience, and public service. He had gained international respect for his humanitarian work during and after World War I. As president, he believed deeply in the power of individual effort, local action, and voluntary cooperation. But his faith in American resilience and market self-correction led him to underestimate the scale and speed of the economic unraveling. Meanwhile, Wall Street embodied the nation's unchecked optimism. Powerful institutions like J.P. Morgan and National City Bank fueled the boom. Investment trusts lured everyday investors into complex schemes with promises of high returns. Few understood the risks they were taking. Newspaper headlines focused on market highs, further feeding the frenzy. By the summer of 1929, the economic engine began to sputter. Steel output dropped. Automobile sales declined. Construction faltered. But the public remained entranced by rising stock prices. Few listened to the warnings of economists and skeptical financial experts. The myth of permanent prosperity had taken root. The Roaring Twenties were a decade of technological progress, cultural transformation, and unprecedented economic growth. But they were also a time of reckless speculation, rising inequality, and policy failures. Beneath the surface of apparent prosperity lay deep cracks in the economic foundation. In the next chapter, we will examine how those cracks widened into a catastrophic collapse that brought the global economy to its knees. By the fall of 1929, the American economy stood on a precipice. The illusion of endless prosperity had gripped the nation, fueled by a decade of growth, rising stock prices, and unchecked speculation. But behind the euphoria were warning signs: declining industrial output, slowing consumer spending, and an overextended stock market swollen with borrowed money. What happened next would become a defining moment in American history. October 24th, 1929, known as Black Thursday, marked the beginning of the end for the roaring stock market. That morning, panic gripped Wall Street as millions of shares were dumped in a flurry of fear. Prices plummeted. Rumors of financial instability had triggered a wave of sell-offs, and investors rushed to get out. By the end of the day, nearly 13 million shares had changed hands, a record at the time. Major banks, including J.P. Morgan and Company, intervened by pooling resources to buy large blocks of stock and restore confidence. It worked temporarily. The market stabilized, and many hoped the worst had passed. But the reprieve was short-lived. Just 4 days later, on Monday, October 28th, Black Monday, the market suffered a devastating blow. The Dow Jones Industrial Average dropped nearly 13% in a single day. Panic returned with full force. The psychological impact of the crash deepened as newspapers across the country reported massive losses. Confidence evaporated. Then came October 29th, Black Tuesday, the most infamous day in the history of the U.S. stock market. That morning, thousands of investors crowded outside the New York Stock Exchange. Inside, chaos reigned. A staggering 16 million shares were traded, and prices collapsed. Entire fortunes vanished in hours. Some investors, ruined and desperate, reportedly took their own lives, though many of these stories have been exaggerated in retrospect. Still, the emotional and financial toll was unprecedented. What caused this monumental collapse? Several key factors converged. First and foremost, the market had become wildly overvalued. Stock prices no longer reflected the actual performance of companies, but were instead driven by speculative fervor. Investors believed the market could only go up. Buying on margin, using borrowed money to purchase stocks, exacerbated the risk. When prices began to fall, margin calls forced investors to sell, triggering a cascade of panic selling. The crash also exposed the fragile nature of the American financial system. There was no government insurance on bank deposits. There were few regulations on securities trading. As the crash unfolded, banks that had heavily invested in the market or lent money to investors began to fail. While the Federal Reserve had the tools to intervene, it chose to stand aside, believing the market would self-correct. Despite the widespread damage, it is important to understand that the stock market crash did not cause the Great Depression. Rather, it signaled the beginning of a much deeper economic unraveling. In the months that followed, consumer confidence declined. People cut back on spending. Businesses reduced production. Layoffs increased. The financial shockwave spread from Wall Street to Main Street. Credit markets froze. Banks tightened lending. Thousands of small banks failed, wiping out the savings of millions of Americans. Without access to credit, businesses couldn't operate, and consumers couldn't buy. A vicious cycle of decline took hold. Farm prices collapsed even further. Industrial output plummeted. Unemployment began to climb. The crash also had international repercussions. The US was a major creditor nation, and as American banks faltered, they called in loans from Europe. This put enormous pressure on already fragile European economies, particularly in Germany, which was still struggling under the burden of reparations from World War I. Global trade contracted. Nations raised tariffs in a desperate attempt to protect their economies, further exacerbating the downturn. The stock market crash of 1929 was the spark that ignited the global economic crisis. It shattered illusions of invincibility and exposed the underlying weaknesses of the US and world economies. But it was only the beginning. The years that followed would bring bank failures, mass unemployment, and widespread suffering. In the next chapter, we will examine how these early tremors grew into a full-blown economic disaster, and how a nation struggled to understand what went wrong. The immediate aftermath of the stock market crash in 1929 set off a devastating chain of events that rippled through the entire economy. What began as a financial shock quickly escalated into a full-blown banking crisis. By 1933, the United States had entered the darkest phase of the Great Depression, characterized by widespread bank failures, evaporating savings, and the deepening human toll on ordinary Americans. The fragile financial system that had once been seen as a bedrock of American prosperity now lay exposed, unable to withstand the strain of a collapsing economy. As the stock market plummeted, the first victims were those who had invested heavily in stocks. For many, their investments were not only wiped out, but they had also borrowed money to buy shares. With margin calls and the collapse of the stock market, individuals who had been optimistic about the future now found themselves drowning in debt. But the effects didn't stop there. The entire banking system was deeply connected to the stock market, and many of the nation's banks had invested heavily in the now worthless stocks. In the wake of the crash, panic spread like wildfire. Fearful depositors, seeing their banks in financial trouble, rushed to withdraw their savings. The problem was that most banks did not keep enough cash on hand to meet the massive demand for withdrawals. The so-called bank runs became widespread, and many institutions, unable to meet their obligations, were forced to close their doors. This caused even more panic, as people realized that their savings were no longer accessible. It was a vicious cycle. Bank closures led to more panic, which led to more bank failures. Between 1930 and 1933, the United States saw nearly 10,000 bank failures. Small community banks, which had been the backbone of many local economies, were hit especially hard. The failure of these banks left millions of Americans without access to their hard-earned money. Farmers, small business owners, and working-class families were particularly vulnerable. Without their savings, many were left destitute. Part of the reason for the catastrophic failures was the absence of federal deposit insurance. Before the creation of the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation (FDIC) in 1933, there was no government protection for bank deposits. This meant that if a bank failed, depositors had no recourse to recover their savings. Many Americans had no idea how fragile the banking system was until it was too late. Compounding the problem was the gold standard, which limited the ability of the U.S. government to respond effectively to the crisis. Under the gold standard, the U.S. could only issue as much money as it had in gold reserves. This created a situation in which the government had limited flexibility to expand the money supply and stimulate the economy. The gold standard tied the hands of policymakers who desperately needed to inject liquidity into the system to ease the banking crisis. As banks failed and the economy contracted, the U.S. was unable to use monetary policy to address the growing crisis. The collapse of the banking system had a direct and profound impact on the lives of millions of ordinary Americans. People who had spent decades saving for retirement or building a small business found themselves losing everything in the blink of an eye. Farmers who had borrowed money to buy land or equipment saw their properties foreclosed. In some cases, entire families lost their homes and livelihoods. For many, the failure of the banks meant not just the loss of savings, but the end of their hopes and dreams. Take, for example, the story of the McAllister family in rural Indiana. They had worked for years to save enough money to buy a small farm. With the purchase, they hoped to build a secure future for their children. But when the bank that held their savings collapsed in 1931, the McAllisters lost everything. The bank's failure meant that the mortgage on their farm was called in, and they were unable to make the payment. Their home was foreclosed, and they were forced to leave the land that had been their only source of livelihood. The McAllisters were not alone. There were countless other families like them across the country. In cities, the impact was just as severe. The collapse of banks led to widespread unemployment. Without access to credit, small businesses could no longer operate, and many were forced to lay off workers. As businesses closed and people lost their jobs, the economic situation worsened. Unemployment rates soared, reaching 25% by 1933. Families who had once been self-sufficient found themselves living in makeshift shacks or homeless shelters, dependent on soup kitchens and government relief. The banking collapse and subsequent financial contagion were key events that deepened the Great Depression. As banks failed and savings evaporated, confidence in the financial system was shattered. The resulting loss of wealth and the inability to access credit led to a dramatic contraction of the economy. The pain of the banking crisis was felt by nearly every American, but it was the poorest and most vulnerable who suffered the most. This period of financial devastation lasted for years. As more banks failed and more businesses closed, the economic landscape became increasingly bleak. Farmers were hit especially hard, as falling commodity prices, rising debt, and the failure of local banks created a perfect storm of economic hardship. In the next chapter, we will examine how the federal government responded to the banking collapse and the key measures that were taken to try and halt the spiraling economic decline. The Great Depression, which began in the United States in 1929, quickly spread across the globe, affecting countries in Europe, Latin America, Asia, and beyond. While the initial cause of the crisis was the collapse of the stock market, the far-reaching consequences of the Depression were a result of global economic interdependence. The effects of the crash were felt deeply in nations that were already fragile, and the interconnectedness of international trade, debts, and policies caused the crisis to spiral out of control, transforming a national disaster into a worldwide catastrophe. In Europe, the depression hit particularly hard. Many countries had still not fully recovered from the devastation of World War I, and the global economic downturn exacerbated existing problems. One of the most affected nations was Germany, which had been burdened by crippling reparations payments as part of the Treaty of Versailles. The German economy had relied heavily on loans from American banks to meet these obligations. When the US economy collapsed and American banks stopped lending, Germany's ability to pay reparations was severely hampered. This led to a chain reaction. The German economy contracted further, unemployment skyrocketed, and political instability grew. The economic strain in Germany contributed to the rise of extremism, which would eventually lead to the election of Adolf Hitler in 1933. In Britain, the depression caused severe deflation as the British pound came under pressure. Faced with high levels of debt, the British government was forced to abandon the gold standard in 1931, which had tied the pound to gold reserves and limited the country's ability to respond to the crisis. The decision to leave the gold standard allowed Britain to devalue the pound, which made British exports cheaper and helped stimulate trade with other countries. However, the economic situation remained dire, with mass unemployment and widespread poverty, particularly in the industrial regions of the north. The government's austerity measures, including cuts to public spending, only deepened the suffering for many British citizens. In the colonies of European powers, the impact of the depression was equally devastating. Colonial economies were heavily dependent on the export of raw materials, and as global demand for commodities such as rubber, sugar, and oil fell, so did the economic well-being of many colonized nations. In Africa, Latin America, and Asia, the collapse of international trade led to widespread unemployment, food shortages, and social unrest. Colonial governments, which were already struggling to maintain control over vast and diverse territories, found themselves facing increasing challenges as economic hardship and political instability grew. One of the key factors that exacerbated the global depression was the collapse of international trade. As countries faced growing economic challenges, many turned inward, raising tariffs and restricting trade in an effort to protect their own industries and jobs. The United States, under the leadership of President Herbert Hoover, passed the Smoot-Hawley Tariff in 1930. The tariff, which raised taxes on imported goods to historically high levels, was intended to protect American industries from foreign competition. However, it backfired. Other countries retaliated by imposing their own tariffs on American goods, and global trade contracted dramatically. The tariff deepened the global depression by worsening the economic downturn in countries that depended on exports, including Canada, Latin American nations, and European countries. The collapse of trade created a vicious cycle in which nations turned inward and sought to protect their own interests, leading to a further deterioration of the global economy. To fully understand the global spread of the depression, we must also consider the role of global financial institutions and the international banking system. The collapse of American banks had far-reaching consequences for banks in Europe and elsewhere. Many European banks had invested heavily in US markets, and when the American stock market crashed, they faced massive losses. The resulting banking crisis, combined with the collapse of international trade, further deepened the global depression. Countries in both the developed and developing world were forced to respond to the crisis, but the lack of coordinated international action made recovery more difficult. Maps and historical data from the period show the widespread nature of the economic collapse. Unemployment in Europe soared, and poverty and unrest became common in many cities. The effects were particularly severe in nations such as Germany and Britain, where political instability contributed to social unrest. In the colonies, The economic crisis had far-reaching consequences, as colonial powers struggled to maintain control over their territories in the face of growing discontent. The global nature of the Depression led to a massive rethinking of economic policies and international cooperation. The Great Depression had a lasting impact on the world. It exposed the fragility of the global economic system and the risks of relying on international trade without sufficient safeguards. It also highlighted the deep inequalities in the global economy, particularly between industrialized nations and their colonies. The failure of the international system to prevent the Depression from spreading contributed to the growing disillusionment with free market capitalism and laid the groundwork for the rise of more interventionist economic policies in the years to come. In the next chapter, we will explore the political and social consequences of the Depression, as the economic hardship faced by millions led to the rise of extremist political movements and the transformation of the global political landscape. The Great Depression was not only an economic crisis, it was a deeply human one. The lives of millions of Americans were shattered as the country plunged into the worst economic downturn in modern history. For many, the Depression meant losing everything they had worked for. Jobs disappeared, homes were lost, and families were torn apart. Yet, despite the overwhelming hardship, the resilience of the American people shone through as they struggled to survive, adapt, and endure. Unemployment reached staggering levels. By 1933, 1 in 4 Americans was out of work, and even those who still had jobs saw their wages slashed. The cities, once bustling hubs of industry and commerce, were now filled with men and women desperately seeking work that didn't exist. In urban areas, the poor crowded together in makeshift shacks, known as Hoovervilles, named derisively after President Herbert Hoover. These shantytowns were scattered across the country, often on the outskirts of major cities. The conditions in Hoovervilles were grim. People lived in cardboard and scrap wood shacks, with no running water, no electricity, and no sanitation. Disease was rampant, and life in these communities was marked by poverty and desperation. Soup lines became a common sight in every city. With so many out of work and no money to buy food, charity kitchens and churches became the lifeline for many families. People lined up for hours, hoping to get a hot meal. But even that small comfort was out of reach for many. The food was often basic and inadequate, but for the hungry, it was a rare taste of sustenance in an otherwise bleak existence. Families often went without, rationing what little food they had left in an effort to survive. Children, once the hope and future of their families, were now an added burden as parents struggled to provide for them. Many mothers with heavy hearts fed their children what little they could while they themselves went without. The human toll of the Depression was not just about hunger and homelessness. The emotional and psychological effects were just as devastating. People who had once felt secure in their ability to provide for their families found themselves paralyzed by fear and shame. Men who had traditionally been the breadwinners found their identities shattered. Many experienced deep shame at their inability to provide, and some turned to alcohol or other vices to numb the pain. Families were broken by the stress and hardship. Marriages were strained, and in some cases couples split apart. The strain of financial ruin and the constant struggle to survive led to a breakdown of mental health for many individuals. While the urban areas bore the brunt of the financial collapse, rural America suffered its own unique set of challenges. The Dust Bowl, a severe environmental disaster that struck the Great Plains, compounded the suffering of farmers and their families. The Dust Bowl was caused by a combination of poor farming practices, over-farming, and a prolonged drought. The winds kicked up massive dust storms that blotted out the sun, and made it nearly impossible to grow crops. The land, once fertile and productive, turned to dust. Entire farms were abandoned as families packed up and fled in search of a better life. The migration of these families, particularly to California, became one of the most iconic features of the Great Depression. The Dust Bowl migrants, often referred to as Okies, left behind their homes and farms in Oklahoma, Arkansas, Texas, and other parts of the Great Plains. They traveled westward, hoping to find work in California's agricultural fields. What they found was more hardship. California, struggling with its own economic problems, was unable to provide the relief that these migrants desperately needed. Instead, they were met with hostility and discrimination. Many were forced into camps where conditions were little better than the ones they had left behind. But still, they held on to the hope that a better life awaited them. They lived on the margins of society, scraping together whatever work they could find in the fields, often for meager wages. They were the forgotten Americans, struggling to survive in an America that had turned its back on them. Interviews and letters from the period provide a powerful window into the emotional landscape of the Great Depression. One letter from a mother in a Hooverville in Chicago, written to her sister, poignantly describes the toll the Depression has taken on her family. "We haven't had a decent meal in weeks, and I'm so tired, but I have to keep going for the kids. I just don't know how much longer we can last." Another letter from a father in the Dust Bowl states, "We worked the land for so long, but now it's all gone. The dust keeps blowing, and I don't know what we're supposed to do. I've lost everything." These voices of despair were echoed by countless others across the country. Diary entries from the period, written by individuals facing the hardest times of their lives, provide a deeply personal perspective on the emotional cost of the Depression. One diary entry from a young woman living in a small town in Texas reads, "Every day feels the same. My family doesn't have enough food, and the bank is about to take our house. I'm scared. What happens to us after this? I can't even dream about a better future anymore." Another entry from a migrant mother moving westward describes the pain of leaving home behind. "I don't know if we'll ever make it, but I have to keep telling myself that California will be better. We can't stay here anymore. There's nothing left." Through these voices, through the letters, the diaries, the personal stories, we can begin to understand the human toll of the Great Depression. It was not just an economic catastrophe, but a personal tragedy for millions of Americans. It was a time of hardship, heartache, and survival. Yet it was also a time of incredible resilience. Despite the overwhelming odds, people fought to stay afloat, to keep their families together, and to survive. The Great Depression left deep scars, but it also shaped a generation of Americans who learned to endure, to rebuild, and to hope for a better future. In the next chapter, we will explore how the government responded to this unprecedented crisis through a series of bold programs and reforms that sought to alleviate the suffering and lay the foundation for future recovery. As the Great Depression spread across the United States, President Herbert Hoover's policies and actions became the subject of intense debate. Hoover, who had risen to power in 1928 with promises of continuing prosperity, faced a monumental crisis that seemed beyond his control. Despite his intelligence, experience, and strong belief in individualism, his response to the Depression was often seen as inadequate. In his view, government intervention should be limited, but the scale of the economic collapse soon showed that his approach was not enough to stem the tide of suffering. Hoover's early response to the crisis was guided by his belief in the power of private initiative and local government to resolve economic problems. At first he resisted direct federal intervention, assuming that the economy would naturally recover on its own. He believed that businesses and local charities could provide the necessary relief without federal aid. However, as unemployment soared and the economic situation worsened, Hoover's initial response began to seem increasingly inadequate. One of Hoover's key initiatives was the creation of the Reconstruction Finance Corporation (RFC) in 1932. The RFC was designed to provide emergency loans to banks, businesses and state governments in an effort to stabilize the economy and prevent further collapses. By giving loans to banks, Hoover hoped to ensure that credit would flow again and businesses would stay afloat. The idea was that the RFC would act as a backstop, preventing the complete collapse of financial institutions and providing relief to businesses. However, the RFC's efforts were slow and inconsistent. Many of the loans went to large corporations and wealthy banks, rather than directly assisting individuals who had lost their jobs or homes. The funds that did reach smaller institutions were often too little to make a significant difference. The public, struggling with widespread unemployment and hunger, felt that the federal government's response was not enough. While the RFC may have helped prevent further banking collapses, it did little to alleviate the suffering of everyday Americans. Hoover's reluctance to implement direct relief programs, such as unemployment benefits or public works projects, also led to a growing sense of frustration among the American public. Many people believed that Hoover was too focused on maintaining the principles of limited government and individual responsibility, while the needs of the suffering population were ignored. This growing frustration fueled public discontent and led to the rise of movements that demanded more immediate action. One of the most dramatic manifestations of this frustration was the Bonus Army protest of 1932. The Bonus Army was a group of approximately 20,000 World War I veterans who had been promised a cash bonus for their service, to be paid in 1945. Faced with unemployment, poverty and homelessness during the Depression, these veterans, along with their families, marched on Washington, D.C. to demand early payment of their bonuses. The Bonus Army's march on the Capitol was initially peaceful, and the protesters camped in makeshift camps near the White House, hoping to meet with President Hoover to discuss their demands. However, Hoover, fearing the political ramifications of granting the veterans' request, refused to meet with them and sent law enforcement to disperse the protesters. As tensions rose, Hoover ordered the U.S. Army, under the command of General Douglas MacArthur, to forcibly remove the veterans from their camps. The military used tanks and tear gas to clear the veterans, and the violent eviction became a shocking spectacle in the national media. The public reaction to the treatment of the Bonus Army was one of outrage. Many Americans were horrified by the sight of war heroes being driven from their encampments by the military, and Hoover's approval rating plummeted. The incident reinforced the perception that Hoover was out of touch with the suffering of ordinary Americans and unwilling to take decisive action to address the crisis. His failure to connect with the public, combined with his reluctance to take bold action, marked a turning point in his presidency. By 1932, Hoover's popularity had eroded to the point where he faced serious challenges in the upcoming presidential election. The American public, exhausted and disillusioned by the Depression, was ready for change. Enter Franklin D. Roosevelt, the Democratic candidate who promised a new approach to the crisis. Roosevelt's campaign focused on providing direct relief to the unemployed, reforming the banking system, and creating public works programs to stimulate the economy. His message of hope resonated deeply with Americans who were struggling to make ends meet. As the 1932 election approached, the contrast between Hoover and Roosevelt could not have been more stark. Hoover, once seen as a competent and capable leader, was now viewed by many as a symbol of government ineptitude. Roosevelt, by contrast, offered a vision of a government that would take bold, decisive action to address the Depression and provide a safety net for those in need. On November 8, 1932, Franklin D. Roosevelt won a landslide victory in the presidential election with over 57% of the vote. The election of Roosevelt marked a dramatic shift in the political landscape, signaling the end of Hoover's presidency and the beginning of a new era of government intervention and social welfare programs. Roosevelt's New Deal would reshape the American economy and society, setting the stage for a more active role of the federal government in economic affairs. In retrospect, Hoover's presidency is often remembered as a cautionary tale of leadership during a time of crisis. His belief in the principles of limited government and individual responsibility, while noble in theory, proved inadequate when faced with the scale of the Great Depression. Hoover's response to the crisis was too slow, too indirect, and ultimately too limited to prevent the collapse of the American economy or to ease the suffering of millions. The Bonus Army protest and the failure of the RFC to provide meaningful relief to individuals underscored Hoover's inability to meet the needs of the American people. The 1932 election, in which Hoover was decisively defeated by Roosevelt, marked a pivotal moment in American history. The Depression had exposed the shortcomings of Hoover's approach, and the nation was ready for change. Roosevelt's victory ushered in a new era of government intervention and reform, as the country sought to recover from the deepest economic crisis it had ever known. In the wake of Herbert Hoover's failure to address the devastating economic challenges of the Great Depression, a new leader emerged to reshape America's future. Franklin D. Roosevelt, a former governor of New York with a reputation for energy and optimism, was elected president in 1932. His arrival in Washington marked the beginning of a new era in American politics and government. Roosevelt's response to the Depression, known as the New Deal, would transform the nation, redefine the role of the federal government, and offer a glimmer of hope to millions of Americans who had been left in despair. Upon taking office, Roosevelt wasted no time in tackling the economic crisis. He immediately sought to provide relief, recovery, and reform through a series of bold and expansive programs. Roosevelt's New Deal aimed to address the immediate needs of the American people, create jobs, and stabilize the financial system. His approach was different from Hoover's, as Roosevelt believed in active government intervention and the need for a strong federal response to help lift the country out of the Depression. One of the first initiatives Roosevelt launched was the Civilian Conservation Corps (CCC), which aimed to provide jobs for young men in environmental conservation projects. The CCC employed over 3 million young men who worked on projects such as reforestation, flood control, and park development. This program not only helped to address the country's environmental issues, but also provided much-needed employment to young men who had few other opportunities. Another critical program introduced by Roosevelt was the Tennessee Valley Authority (TVA), which sought to address the economic challenges faced by the Tennessee Valley, one of the poorest regions in the United States. The TVA focused on flood control, rural electrification, and economic development in the region. By building dams and power plants, the TVA brought electricity to remote areas, improved agricultural productivity, and created jobs. The TVA was a key example of how the federal government could use its power to directly improve the lives of ordinary citizens. The Works Progress Administration, WPA, was another cornerstone of the New Deal. It employed millions of Americans in public works projects, including the construction of roads, bridges, schools, and hospitals. The WPA was particularly notable for its emphasis on hiring artists, writers, and musicians, providing them with government contracts to create murals, write literature, and produce plays. This aspect of the WPA helped to ensure that the arts remained a vibrant part of American culture during a difficult period. while also providing work for those who had seen their careers and livelihoods disrupted by the Depression. Perhaps one of the most lasting legacies of the New Deal was the creation of Social Security. Signed into law in 1935, the Social Security Act established a system of old age pensions, unemployment insurance, and welfare for the needy. The program was designed to provide a safety net for Americans who had been left vulnerable by the economic collapse. Social Security became a cornerstone of the American welfare state, and over time it would be expanded to cover more groups of people, including those with disabilities and survivors of deceased workers. While the New Deal programs were celebrated by many for providing relief to struggling Americans, they also faced significant opposition. Some critics, particularly conservatives, argued that Roosevelt's policies were an overreach of government power and would undermine the free market system. They believed that Roosevelt's interventions would lead to excessive government control over the economy and create a dependence on federal aid. Additionally, some believed that the New Deal did not do enough to address the structural inequalities in American society, particularly those faced by African Americans and women. Despite these criticisms, Roosevelt's New Deal enjoyed widespread popularity among the American public. Many Americans saw Roosevelt as a savior who understood their struggles and was willing to take bold steps to address their needs. The New Deal's emphasis on job creation, direct relief, and economic reform gave hope to millions who had lost everything in the Depression. Roosevelt's Fireside Chats, a series of radio broadcasts in which he spoke directly to the American people, were instrumental in building trust and fostering a sense of unity and confidence in his leadership. Roosevelt's ability to communicate with the public made him one of the most beloved presidents in American history. However, not all Americans were convinced that the New Deal was the solution to the nation's problems. Some, particularly those on the political left, argued that Roosevelt's programs did not go far enough in challenging the economic elites or addressing the needs of the most vulnerable Americans. Figures like Huey Long, a populist Louisiana governor, proposed more radical alternatives, such as wealth redistribution and guaranteed incomes for all citizens. Long's Share Our Wealth program gained significant traction, particularly among those who felt that Roosevelt had failed to address the deep inequalities of American society. The New Deal's legacy is complex and multifaceted. While it succeeded in providing immediate relief to millions of Americans and reshaping the relationship between the federal government and the people, it did not end the Depression. World War II, which began in 1939, would ultimately bring the United States out of the economic crisis by creating an unprecedented demand for war materials and by mobilizing the economy for military production. However, the New Deal laid the foundation for the modern welfare state and permanently altered the role of the federal government in American life. The New Deal also had lasting effects on American political culture. It realigned the American political system, with the Democratic Party becoming the party of the working class, minorities, and the poor. Roosevelt's success in navigating the Depression and reshaping the American economy would solidify his place as one of the most influential presidents in U.S. history. His leadership during this tumultuous period continues to be a touchstone for debates over the role of government in times of crisis. In the next chapter, we will explore the political and economic challenges that arose during the New Deal era, including the rise of opposition movements and the eventual end of the New Deal's most ambitious programs. As the United States continued to grapple with the effects of the Great Depression, the federal government and the financial system were forced to confront a range of challenges that would reshape the nation's economic structure. One of the most important institutions in the early response to the Depression was the Federal Reserve, which played a central role in shaping the nation's monetary policy. Initially, the Federal Reserve's actions contributed to the deepening of the crisis, but in the years following Franklin D. Roosevelt's election, the Fed's policies shifted dramatically, leading to a permanent transformation of America's financial system. In the early years of the Depression, the Federal Reserve responded to the crisis with monetary tightening. This decision, based on the belief that high interest rates would help maintain the value of the dollar and prevent inflation, had disastrous consequences. As the Fed raised interest rates and reduced the money supply, it inadvertently exacerbated the economic contraction, deepening deflation and further stifling recovery. Businesses were unable to borrow and invest, and individuals found it more difficult to secure credit. As a result, the economy spiraled downward and the depression deepened. Deflation, the general decline in prices, became a major concern during the Depression. As the supply of money contracted and demand for goods and services plummeted, prices for goods such as food and clothing dropped dramatically. While lower prices might seem beneficial at first glance, deflation during the Depression was disastrous. It increased the real burden of debt for both individuals and businesses, making it even harder to repay loans and exacerbating bankruptcies. At the same time, wages fell and unemployment soared, creating a vicious cycle of economic decline. By 1932, as the nation struggled with worsening economic conditions, Roosevelt's administration recognized the need for a more aggressive and proactive monetary policy. One of the first steps in this new direction was the creation of a more flexible approach to the gold standard, which had been a cornerstone of the American monetary system for over a century. Under the gold standard, the US dollar was directly tied to a fixed amount of gold, which limited the amount of money that could be issued by the Federal Reserve. This constraint was seen as a key factor in the tight money supply and deflationary pressures that had contributed to the Depression. In 1933, Roosevelt took decisive action to address the nation's financial troubles by suspending the gold standard. In what became known as the Gold Reserve Act of 1934, the U.S. government confiscated gold from private citizens and businesses. People were required to exchange their gold coins, gold bullion, and gold certificates for paper currency at a fixed rate, thus increasing the amount of money in circulation and loosening the constraints imposed by the gold standard. This was a bold move that was deeply controversial at the time, but it was part of Roosevelt's broader strategy to combat deflation and stimulate economic recovery. The Gold Reserve Act also set the stage for a dramatic devaluation of the US dollar. By reducing the dollar's link to gold and increasing the money supply, Roosevelt was able to lower the value of the dollar relative to other currencies. This devaluation was designed to make American goods more competitive in global markets by making them cheaper for foreign buyers. It also helped to raise prices for goods in the US, which in turn provided some relief for farmers and businesses that had been struggling under the weight of falling prices. The decision to devalue the dollar and abandon the gold standard marked a pivotal moment in American economic history. Roosevelt's actions signaled a fundamental shift away from the classical economic principles that had dominated U.S. monetary policy since the 19th century. The U.S. government under Roosevelt was now willing to intervene directly in the financial system in ways that had been unimaginable just a few years earlier. The end of the gold standard marked the beginning of a new era in which the federal government would play an active role in managing the economy, a role that would continue to expand throughout the 20th century. Alongside these changes, Roosevelt's administration also worked to reform the banking system. The Banking Act of 1933, also known as the Glass-Steagall Act, was another key piece of New Deal legislation. This law separated commercial banking from investment banking, reducing the risks of speculative investment and protecting consumers' savings. It also established the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, FDIC, which provided insurance for bank deposits up to a certain amount, giving Americans greater confidence in the safety of their savings. The FDIC was a crucial step in restoring public trust in the banking system, which had been shattered by a wave of bank failures during the early years of the Depression. By insuring deposits, the FDIC helped to stabilize the banking system and reduce the fear of losing savings in the event of a bank failure. This, in turn, encouraged people to deposit money in banks rather than hoard it at home, which helped to inject liquidity back into the financial system and promote economic activity. In addition to these reforms, Roosevelt's administration also worked to stabilize the financial markets through the Securities Exchange Act of 1934. This law created the Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, which was tasked with regulating the stock market and protecting investors from fraud and manipulation. The SEC's creation marked a shift toward more active government oversight of the financial system and laid the groundwork for modern securities regulation. By the time Roosevelt left office in 1945, the U.S. financial system had undergone a profound transformation. The policies he implemented during the New Deal, particularly those related to monetary policy and banking reform, would have lasting effects on the American economy. The abandonment of the gold standard and the devaluation of the dollar set the stage for the modern era of flexible exchange rates and greater government intervention in the economy. The establishment of the FDIC, the SEC, and the broader regulatory framework for the financial system helped to restore stability and public confidence, ensuring that the mistakes of the 1920s and early 1930s would not be repeated. In the next chapter, we will examine the long-term effects of Roosevelt's financial reforms, including how they shaped the post-war economic boom and the role of the U.S. in the global economy. The Great Depression was not only an economic catastrophe, but also a profound cultural and psychological experience for millions of Americans. While many struggled with unemployment, poverty, and the loss of homes, others sought solace and meaning through the arts. Artists, musicians, writers, and filmmakers helped shape a cultural response to the hardships of the time, offering both reflections of despair and rays of hope. The Depression, in many ways, influenced the direction of American culture and left lasting marks on the national psyche. The literature of the 1930s was dominated by authors who explored the struggles of everyday people, capturing the harsh realities of life during the Depression. One of the most iconic voices of this period was John Steinbeck, whose novels like The Grapes of Wrath and Of Mice and Men depicted the devastation experienced by farmers and migrant workers. Steinbeck's portrayal of the Joad family's journey westward in search of work highlighted the resilience of the human spirit, even in the face of overwhelming adversity. His work resonated deeply with those affected by the Depression and brought attention to the economic and social injustices faced by the poor and disenfranchised. Alongside Steinbeck's literary contributions, musicians like Woody Guthrie provided a soundtrack for the Depression. Guthrie's folk songs, such as This Land Is Your Land and Do Re Mi, expressed the struggles of the working class, particularly migrant laborers, and reflected the deep sense of injustice and hardship that many Americans were experiencing. His music became an anthem for those who sought a voice in a time of hardship, and was a reminder of the power of music to provide both solace and a call for social change. The Depression era also saw a surge in the popularity of cinema, which provided an escape from the harsh realities of life. Hollywood films offered audiences a mix of escapism and social commentary, helping people to forget, if only for a few hours, the struggles they faced. Musicals, comedies, and epic dramas flourished, offering a form of entertainment that allowed people to momentarily disconnect from their problems. At the same time, films like The Grapes of Wrath adapted from Steinbeck's novel, and Modern Times starring Charlie Chaplin, offered sobering reflections on the impact of industrialization and economic hardship on ordinary Americans. Radio, however, was the medium that truly brought Americans together during the Depression. As the most popular form of entertainment and communication, radio allowed people across the country to connect with each other and with their leaders. One of the most significant uses of radio during the Depression was Franklin D. Roosevelt's fireside chats. These radio broadcasts, which began in 1933, allowed Roosevelt to speak directly to the American people in a reassuring and intimate manner. In an era of widespread anxiety and uncertainty, Roosevelt's calming voice and clear explanations of his policies helped to restore a sense of hope and confidence. The fireside chats were a vital tool in building trust between the president and the public and provided a sense of unity during a time of national crisis. In addition to providing entertainment and connection, radio also served as a platform for the burgeoning labor movement. The economic hardships of the Depression spurred the growth of unions and workers' rights organizations as workers sought to secure better wages and working conditions. Radio broadcasts helped to spread the message of labor activism and unionization, as many Americans listened to programs that highlighted the struggles of workers and the importance of collective bargaining. The radio provided a voice for union leaders like John L. Bullock, Lewis, head of the United Mine Workers, and other labor figures who became influential during this period. The rise of unions during the Depression was a direct response to the exploitation and mistreatment of workers by large corporations. As unemployment soared and working conditions worsened, labor unions became a powerful force in advocating for the rights of workers. The passage of the National Industrial Recovery Act, NIRA, in 1933, which aimed to establish fair labor standards and provide workers with the right to organize, marked a significant shift in the relationship between labor and management. The NIRA and other New Deal legislation provided a legal framework for labor unions to gain strength and influence. During the Depression, there was a growing recognition of the need to protect workers and ensure their rights in the workplace. The rise of union movements not only changed the nature of labor relations, but also helped to shape the broader social and political landscape of the time. Unionization efforts during the Depression were a critical part of the struggle for economic justice and equality in the United States. The cultural shifts brought about by the Depression were not just limited to the arts and labor movements. The national psyche was also deeply impacted by the prolonged economic struggle. The Depression eroded the sense of optimism that had characterized the previous decade, replacing it with a sense of caution and resilience. People learned to live with less, and many embraced a culture of thrift and self-reliance. Yet, at the same time, the Depression sparked a collective sense of solidarity, as Americans looked to each other for support and found strength in their shared experiences. In the years following the Depression, the cultural impact of this period would continue to shape American life. The music, literature and films of the 1930s would remain deeply influential, offering lessons on perseverance, justice, and the importance of community. The labor movement would also continue to evolve, shaping labor rights and economic policy for decades to come. And the fireside chats would serve as a model for future presidents, illustrating the power of direct communication in times of crisis. The Great Depression, with all its hardships, was also a time of tremendous cultural change. It reshaped the way Americans saw their world, their economy, and each other. The arts, radio, and labor movements played pivotal roles in helping the nation survive the darkest period in its history, and the legacy of this era continues to be felt in American culture today. In the next chapter, we will examine the end of the Depression and the role of World War II in bringing about the recovery that the New Deal alone could not achieve. By the late 1930s, the United States was on the long road to recovery, though the scars of the Great Depression remained deeply embedded in the national consciousness. While the New Deal had provided critical relief, employment and reforms, the recovery was slow and uneven. For many Americans, life still felt uncertain, but there were emerging signs of improvement. The economic landscape was shifting, with key indicators pointing toward a gradual but sustained recovery. One of the most significant early signs of recovery in the late 1930s was the steady growth in industrial output. Factories that had been idle during the worst years of the Depression began to hum with activity again. The manufacturing sector, which had been devastated by falling demand and widespread bankruptcies, saw a surge in production as consumer confidence grew. The revival of key industries such as automobiles, steel, and consumer goods fueled optimism, and jobs were slowly being restored. The agricultural sector also showed signs of improvement, particularly after the passage of the Agricultural Adjustment Act (AAA), which had been part of Roosevelt's New Deal. This legislation sought to raise crop prices by paying farmers to reduce production, thereby addressing the severe economic pressures faced by the agricultural community. While the effectiveness of the AAA was debated, it did provide some relief to struggling farmers and helped stabilize the agricultural market. Additionally, the rise of new farming technologies and practices gradually improved productivity and efficiency. However, despite these signs of recovery, the nation was far from fully recovered. Unemployment, although decreasing, remained stubbornly high, hovering at levels far above what would be considered acceptable in a fully functioning economy. Poverty remained widespread, particularly in rural areas, and many people continued to depend on government aid. The economic system had not yet regained the momentum of the 1920s, and the full recovery would take years. As the nation struggled to regain its economic footing, international events began to cast a shadow over the recovery process. The rise of authoritarian regimes in Europe and Asia, particularly the expansionist policies of Nazi Germany and Imperial Japan, created an unstable global environment. The looming threat of war would soon become a decisive factor in the nation's economic future. The outbreak of World War II in 1939 marked a turning point in the recovery process. The war brought with it an unprecedented demand for industrial goods, including weapons, vehicles, and other military supplies. The U.S. government embarked on massive industrial mobilization to support the war effort, resulting in a dramatic increase in production and job creation. Factories that had once produced consumer goods now shifted to military production, and millions of men and women found work in defense industries. Unemployment, which had plagued the nation for years, was virtually eliminated as the country geared up for war. The war effort also had a profound impact on the labor market. With millions of men enlisted in the military, women entered the workforce in greater numbers than ever before, filling jobs in factories, offices, and other industries. The iconic image of Rosie the Riveter symbolized the crucial role that women played in the wartime economy. The war not only provided jobs for millions, but also laid the foundation for significant changes in American society, particularly in terms of gender roles and the participation of women in the workforce. In addition to the economic benefits of war mobilization, World War II had lasting effects on American society. The war led to a transformation in the nation's global role, as the United States emerged from the conflict as the world's leading economic and military power. The war also accelerated technological innovation, with advancements in fields such as aviation, communications, and medicine. The economic changes brought about by the war laid the groundwork for the post-war boom, which would see the US economy grow at an unprecedented rate in the 1950s and beyond. Although World War II played a critical role in ending the Great Depression, the legacy of the Depression era remained deeply ingrained in American society. The financial reforms implemented during the 1930s, such as the creation of the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation (FDIC) and the Securities and Exchange Commission (SEC), helped to stabilize the banking and financial systems and restore public confidence. These reforms provided a sense of security for depositors and investors and reduced the risk of another financial collapse. The New Deal also laid the foundation for the modern welfare state. Social Security, which was established in 1935, provided a safety net for the elderly, the disabled, and other vulnerable populations. This program, along with other social welfare initiatives, became a cornerstone of the American social contract and ensured that millions of Americans would not fall through the cracks during times of economic hardship. The experience of the Great Depression also left a lasting mark on the national psyche. Americans had learned to be cautious and conservative with their finances. The memory of the stock market crash and the devastation of the Depression era encouraged future generations to prioritize financial stability and to view economic risks with skepticism. The Depression reinforced the belief that government intervention could play a crucial role in mitigating economic crises, and this mindset would shape economic policy for decades to come. In the years following the Depression, Americans embraced a new economic reality. While the memory of the 1930s would never fade, the recovery process, aided by the global conflict of World War II, set the stage for a period of prosperity and growth. The legacy of the Great Depression, however, remained an integral part of the nation's development as the United States emerged from the crisis with a new understanding of the need for financial regulation, social welfare programs, and a more active role for government in managing the economy. As the United States moved into the post-war era, the country was forever changed by the lessons learned during the Great Depression. The challenges of the 1930s helped to reshape American politics, economics, and society, leaving a profound impact on the direction of the nation for generations to come. The origins of the samurai, one of Japan's most iconic and legendary warrior classes, trace back to the Heian period, which spanned from 794 to 1185. During this era, Japan was transitioning from a centralized, aristocratic society based on court culture to one increasingly defined by military power and feudalism. The samurai, who would eventually come to dominate Japanese society for centuries, evolved during this time as the bushi, or warriors, and played a crucial role in shaping Japan's political and military landscape. The rise of the samurai was closely tied to the shifting needs of the Japanese aristocracy, the growing importance of regional military leaders, and the development of a feudal system that would come to define Japan's medieval period. The early warriors, who would eventually become the samurai, were initially referred to as bushi. These warriors were not yet part of the distinctive samurai class, but were typically local, regional military men who served aristocratic landowners, often in exchange for land or resources. In the beginning, their role was primarily as skilled horsemen and fighters who defended the land of powerful families and clan leaders. However, over time, the bushi began to gain more importance as military leaders, and they began to transition from being simply retainers to becoming a distinct class with their own identity. As Japan entered the Heian period, the political and social structure of the country began to evolve. The central government, located in the capital city of Heian-kai, modern-day Kyoto, was dominated by the aristocracy, and the emperor and court officials held much of the political power. However, the court culture of the Heian period, with its emphasis on poetry, arts, and aesthetics, began to shift as the need for military protection and local governance became increasingly apparent. Powerful aristocratic families, seeking to protect their land and wealth, began to rely more heavily on the bushi, the emerging military class, to defend their holdings. The rise of feudalism during the late Heian period contributed significantly to the evolution of the samurai. As the power of the imperial court weakened and aristocratic families grew in wealth and influence, a system of land holding and military service began to take hold. The bushi, initially tasked with protecting the lands of the nobility, gradually took on greater military and political responsibilities. This shift toward a more decentralized feudal system led to the rise of powerful regional clans, each with its own samurai warriors who would serve their lords in exchange for land and titles. This feudal system would eventually lay the foundation for the establishment of the shogunate and the samurai class's dominance in Japanese society. One of the key factors that contributed to the rise of the samurai during the Heian period was the growing importance of military conflict between powerful clans. The Taira and Minamoto clans, two of the most prominent families of the period, played a central role in the development of samurai culture. These two clans were embroiled in a series of bloody conflicts known as the Genpei War, 1180 to 1185, which would ultimately lead to the establishment of the first shogunate under the leadership of Minamoto no Yoritomo. The Genpei War marked the culmination of the military struggle between the Taira and Minamoto, and the Minamoto clan's victory would lay the groundwork for the rise of the samurai as the dominant force in Japan's military and political life. The Taira clan, originally influential in the imperial court, was a powerful family that gained control over the imperial court and its military forces. The Minamoto clan, on the other hand, was a rival family that, over time, rose in prominence and began to challenge the Taira's dominance. This rivalry between the Taira and Minamoto families would shape the future of the samurai class. The samurai, who initially served these families in regional conflicts, would soon become the foundation of Japan's military power. The Heian period, while renowned for its cultural achievements, was also a time of significant political and military upheaval. The court culture of the time, with its focus on refined aesthetic pursuits like poetry, calligraphy, and courtly rituals, began to lose its grip on the political power of Japan. The growing tensions between the Taira and Minamoto clans resulted in a series of military conflicts that ultimately reshaped the power structure of Japan. As military leaders gained influence, the samurai class began to rise, not only as a military force, but as an important part of the governing structure of Japan. This shift from a court-centered aristocratic society to a more militarized and decentralized system was pivotal in the creation of the samurai as a distinct class with its own code of ethics, military structure, and culture. In conclusion, the Heian period was crucial in the emergence of the samurai as a powerful and distinctive class in Japan. The transition from courtly culture to military governance, combined with the rise of regional military leaders and the emergence of feudalism, set the stage for the samurai's eventual dominance in Japanese society. The Taira and Minamoto clans, along with the development of the bushi into the samurai, played an essential role in this transformation. As Japan entered the late Heian period, the samurai would begin to shape the nation's future, not only as warriors but as political and cultural leaders. Their legacy would endure for centuries, making the samurai one of Japan's most enduring symbols of martial prowess and honor. The Kamakura shogunate, established in 1192 under the leadership of Minamoto no Yoritomo, marked the beginning of a new era in Japan's history, the birth of the shogunate rule. Following the decisive Genpei War 1180 to 1185, in which the Minamoto clan triumphed over their rivals, the Taira clan, the power dynamics in Japan shifted dramatically. No longer would the imperial court in Kyoto hold supreme authority. Instead, a military government, known as the Bakufu, would take center stage. This transition from imperial rule to military rule would lay the foundation for the dominance of the samurai class in Japan, changing the course of the nation's political and military structure for centuries. The Minamoto clan's victory in the Genpei War was a pivotal moment in Japanese history. For over a century, the Taira and Minamoto clans had been vying for control over the imperial court. With the defeat of the Taira, the Minamoto, led by Yoritomo, emerged as the preeminent military power in Japan. Rather than seizing control of the imperial throne itself, however, Minamoto no Yoritomo chose to establish a new form of governance. In 1192, he was granted the title of shogun, a military title that signified his authority over the armed forces of Japan, and thus the Kamakura shogunate was born. The Kamakura shogunate represented a dramatic departure from Japan's previous system of governance, where the emperor was the central figure of political and military power. The emperor, based in the capital city of Kyoto, had traditionally been seen as the divine ruler, holding both spiritual and temporal authority over the country. However, under the Kamakura shogunate, power shifted from the imperial court to the military leaders in Kamakura, a city located to the south of Kyoto. Yoritomo and his successors ruled Japan from Kamakura, while the emperor remained in Kyoto, relegated to a more symbolic ceremonial role. The rise of the Kamakura shogunate was deeply tied to the growing influence of the samurai class. As Japan transitioned from imperial rule to military rule, the samurai, who had played a crucial role in the Genpei War, became the dominant political and military force in the country. With their newfound power, the samurai became the core of the new political system, serving as the key agents of the shogunate in both military and administrative matters. The samurai were no longer mere warriors serving individual noble families. They had become the ruling class of Japan, overseeing land, people, and military affairs throughout the country. Under the Kamakura shogunate, the samurai were granted land and other privileges in exchange for their loyalty and service to the shogunate. The shogunate itself operated as a feudal system, where land was granted to samurai lords, known as daimyo, in return for their military service. The samurai class thus became deeply entrenched in both the political and military infrastructure of Japan, and their influence spread across the country. The establishment of the Kamakura shogunate marked the beginning of feudal Japan, a system that would endure for several centuries, with the samurai at its heart. While the rise of the samurai as the dominant class in Japan was a defining feature of the Kamakura shogunate, the relationship between the emperor and the shogun during this period was a complex one. The emperor remained the figurehead of Japan, revered for his divine lineage and spiritual authority, but he was effectively powerless in terms of governing the country. The shogun, on the other hand, held real political and military power, and his authority was derived from his control over the samurai class and the military structure. The emperor's role, though symbolic, was important, as the shogun required the emperor's approval to legitimize his rule and maintain the appearance of continuity with Japan's ancient imperial traditions. This delicate balance between imperial authority and military power characterized the relationship between the emperor and the shogun throughout the Kamakura period. Although the emperor retained his title and held a position of honor, the real power lay with the shogun and his samurai. This arrangement allowed the shogunate to function as a military dictatorship, with the shogun exercising near absolute control over Japan's political and military affairs, while the emperor's influence was largely confined to ceremonial and religious matters. The Kamakura shogunate was not without its challenges. Throughout its rule, the shogunate faced numerous internal and external threats, including uprisings from dissatisfied samurai, challenges from competing clans, and invasions by foreign powers. One of the most significant external threats came in the form of the Mongol invasions in the late 13th century. In 1274, and again in 1281, the Mongol Empire under Kublai Khan attempted to invade Japan. However, both invasions were thwarted by a combination of fierce samurai resistance and natural disasters, such as typhoons, which destroyed the Mongol fleets. The failure of the Mongol invasions, often attributed to the divine protection of the Japanese gods, was a defining moment for the Kamakura shogunate and reinforced the power of the samurai as Japan's foremost military force. Despite these challenges, the Kamakura shogunate was able to maintain control over Japan for much of the 13th century. However, as time passed, the central authority of the shogunate began to weaken. The shogunate faced growing internal divisions, and its political and military control over the provinces became increasingly tenuous. By the early 14th century, the Kamakura shogunate had lost much of its power, leading to its eventual downfall. In 1333, the Kamakura shogunate was overthrown by the forces of the imperial court, and the Ashikaga clan would rise to power, marking the beginning of the Muromachi period. In conclusion, the rise of the Kamakura shogunate marked a significant turning point in Japan's history. It marked the shift from imperial rule to military rule, with the samurai class emerging as the dominant force in the country. The relationship between the emperor and the shogunate during this period was one of balance and tension, with the emperor holding spiritual and symbolic authority, while the shogunate held political and military power. The Kamakura shogunate laid the foundation for the feudal system in Japan, and the legacy of the samurai would continue to shape Japan's political and military structure for centuries. In the late 13th century, Japan faced one of the most significant challenges to its sovereignty, the Mongol invasions of 1274 and 1281. Under the leadership of Kublai Khan, the Mongol Empire sought to extend its power by bringing Japan into its vast domain. These invasions would become a major test for Japan's military, particularly for the samurai, who were tasked with defending the country against the Mongol onslaught. The invasions are legendary, not only for the valor displayed by the samurai in battle, but also for the mysterious natural forces that seemed to aid Japan in its defense. This period of struggle would ultimately have profound implications for the samurai class, the Kamakura shogunate, and Japan's future. In 1274, the Mongol Empire, already a massive force stretching across much of Asia, sought to expand further by invading Japan. Kublai Khan, having already successfully conquered China and established the Yuan dynasty, turned his attention to the island nation. The Mongols gathered a large fleet of ships, with estimates ranging from several hundred to over 1,000, and set sail for Japan. The Mongols, along with their Korean vassals, arrived at the island of Kyushu in November 1274. However, the samurai, the warrior class that had risen to prominence under the Kamakura shogunate, were not unprepared. The samurai, under the leadership of the Kamakura shogunate, quickly mobilized to defend Japan. As professional warriors, the samurai were highly skilled in combat, particularly in archery, swordsmanship, and mounted warfare. The Mongols, on the other hand, relied on heavily disciplined, multi-ethnic armies equipped with advanced technology, including gunpowder weapons, such as early forms of bombs and rockets. The Mongol invaders attempted to land at Hakata Bay on the island of Kyushu, where they were met by a determined force of samurai. The two forces engaged in a series of battles, but the samurai's superior fighting tactics and their knowledge of the terrain allowed them to resist the invaders, inflicting heavy casualties. However, it was not just the samurai's combat skills that contributed to Japan's survival. Nature played a pivotal role in the Mongol invasions, and it was during the Second Mongol invasion in 1281 that a particularly legendary event occurred: the arrival of the kamikaze, or divine winds. These winds, which came in the form of typhoons, struck the Mongol fleets with devastating force, sinking many of their ships and forcing the Mongol invaders to retreat. The term kamikaze, meaning divine wind, became deeply ingrained in Japanese culture, as many believed that the gods themselves had intervened to protect Japan from foreign conquest. The samurai's role in the Mongol invasions, particularly in the First Battle of 1274, was significant but far from decisive. While they were able to fight off the invaders at Hakata Bay, the Mongols had already made significant landings, and their superior numbers and resources proved challenging. The samurai, under the leadership of the Kamakura shogunate, had to contend with an enemy that used tactics and technology unfamiliar to them. The Mongols employed a combined arms strategy that included mounted archers, heavy infantry, and siege weapons, while the samurai were primarily accustomed to more traditional forms of warfare. Despite these challenges, the samurai displayed great courage and determination. They fought fiercely to protect their homeland, refusing to yield to the Mongol invaders. The samurai's code of honor, known as Bushido, guided them through these trials, emphasizing loyalty, bravery, and self-sacrifice. This code would become a defining characteristic of the samurai class and would continue to influence Japanese society for centuries to come. The Mongol invasions also had significant political and cultural implications for Japan. While Japan was victorious in defending its shores, the invasions revealed the weaknesses of the Kamakura shogunate. The shogunate's leadership was strained under the pressure of organizing a defense against such a formidable opponent, and the cost of the defense effort was immense. The samurai, while victorious in battle, were left with a sense of dissatisfaction, as they had not been able to achieve a decisive victory over the Mongols. Moreover, the repeated invasions placed significant financial and military strain on the shogunate, which led to growing discontent among the samurai and other classes. The decline of the Kamakura shogunate began shortly after the Mongol invasions. The strain of defending Japan, coupled with internal political infighting, weakened the central authority of the shogunate. In the aftermath of the invasions, Japan's feudal system began to unravel, and dissatisfaction among the samurai, who had borne the brunt of the conflict, increased. This dissatisfaction would eventually culminate in the downfall of the Kamakura shogunate in 1333, when the imperial forces, aided by disillusioned samurai, overthrew the shogunate. In conclusion, the Mongol invasions of 1274 and 1281 were defining moments in Japanese history, particularly for the samurai. While Japan's victory over the Mongols was in part due to natural forces, the valor and resilience of the samurai in defending their homeland cannot be understated. These invasions marked a turning point for the samurai, who were forced to adapt to new forms of warfare and faced the pressures of defending their nation against a powerful foreign adversary. The aftermath of the invasions also contributed to the eventual decline of the Kamakura shogunate, as the political and economic strains of the defense effort led to internal unrest. The Mongol invasions of the late 13th century, though a failure for the Mongols, were ultimately a test of Japan's martial spirit and the indomitable will of its samurai. In 1333, one of the most significant political changes in Japanese history occurred: the fall of the Kamakura shogunate. This event marked the end of the first military government in Japan, which had been in power for over a century. The Kamakura shogunate, which had been established by Minamoto no Yoritomo in 1192, had successfully brought military rule to Japan, but by the early 14th century it had become increasingly unstable. Internal strife, financial difficulties, and political pressures ultimately led to its downfall, paving the way for the rise of the Ashikaga clan and the establishment of the Muromachi shogunate. The collapse of the Kamakura shogunate and the shift in power were not only a turning point for Japan's political system, but also for the samurai, who found themselves adapting to a new era of governance. The Kamakura shogunate had ruled Japan with a highly centralized military government, with power concentrated in the hands of the shogunate. However, by the early 14th century, the shogunate's power was weakening. The Mongol invasions had put significant strain on the government's resources, and the subsequent efforts to maintain the defense against further Mongol threats had drained the Kamakura shogunate's finances. Furthermore, internal strife between the ruling Minamoto family and powerful samurai factions created a volatile political situation. In 1333, the Kamakura shogunate faced a serious challenge from Emperor Go-Daigo, who sought to restore imperial rule and reassert the power of the throne. Emperor Go-Daigo had been a vocal critic of the shogunate's rule, believing that the imperial family should return to power. In 1331, Go-Daigo initiated a rebellion against the shogunate, but his forces were initially defeated. However, the situation took a dramatic turn when the powerful samurai family, the Hojo, who had served as regents to the shogun for decades, began to lose their grip on power. Go-Daigo's forces, with the support of disillusioned samurai and some provincial leaders, managed to rally and overthrow the Kamakura shogunate in 1333. This marked the collapse of the military government and the restoration of imperial power, though the restoration would prove short-lived. After the fall of the Kamakura shogunate, Japan was plunged into a period of political instability. The victory of Emperor Go-Daigo was not fully consolidated, and the samurai, who had been loyal to the shogunate, found themselves caught between the emperor's forces and those seeking to establish a new military government. As a result, the power vacuum left by the fall of the Kamakura shogunate was filled by the Ashikaga clan, a rising samurai family that would eventually establish the Muromachi shogunate in 1336. The Ashikaga shogunate marked the beginning of a new chapter in Japan's feudal history. Unlike the highly centralized rule of the Kamakura shogunate, the Ashikaga shogunate was more decentralized, with power dispersed among regional samurai families. The Ashikaga shogunate ruled from Kyoto, and its influence extended to much of Japan, but local warlords, known as daimyos, had significant autonomy in their territories. The central authority of the Ashikaga shogunate was weaker than that of the Kamakura shogunate, and this decentralization led to frequent power struggles and conflicts between samurai families. The transition from the Kamakura shogunate to the Ashikaga shogunate was a crucial period of change for the samurai. The samurai had long been an elite warrior class with significant political and military influence, but the shift in power meant that their role in Japanese society was evolving. Under the Kamakura shogunate, the samurai had served as vassals to the shogunate, with a clear chain of command and loyalty to their lord. However, with the rise of the Ashikaga shogunate and the fragmentation of political power, samurai found themselves navigating a more complex political landscape. As the Ashikaga shogunate struggled to maintain centralized control, the samurai began to take on more local power, with many samurai families forming their own private armies and asserting control over their territories. Despite the challenges of the Ashikaga shogunate, this period also saw the flourishing of Japanese culture, including the development of distinctive art forms such as the tea ceremony, no drama, and Japanese gardens. The samurai of the Ashikaga period, although engaged in frequent warfare and political intrigue, were also patrons of the arts, helping to shape Japan's cultural heritage. This cultural blossoming occurred alongside the samurai's increasing involvement in local governance and their continued dominance in military affairs. In conclusion, the fall of the Kamakura shogunate in 1333 marked a dramatic shift in the political landscape of Japan. The collapse of the military government and the subsequent rise of the Ashikaga shogunate ushered in a new era of decentralized feudalism. For the samurai, this period of transition represented a time of change and adaptation. While the Ashikaga shogunate's decentralized rule meant more power for local samurai, it also led to greater instability and factionalism. Nevertheless, the samurai continued to play a central role in Japan's political, military, and cultural life, shaping the course of Japanese history for centuries to come. The Sengoku period, often referred to as the Warring States period, spanned from 1467 to 1603, and it was a time of intense military conflict, political fragmentation, and social upheaval in Japan. During this era, the country fractured into multiple competing domains, each ruled by powerful samurai lords known as daimyos, who fought relentlessly for power and territory. It was a time of immense change, as the samurai evolved from mere warriors into the dominant political and military force in Japan. The Sengoku period set the stage for the unification of Japan and the establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate, which would last for over 2.5 centuries. The Sengoku period was precipitated by the Onin War 1467-1477, which triggered a collapse in the authority of the Ashikaga shogunate, the ruling military government at the time. With the central authority weakened, various samurai clans began to fight for control of their own territories, often at the expense of neighboring domains. This fragmented landscape led to the rise of the daimyos, powerful regional warlords who commanded private armies of samurai and sought to expand their control over Japan. Each daimyo sought to solidify their power through warfare, alliances, and diplomacy, resulting in nearly constant conflict throughout the period. Amidst the chaos, several major figures rose to prominence, each playing a key role in shaping the course of Japan's history. Oda Nobunaga, one of the most influential figures of the period, began his rise to power in the late 16th century. Known for his ruthlessness, military innovation, and ambition, Nobunaga sought to unify Japan under his rule. He successfully defeated many rival daimyos and took control of a large portion of central Japan, including the capital city of Kyoto. Nobunaga's strategic genius, as well as his use of firearms, was key in several decisive battles, including the Battle of Nagashino in 1575, where his forces decisively defeated the Takeda clan by utilizing firearms to break their cavalry charge. Following Nobunaga's death in 1582, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, one of his most loyal generals, took up the mantle of unifying Japan. Hideyoshi completed what Nobunaga had started, bringing much of Japan under his control. A brilliant strategist and tactician, Hideyoshi is best known for his military campaigns in the 1580s, which included the conquest of Kyushu and the suppression of rebellious samurai. Hideyoshi also sought to solidify his power by instituting social and economic reforms, including the famous land surveys and the sword hunt to disarm the peasants. These actions helped him consolidate his rule and establish a new social order. Hideyoshi's reign marked a pivotal moment in Japan's transition from the chaos of the Sengoku period to a more centralized form of government. However, it was Tokugawa Ieyasu, Hideyoshi's trusted general, who would ultimately secure the lasting unification of Japan. After Hideyoshi's death in 1598, Ieyasu gradually consolidated power and defeated his rivals in the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600. This battle was a decisive conflict that effectively ended the Sengoku period and established Ieyasu as the most powerful figure in Japan. In 1603, Ieyasu was granted the title of shogun by the emperor, formally establishing the Tokugawa shogunate and ushering in a period of peace and stability that would last for over 250 years. The Sengoku period was also significant for the samurai, whose role in Japanese society evolved during this time. Samurai, once primarily battlefield warriors, became increasingly involved in politics, administration, and the management of domains. The daimyos, with their private armies of samurai, wielded tremendous power, and many samurai served as retainers in the courts of these warlords. The rise of the samurai, as both military leaders and political players, was one of the key characteristics of the Sengoku period. Their influence extended beyond the battlefield, as they played crucial roles in the governance of Japan's fractured domains. The Sengoku period also saw the rise of the Bushido Code, the samurai's moral and ethical code of conduct. Although the Bushido Code evolved over time, its principles of loyalty, honor, courage, and discipline were central to the samurai way of life during the Sengoku era. Samurai were expected to serve their lords with absolute loyalty, to fight with valor and honor, and to act with integrity both on and off the battlefield. The Bushido Code became a symbol of the samurai's identity and played a crucial role in shaping the culture and values of the period. Key battles during the Sengoku period shaped the course of history and demonstrated the military prowess of the samurai. The Battle of Nagashino, fought in 1575, was one of the most important battles of the era. Oda Nobunaga's use of firearms to decimate the cavalry of the Takeda clan marked a turning point in Japanese warfare, demonstrating the growing importance of firearms in battle. The Battle of Sekigahara in 1600 was the final and decisive confrontation of the Sengoku period, as Tokugawa Ieyasu defeated his rivals and secured control of Japan. This victory laid the foundation for the Tokugawa shogunate and the subsequent period of peace known as the Edo period. In conclusion, the Sengoku period was a time of great turmoil, but it also laid the foundation for the unification of Japan and the rise of the samurai as the dominant political and military force. The period was defined by the rise and fall of powerful daimyos, the strategic brilliance of leaders like Oda Nobunaga, Toyotomi Hideyoshi, and Tokugawa Ieyasu, and the increasing role of the samurai in shaping Japan's future. The era also saw the solidification of the Bushido Code, which defined the samurai's way of life and left a lasting legacy on Japanese culture. The Sengoku period was a pivotal chapter in Japan's history, and the events and figures of this era continue to shape the identity of the samurai to this day. The rise of the Tokugawa shogunate marked the beginning of a new era in Japan's history. After decades of civil war and political fragmentation during the Sengoku period, Japan finally achieved unification under Tokugawa Ieyasu, a key figure in the final phase of the warring states. Tokugawa Ieyasu's decisive victory at the Battle of Sekigahara in 1600 was the turning point that allowed him to consolidate power and become the most influential figure in Japan. This victory effectively ended the Sengoku period and laid the foundation for the establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate, ushering in the Edo period, 1603-1868, a time of peace, stability, and cultural growth that would last for more than 2.5 centuries. The Battle of Sekigahara, fought on October 21, 1600, was a defining moment in Japanese history. Tokugawa Ieyasu, backed by his allies, including the Oda and Tokugawa clans, faced off against the forces of Ishida Mitsunari, a prominent general allied with the Toyotomi clan. The battle, which involved more than 100,000 soldiers, was fought in the plains of Sekigahara, located in present-day Gifu Prefecture. The conflict was a culmination of years of political maneuvering and shifting alliances, as both sides vied for control over Japan after the death of Toyotomi Hideyoshi, the last major warlord to have attempted to unify the country. Tokugawa Ieyasu's military genius and strategic prowess played a pivotal role in his victory at Sekigahara. By using his knowledge of the terrain and forging crucial alliances with other daimyos, Ieyasu was able to secure a decisive victory, despite being outnumbered by Mitsunari's forces. The battle was not only a military success but also a political one, as it allowed Ieyasu to consolidate control over Japan. In the aftermath of Sekigahara, Ieyasu systematically neutralized his remaining rivals and ensured his dominance by placing his supporters in key positions across the country. By 1603, Tokugawa Ieyasu was officially appointed shogun by the emperor, marking the formal establishment of the Tokugawa shogunate. The Tokugawa shogunate ushered in the Edo period, a time of peace and stability that was a stark contrast to the chaotic Sengoku era. Under the Tokugawa regime, Japan enjoyed more than 2 centuries of relative peace, largely due to the shogunate's ability to maintain control over the samurai class and the various daimyo's feudal lords. The Tokugawa system of government was a highly structured and hierarchical one, with Ieyasu's descendants serving as hereditary shoguns. Below the shogun, the country was divided into domains, each ruled by a daimyo, who were expected to remain loyal to the Tokugawa family. One of the most significant aspects of Tokugawa rule was the consolidation of power in the hands of the shogunate, which allowed for a more centralized government than ever before in Japan's history. The shogunate's control over the samurai class and its ability to regulate the military, political, and social aspects of life helped to ensure the stability and longevity of the Tokugawa regime. The samurai, once warlords in their own right, became the enforcers of Tokugawa law and policy, serving as bureaucrats, soldiers, and administrators in the new peace-focused society. The samurai, however, experienced significant changes in their role during the Tokugawa period. During the Sengoku era, samurai were primarily warriors engaged in battle and warfare, but with the establishment of peace under Tokugawa rule, the samurai's role shifted from warriors to civil servants. Many samurai were employed as bureaucrats, overseeing the administration of their lord's domain, while others served in local government positions. This shift in function had a profound impact on samurai culture, as the warrior class began to focus more on scholarly pursuits, such as education, ethics, and governance, rather than martial skills alone. Despite this shift, the samurai still held a prominent position in society. They were considered the highest social class, above farmers, artisans, and merchants, and their status was reinforced by strict social codes and the samurai's loyalty to their lords. The Bushido Code, which emphasized loyalty, honor, and discipline, remained a core part of samurai identity, even as their roles became more administrative than combative. Samurai were expected to live according to these ideals, upholding the values of loyalty to their lord and their family, while maintaining their honor and personal discipline. Another significant change for the samurai during the Tokugawa period was the implementation of a strict social hierarchy. The Tokugawa shogunate established a rigid class structure that divided society into 4 main groups: the samurai, farmers, artisans, and merchants. This system reinforced the samurai's position at the top of the social ladder, but also led to a growing divide between the samurai and the lower classes. While the samurai were responsible for maintaining order and enforcing laws, the farmers, artisans and merchants had their own specialized roles and were often subject to strict regulations and taxes. The Tokugawa period also saw the development of a unique and highly influential culture that blended military tradition with peaceful, artistic pursuits. The samurai, who had once been trained in the arts of war, began to embrace cultural activities such as tea ceremonies, poetry, calligraphy and theater. The samurai were expected to cultivate not only their martial skills, but also their intellectual and artistic abilities, leading to the development of a distinctly Japanese cultural identity that continues to influence Japan today. In conclusion, the Tokugawa shogunate marked the end of Japan's warring states period and the beginning of a new era of peace and stability. Tokugawa Ieyasu's victory at the Battle of Sekigahara secured his dominance, leading to the establishment of a centralized government under the Tokugawa family. The samurai, while no longer engaged in constant warfare, remained central to the political and social fabric of Japan, adapting to their new roles as civil servants and administrators. This period of stability allowed for the development of a vibrant cultural landscape and the establishment of the Edo period, which would shape Japan's future for centuries. The Edo period, 1603 to 1868, represents a pivotal chapter in the history of Japan, during which the samurai class underwent profound transformation. Under the Tokugawa shogunate, Japan experienced more than 2 centuries of relative peace, which dramatically altered the role and identity of the samurai. Once the fierce warriors who fought in battle during the Sengoku period, samurai, in the Edo period, became bureaucrats, administrators and civil servants, adapting to a society that no longer required their martial prowess. The transition from warriors to bureaucrats was a direct result of the lasting peace established by the Tokugawa shogunate. The military conflicts that had defined previous centuries faded into the background, and the samurai were no longer needed to fight wars or defend their domains. Instead, they were employed in roles that focused on governance and administration, overseeing the management of land, taxation, and law enforcement. As a result, the samurai became more integrated into the bureaucratic structures of the Tokugawa government, serving as officials who helped maintain order in their domains. This shift in role required the samurai to adopt new skills. Rather than focusing on the martial arts and battlefield strategies, the samurai began to prioritize education and administrative duties. They were expected to learn the art of governance, engage in intellectual pursuits, and contribute to the social order through their work as officials. This transition also led to the rise of the samurai as landowners and patrons of arts and culture, with many investing in the development of their domains and patronizing scholars, artists, and craftsmen. The concept of Bushido, the samurai code of conduct, also evolved during the Edo period. Originally centered around combat, honor, and loyalty to one's lord, Bushido gradually shifted to emphasize morality, governance, and self-discipline. With warfare no longer a constant part of samurai life, Bushido became more concerned with the ethics of ruling and administering justice, as well as maintaining personal integrity and discipline. The samurai were expected to act as moral exemplars, maintaining the highest standards of honesty, loyalty, and respect for authority. The teachings of Confucianism, which were increasingly influential during the Edo period, also had a significant impact on the samurai code. Confucian principles of duty, hierarchy, and respect for authority were integrated into the samurai ethos, shaping their views on governance and society. As bureaucrats and administrators, samurai were expected to adhere to these principles, reinforcing their role as moral leaders and stewards of their domains. Another significant aspect of the Edo period was Japan's increasing isolation from the outside world, a policy known as sakoku. Under Tokugawa rule, Japan closed its borders to foreign trade and contact, limiting interactions with Europe, China, and Korea. This policy was partly driven by the desire to maintain political stability and prevent foreign influence from disrupting the social order. For the samurai, this isolation meant that they were largely cut off from the wider world and the global conflicts that shaped it. With no external enemies to fight, the samurai were forced to focus on internal governance and the maintenance of peace within Japan's borders. As Japan became increasingly isolated, the samurai's role in society also began to shift. They were no longer solely concerned with warfare and conquest, but with the administration of their domains and the enforcement of peace. Samurai, who had once been accustomed to the rough and violent life of a soldier, now found themselves in roles that required diplomacy, management, and governance. The samurai were tasked with ensuring the smooth operation of society, maintaining order, and enforcing the laws of the Tokugawa shogunate. Despite the lack of military conflict, the samurai retained their privileged status in Japanese society. They were the highest social class, above farmers, artisans, and merchants, and their status was reinforced by strict social codes and expectations of behavior. Samurai were expected to maintain a sense of honor and discipline, even in times of peace. They adhered to the Bushido code, which emphasized loyalty to their lord, personal integrity, and the cultivation of virtues such as humility and self-control. However, this peaceful period also brought about challenges for the samurai. With little opportunity for military glory or advancement, many samurai struggled to maintain their status and financial stability. The Tokugawa shogunate imposed strict regulations on the samurai, limiting their ability to engage in business and trade. As a result, many samurai found themselves struggling to make a living, relying on stipends from their lords to support themselves and their families. Some samurai began to lose their traditional martial skills, and a growing sense of frustration began to simmer within the ranks of the warrior class. In the latter half of the Edo period, a number of samurai became involved in intellectual and political movements that sought to challenge the Tokugawa shogunate's policies. As Japan's isolationism became increasingly untenable in the face of Western pressure and trade demands, many samurai began to advocate for reforms and the opening of Japan to foreign trade. This discontent would eventually lead to the downfall of the Tokugawa shogunate in the mid-19th century, as samurai and other factions called for the restoration of imperial rule and the modernization of Japan. In conclusion, the Edo period was a time of peace and stability in Japan, which fundamentally reshaped the role of the samurai. The warrior class transitioned from fighters to bureaucrats, focusing on governance, administration, and intellectual pursuits. The samurai adapted to a new, more peaceful society, but their code of Bushido remained central to their identity. As Japan became more isolated, the samurai were increasingly tasked with maintaining order within the country, while outside pressures began to challenge the long-standing policies of the Tokugawa shogunate. The transformation of the samurai during this period set the stage for the eventual fall of the Tokugawa regime and the emergence of a new modern Japan. The decline of the samurai class is a critical chapter in Japanese history, occurring during the late Edo period. By the 1800s, Japan, under the rule of the Tokugawa shogunate, was facing numerous internal and external pressures that contributed to the weakening of the samurai's power and influence. While the samurai had once been the backbone of the military and administrative structure in Japan, the transformation of Japanese society and the introduction of Western ideas would signal the end of the samurai's dominance. Economic hardship played a central role in the declining fortunes of the samurai. By the 19th century, Japan was struggling with economic stagnation, and the samurai, who were once supported by stipends from their feudal lords, found themselves facing financial difficulties. With the country's economy in decline, many samurai were unable to maintain their traditional lifestyle. The Tokugawa shogunate had imposed strict regulations on the samurai, preventing them from engaging in trade or commerce. This limited the samurai's ability to generate additional income, and as a result, many found themselves living in poverty. Samurai, who once held high social status, were now struggling to support their families. The economic difficulties contributed to a growing sense of discontent among the samurai. They became increasingly frustrated with their stagnant role in society, as their former military prowess was no longer required. Samurai began to lose their sense of purpose, and with it, their sense of honor. Many turned to intellectual pursuits or became involved in political movements, but the lack of opportunity for military advancement left many samurai feeling disenfranchised. Their social position, once the highest in Japan, was no longer secure, and their frustration boiled over into growing social unrest. This social unrest was compounded by the impact of Western influence, which began to challenge Japan's long-standing isolationist policies. The arrival of Commodore Matthew Perry from the United States in 1853, with his fleet of black ships, forced Japan to open its ports to foreign trade. This was a significant blow to the Tokugawa shogunate's control over Japan's foreign relations and marked the beginning of a new era of external pressure. The samurai, who had long been guardians of Japan's tradition and isolation, found themselves facing a new, powerful force that could not be ignored. The Western presence in Japan brought new ideas and technology that threatened the samurai's way of life. The introduction of firearms, modern ships, and Western-style military tactics made traditional samurai combat methods, which had relied on swords and cavalry, appear outdated. The samurai's military role was increasingly marginalized as Japan began to modernize in order to compete with Western powers. The rise of Western-style armies, with their use of guns and artillery, further diminished the samurai's relevance in warfare. The arrival of the West also brought with it the rise of modernization forces within Japan. The samurai, who had once been the elite military class, now found themselves in conflict with those advocating for the reform and modernization of Japan. Intellectuals, merchants, and young samurai began calling for the adoption of Western technologies, including modern weaponry, to strengthen Japan's military and economy. The growing influence of these reformers, along with dissatisfaction with the Tokugawa regime, sparked political movements that would ultimately lead to the downfall of the shogunate. The Boshin War of 1868, a civil war between the forces loyal to the Tokugawa shogunate and those advocating for the restoration of imperial rule, marked the final blow to the samurai's dominance. As the imperial forces, backed by modernized military forces, defeated the shogunate, the samurai's political and military power came to an end. The Tokugawa shogunate was overthrown, and the Meiji Restoration began, ushering in a new era of modernization and industrialization for Japan. The decline of the samurai was also symbolic of the broader changes taking place in Japan. The rise of industrialization, the adoption of Western-style governance, and the centralization of political power under the emperor led to the dismantling of the feudal system. Samurai, who had once been the military aristocracy, were gradually integrated into the broader fabric of Japanese society. Many samurai were forced to adapt to new roles in the emerging Meiji state, while others were left behind as Japan transformed into a modern nation. In conclusion, the decline of the samurai class was a result of various internal and external factors. Economic hardship, social unrest, and the impact of Western influence all contributed to the diminishing power of the samurai. The rise of modernizing forces in Japan, fueled by the desire to strengthen the country in the face of Western pressures, ultimately led to the fall of the Tokugawa shogunate and the end of the samurai's military role. The legacy of the samurai, however, would endure in Japanese culture, influencing everything from martial arts to the modern Japanese spirit. The Meiji Restoration in 1868 marked the definitive end of the samurai era, a significant turning point in Japanese history. This period saw the overthrow of the Tokugawa shogunate, the dismantling of the feudal system, and the restoration of imperial power under Emperor Meiji. The samurai, who had long held a central role in Japan's military, political, and social spheres, were officially abolished as a class. This chapter in Japan's history symbolizes the dramatic shift from an ancient warrior aristocracy to a modern industrialized nation. The Tokugawa shogunate, which had ruled Japan for over 250 years, was overthrown during a period of great internal unrest and external pressure. The arrival of Commodore Perry's black ships in 1853 and the subsequent opening of Japan to the outside world exposed the weaknesses of the Tokugawa government. The samurai, once the most powerful military class in Japan, were now disillusioned with the shogunate's inability to protect Japan from Western influence. Amid this unrest, a coalition of samurai from powerful domains like Satsuma, Choshu, and Tosa, who were dissatisfied with the shogunate's rule, began pushing for the restoration of imperial power. In 1868, the Boshin War came to a head, and the forces loyal to the Tokugawa shogunate were decisively defeated by the imperial army, signaling the end of the shogunate's rule. The emperor's authority was restored, and the political landscape of Japan was fundamentally transformed. The samurai class, who had long served as the military backbone of Japan, found their status and power rapidly diminishing. Under the new Meiji government, Japan embarked on a path of modernization, looking to the West for inspiration in military and industrial matters. The abolition of the samurai class was formalized with the Meiji Restoration's sweeping reforms. In 1876, the government passed the Heitorai law, which prohibited samurai from carrying swords in public. This law symbolized the end of the samurai's traditional role as both warriors and societal elites. The government also instituted the conscription system, creating a modern national army based on universal service, rather than relying on the hereditary military class of samurai. This was a significant departure from centuries of military traditions that had seen samurai serve as both the officers and soldiers of Japan's armies. The end of the samurai class had profound cultural and social consequences. For centuries, samurai had adhered to the Bushido code, which emphasized honor, loyalty, and martial skill. The code of Bushido had shaped the identity of the samurai and was closely tied to their sense of duty to their lords, families, and country. The abolition of the samurai class effectively ended their role as the moral and military exemplars of Japanese society. Many samurai found themselves without purpose in a society that was rapidly modernizing and industrializing. With the rise of the Meiji government, many former samurai found new roles as bureaucrats, politicians, and businessmen, but their traditional warrior identity was increasingly marginalized. For others, the transition to a more modern and centralized military was a difficult adjustment. The samurai class had prided itself on its warrior ethos, but in the new Japan, the focus shifted from martial prowess to administrative skills, modern governance, and economic development. The transition was also difficult for the samurai's families, who had long been supported by stipends granted by feudal lords. With the fall of the feudal system, these stipends were abolished, and many samurai found themselves in financial hardship. Some turned to new professions, while others faced poverty and social ostracism. Many samurai were forced to leave their homes and adapt to a rapidly changing world. The clash between the old feudal system and the new, more centralized state created deep tensions in Japanese society, particularly among those who had once held power. The end of the samurai era was not without its romanticization. Despite their official abolition, the legacy of the samurai continued to influence Japanese culture and identity. The samurai's values of loyalty, honor, and duty were integrated into the new national identity, and the Bushido Code would continue to serve as a cultural touchstone for future generations. The symbolism of the samurai was invoked in art, literature, and even the military, as the image of the noble warrior persisted in the national consciousness. In conclusion, the Meiji Restoration marked the end of the samurai as a dominant class in Japanese society. The samurai's role was replaced by a modernized military and bureaucratic system, but the cultural legacy of the samurai would live on in Japan's national identity. The abolition of the samurai class symbolized the shift from Japan's feudal past to its modern, industrialized future. The samurai's disappearance from the political and military landscape of Japan marked the end of an era, but their spirit and ideals would continue to influence the culture of Japan for generations to come. The legacy of samurai and shoguns continues to resonate deeply within Japan and beyond, influencing not only the country's cultural fabric, but also its global reputation. While the official abolition of the samurai class occurred during the Meiji Restoration in the late 19th century, their values, ideals, and spirit still shape modern Japanese society in various ways. From business practices to martial arts, the enduring principles of loyalty, honor, and discipline continue to define much of Japan's identity today. This chapter explores how samurai culture has been memorialized, romanticized, and maintained in both Japan and worldwide, becoming a powerful symbol of strength, resilience, and morality. One of the most lasting aspects of samurai culture is the influence of their core values, particularly loyalty, honor, and discipline, on modern Japanese society. Loyalty, for instance, remains a critical value in Japanese life, evident in both personal relationships and business practices. The strong emphasis on group harmony, respect for authority, and dedication to duty all trace their roots back to the ideals of the samurai, who believed that their loyalty to their lord or cause was paramount, often above all else. In modern Japan, this manifests in various forms, from the loyalty employees demonstrate to their companies to the dedication of students toward their academic goals. The Bushido Code, which guided the samurai, still serves as an ethical framework for many aspects of Japanese culture, teaching the importance of self-discipline, integrity, and a commitment to excellence. Honor, too, continues to play an essential role in modern Japan. While the extreme consequences of dishonor, such as seppuku ritual suicide, have long since faded, the concept of personal and familial honor still carries significant weight. In many areas of life, maintaining one's honor through responsible actions and moral behavior is viewed as a reflection of one's character. In the business world, for example, reputation is everything, and companies often go to great lengths to uphold their honor through ethical practices and customer satisfaction. The samurai's sense of honor also endures in the reverence for ancestral traditions and respect for one's family, which remains a cornerstone of Japanese society. Discipline is another value inherited from the samurai that continues to influence Japan today. From rigorous training in traditional martial arts like kendo and judo to the disciplined work ethic expected in schools and workplaces, samurai values permeate daily life. The idea of constantly striving to better oneself, pushing through adversity, and maintaining composure in the face of hardship is deeply rooted in the samurai tradition. This disciplined mindset is also evident in the pursuit of craftsmanship and perfection, a trait that has given rise to Japan's global reputation for precision engineering, meticulous artistry, and high standards in every field from technology to fashion. However, it is not just in daily life that samurai values have left their mark. Over time, samurai culture has been romanticized and memorialized in literature, film, and popular culture, transforming the image of the samurai into a global symbol of honor, bravery, and mystique. The samurai have been portrayed in countless novels, plays, and films, often as the noble warrior fighting for justice and upholding moral ideals. Classic works such as James Clavell's Shogun and Yukio Mishima's The Sea of Fertility explore the complex lives and internal struggles of samurai and the political and philosophical systems that shaped their world. In film, samurai have been immortalized through iconic portrayals from Akira Kurosawa's masterpieces like Seven Samurai and Rashomon to more modern films like The Last Samurai starring Tom Cruise. These films have contributed significantly to the romanticized image of the samurai, often emphasizing their loyalty, honor, and the tragic beauty of their lives. The samurai ethos in cinema conveys an idealized version of personal sacrifice and ethical integrity that continues to resonate with audiences worldwide. The visual impact of samurai, with their distinctive armor and katana swords, has also been a major influence on global pop culture, becoming instantly recognizable symbols of martial prowess and noble ideals. In addition to traditional media, samurai culture continues to be a major influence in modern video games, anime, and manga. From Ghost of Tsushima, which immerses players in the world of a samurai during Japan's Mongol invasion, to Samurai Champloo and Rurouni Kenshin, anime and video games continue to draw inspiration from the samurai era, often portraying characters who struggle with questions of honor, duty, and the complex balance between tradition and personal freedom. These stories have introduced new generations to the samurai's rich cultural legacy, shaping how the world perceives these warriors. The samurai also play a role in shaping the narrative of anime and manga, two of Japan's most significant cultural exports. Characters like Luffy from One Piece or Naruto Uzumaki from Naruto reflect the samurai code's influence on their sense of honor, discipline, and loyalty. These values are reflected in their personal struggles and relationships, making the legacy of the samurai an integral part of modern Japanese storytelling. The fascination with samurai extends far beyond Japan, influencing the global imagination. International audiences are drawn to the samurai's mystique, finding appeal in their discipline, bravery, and adherence to a strict ethical code. This attraction has been reflected in everything from Hollywood films to global cosplay, where fans around the world embrace samurai-inspired costumes and aesthetics. The romanticized image of the samurai as warriors who fought not only with swords, but with a deep sense of moral duty continues to inspire a broad spectrum of cultures. The continued global fascination with samurai culture demonstrates its enduring appeal and the universal themes of loyalty, honor, and personal sacrifice that resonate across time and place. In a world that often emphasizes speed and technology, the samurai's quiet commitment to discipline, introspection, and the pursuit of personal honor offers a contrast, one that speaks to the desire for a more principled and meaningful life. These ideals, rooted in a warrior class that lived by a strict code of ethics, still offer valuable lessons for modern society. In conclusion, the legacy of the samurai and the shogunate continues to shape modern Japan, and has left an indelible mark on the wider world. Through their influence on Japanese values, their romanticization in literature and film, and their lasting impact on global pop culture, the samurai remain an enduring symbol of discipline, honor, and strength. The samurai's values have not only survived but thrived, influencing generations and cultures across the globe, proving that the spirit of the samurai continues to be relevant even in the modern era. Ancient Egypt stands as one of the most influential and fascinating civilizations in human history. Its story spans over 3 millennia, from the dawn of its unification around 3100 BCE to its eventual decline in the 4th century CE. Situated along the fertile banks of the Nile River, Egypt's unique geography and natural resources played a pivotal role in the formation and growth of its remarkable culture and society. This chapter introduces the beginnings of ancient Egyptian civilization, its rise, and the crucial role the Nile played in shaping one of the greatest ancient cultures. The geography of ancient Egypt was central to its development. The country is located in northeastern Africa, bordered by deserts to the east and west, and by the Mediterranean Sea to the north. But perhaps the most significant geographic feature of Egypt was the Nile River, which stretched for over 4,000 miles from Central Africa to the Mediterranean. The Nile provided a lifeline to the Egyptians, offering water, transportation, fertile soil, and abundant fish and wildlife. Each year the river flooded its banks, depositing nutrient-rich silt that enabled the Egyptians to cultivate crops and sustain large populations. The annual flooding of the Nile was seen as a gift from the gods, an event that allowed Egypt to thrive as an agricultural powerhouse. Beyond its geographical advantages, Egypt's natural isolation, protected by vast deserts, provided a sense of stability and security. This allowed Egyptian culture and society to develop relatively undisturbed by outside forces for many centuries. It was within this unique environment that one of the earliest great civilizations of antiquity would rise. The early history of Egypt is marked by its unification. Before around 3100 BCE, Egypt was divided into 2 kingdoms: Upper Egypt, located to the south, and Lower Egypt, located in the north around the Nile Delta. The unification of these 2 regions is traditionally attributed to King Narmer, also known as Menes, who became the first pharaoh of a unified Egypt. Narmer's unification marked the beginning of the dynastic period, a time when Egypt would be ruled by a succession of powerful and influential dynasties. With the establishment of the first dynasty around 3100 BCE, Egypt's political and religious structures began to take shape. The pharaoh, viewed as both a divine ruler and the earthly representative of the gods, was central to the government. Pharaohs would rule over Egypt for centuries, and their power and influence were supported by a class of officials, priests, and soldiers. In this early period, Egypt's distinct cultural and religious practices began to emerge, setting the stage for the monumental achievements that would follow. One of the most significant aspects of Egyptian civilization was its complex and enduring religious system. The Egyptians believed in a multitude of gods and goddesses, each of whom governed various aspects of nature and human life. Central to their belief system was the concept of Ma, which represented order, balance, and justice. The pharaoh was considered the earthly guarantor of Ma, ensuring harmony between the gods, the land, and the people. The dynastic period also saw the development of Egypt's distinct art, architecture, and writing systems. The Egyptians are perhaps best known for their monumental achievements in architecture, including the construction of the Great Pyramids of Giza, which were built as tombs for the pharaohs. These impressive structures, along with the vast temples, monuments and obelisks that dotted the Egyptian landscape, serve as a testament to the engineering and artistic capabilities of the ancient Egyptians. In terms of writing, the Egyptians developed hieroglyphs, a system of pictorial symbols used to record religious texts, royal decrees and historical events. This writing system played a key role in the preservation of Egypt's history and culture, allowing future generations to understand and learn from the accomplishments of their ancestors. Egypt's rise as a powerful civilization was also facilitated by its access to trade routes, which connected it to the broader Mediterranean world, the Near East and Africa. Egypt's wealth, culture and influence spread throughout the ancient world, and its legacy would continue to inspire civilizations for millennia. In summary, ancient Egypt was born out of its unique geography, the fertile Nile River, and the development of a strong, centralized government under the leadership of the pharaohs. Over time, Egypt would rise to become one of the most enduring and influential civilizations in the ancient world. Its remarkable achievements in art, architecture, religion, and governance would shape the trajectory of history and leave a lasting legacy that continues to captivate the world today. The origins of Egyptian religion are deeply entwined with the development of Egyptian society itself. Religion was not just a system of beliefs in ancient Egypt. It was an integral part of daily life, governing everything from politics to social norms to individual actions. The ancient Egyptians believed that their gods were intimately involved in every aspect of their world, from the rising and setting of the sun to the flooding of the Nile. Understanding Egyptian religion requires us to explore how these beliefs emerged, how they evolved, and how they influenced the daily lives of the people. The roots of Egyptian religion are believed to stretch back to pre-dynastic times, long before the unification of Egypt in 3100 BCE. Early Egyptian religious beliefs were animistic, focusing on the worship of natural forces and deities associated with the elements, animals, and aspects of nature. Over time, these beliefs became more structured and began to form a coherent system. As communities grew and settled along the banks of the Nile, the Egyptians began to personify natural forces and the cycles of life and death, leading to the creation of a vast pantheon of gods and goddesses. The formation of the Egyptian pantheon was gradual, with local deities worshipped in specific regions, often associated with cities or natural features such as rivers, animals, or the sun. Over time, these regional gods merged and became part of a larger unified system. The gods in the Egyptian pantheon were typically anthropomorphic, meaning they had human-like features, though they often had animal characteristics as well. Some of the most important gods included Ra, the sun god, Osiris, the god of the afterlife, Isis, the mother goddess, Horus, the god of kingship, and Anubis, the god of mummification. These gods were believed to govern various aspects of the cosmos and were deeply connected to both the natural and supernatural worlds. In addition to the major gods and goddesses, the Egyptians also believed in a variety of spirits and lesser deities who influenced daily life. These included household gods, protective spirits, and deities associated with specific tasks, such as Thoth, the god of writing and knowledge. The importance of these gods in the everyday life of Egyptians cannot be overstated. Priests, temples, and rituals were a constant part of Egyptian society. Religious practices were central to political life as well, as the pharaohs were seen as divine rulers, intermediaries between the gods and the people. The pharaoh's role was not only as a political leader, but also as a religious figure, responsible for maintaining cosmic order and harmony. One of the most important concepts in Egyptian religion was Ma'at, which represented order, balance, and justice. Ma'at was seen as the fundamental force that maintained harmony in the universe, ensuring that everything in the world functioned according to divine will. Ma'at was personified as a goddess, often depicted with an ostrich feather on her head. This concept was central to Egyptian spirituality, influencing the actions of the pharaoh and every aspect of the kingdom. The pharaoh's primary duty was to uphold Ma'at, ensuring that justice and order prevailed both in the physical world and in the afterlife. Ma'at's role in Egyptian religion extended beyond the actions of the ruler. It was believed that every individual had a responsibility to live according to the principles of Ma'at, ensuring personal harmony and the well-being of society. This meant behaving in a morally upright manner, following the laws, and respecting the gods. The Egyptians believed that if Ma'at was disrupted, chaos and disorder would ensue. The concept of Ma'at was also connected to the idea of judgment in the afterlife. In the judgment hall of Osiris, the deceased's heart was weighed against the feather of Ma'at to determine whether they had lived a righteous life and could enter the afterlife. The daily rituals and religious observances of the Egyptians were intricately connected to their beliefs in Ma'at. Temples were built in honor of the gods, where priests performed daily rituals to maintain the favor of the gods and ensure the continued prosperity of Egypt. These rituals involved offerings of food, incense, and other gifts, and were intended to sustain the gods and keep cosmic balance intact. Major festivals and celebrations were held throughout the year to honor specific gods, with the most important being the Festival of the Opet, which celebrated the divine union of the gods and the pharaoh. The Egyptians also believed that their gods had human characteristics and could be both benevolent and wrathful. The gods were seen as protectors, guiding their people through difficult times, but they were also capable of punishing those who violated the principles of Ma'at. One of the most famous examples of divine wrath is the story of the sun god Ra, who sent the goddess Sekhmet to punish humanity for their disobedience. The balance between divine protection and retribution was an essential part of Egyptian religious thought. In conclusion, the origins of Egyptian religion were shaped by the need to understand and cope with the natural world and the forces that governed it. Over time, this evolved into a rich and complex system of beliefs centered around a pantheon of gods and the concept of Ma'at. Religion in Egypt was not a separate part of life. It was interwoven with every aspect of society, from governance to daily rituals. The gods and goddesses were seen as integral to the welfare of the state, and their influence extended into every corner of Egyptian life. As such, Egyptian religion played a fundamental role in the development of this great civilization, influencing its politics, culture, and spirituality for centuries. Ra, the sun god, is one of the most powerful and revered deities in ancient Egyptian mythology. As the central figure in Egypt's religious system, Ra was associated with life, light, warmth, and the very essence of creation. His influence was so profound that he became the cornerstone of Egyptian religious thought and was considered the king of all gods. This chapter delves into the myth of Ra's creation, his journey across the sky, and his significant role in Egyptian society and governance. Ra was believed to be the creator of the universe, responsible for bringing light and life to the world. In the Egyptian creation myth, Ra's emergence from the primordial waters of Nun marks the beginning of time and existence. According to one version of the myth, in the beginning there was only darkness and chaos. From the waters of Nun, the ancient Egyptian concept of the primordial ocean, Ra arose as the first divine being. Ra was said to have created himself, and by extension, the cosmos. As the god of the sun, his primary role was to bring order and structure to the world, dispelling the chaos that once ruled. Ra's journey across the sky was a central part of his daily existence. Egyptians believed that Ra's traveled across the sky in his solar bark, a boat that sailed through the heavens each day. As the sun rose in the east, Ra's began his journey, sailing from the horizon to the zenith of the sky, where he would reign supreme. As he traveled, Ra's would pass through different realms, each with its own challenges and obstacles. At night, Ra's would descend into the underworld, known as Duat, where he would battle the forces of darkness and chaos, primarily represented by the serpent Apep or Apophis. The struggle between Ra's and Apep symbolized the eternal fight between order and chaos, light and darkness. The myth of Ra's nightly journey was not only a cosmological explanation for the cycle of day and night, but also a reflection of the ancient Egyptians' belief in the need to maintain harmony and balance in the universe. Ra's victory over Apep each night was seen as essential for the continuation of life and the preservation of Maat, the divine order. This daily cycle reinforced the idea that life itself was an ongoing struggle against disorder, and that divine intervention was necessary to maintain cosmic stability. Ra's association with the pharaohs of Egypt was another crucial aspect of his role in Egyptian religion. The pharaoh was considered not only a political leader, but also a divine ruler on earth, directly descended from Ra's. This divine connection was vital for the legitimacy of the pharaoh's reign. Pharaohs were seen as living embodiments of Ra's power and as intermediaries between the gods and the people. As such, the pharaoh's role was to maintain Maat, the divine order, and ensure that Egypt remained protected and prosperous under Ra's watchful gaze. The association between Ra's and the pharaohs is most evident in the royal titulary, which included the phrase "son of Ra's." This title was a symbol of the pharaoh's divine right to rule and emphasized his close relationship with the sun god. Ra's was seen as the ultimate source of royal authority, and the pharaoh's actions were believed to reflect the will of Ra's. In this sense, the pharaoh was not just a political leader, but a manifestation of Ra's divine power and will on earth. One of the most important aspects of the relationship between Ra's and the pharaoh was the pharaoh's role in maintaining the cosmic order. The pharaoh was seen as the protector of Maat, ensuring that the universe remained in balance and that the natural cycles of life continued uninterrupted. Just as Ra's brought light and life to the world each day, it was the responsibility of the pharaoh to bring order, justice and prosperity to Egypt. The pharaoh's ability to maintain Maat was believed to directly affect the well-being of the country, its people and its rulers. Ra's influence extended beyond the political realm. He was also associated with various temples and monuments built in his honor. The most famous of these is the Temple of Ra's at Heliopolis, which became a major center of worship. At the temple, priests would perform elaborate rituals and sacrifices to honor Ra's and ensure his continued favor. Ra's image was often depicted as a man with the head of a hawk, crowned with a solar disk, which became one of the most recognizable symbols in Egyptian art. His presence was felt not only in religious contexts, but in every aspect of Egyptian culture, from art to architecture to daily life. The concept of Ra's eternal presence and power was also reflected in the Egyptian practice of sun worship. Temples dedicated to Ra's were built throughout Egypt, and sun worship became an important part of Egyptian religious practice. The daily worship of Ra's was not limited to the elite. The general population participated in various sun-related rituals and festivals, which were believed to invoke Ra's blessings for the country's prosperity. In summary, Ra was not only the sun god, but also the very essence of creation, light and life in ancient Egypt. His creation myth explained the origins of the world and the eternal struggle between order and chaos. Ra's daily journey across the sky symbolized the cyclical nature of life, while his battle with Apep represented the constant need to uphold Ma'at, the divine order. His association with the pharaohs emphasized the divine right to rule, and the pharaohs themselves were seen as manifestations of Ra's power. Through the worship of Ra, the ancient Egyptians sought to ensure the continued prosperity and stability of their civilization, placing the sun god at the center of their religious, political, and cultural life. The myth of Osiris and Isis is one of the most powerful and influential stories in ancient Egyptian mythology. Osiris, the god of the afterlife, and his wife Isis are central figures in the Egyptian religious system, representing death, resurrection, and the eternal cycle of life. The story of Osiris's death and resurrection became a symbol of hope for the Egyptians, reinforcing their beliefs about the afterlife and the importance of moral behavior in life. Osiris was originally a god associated with fertility and agriculture. He was a beloved ruler of Egypt, bringing prosperity and abundance to the land. His wife Isis was a goddess of magic and wisdom, known for her devotion to Osiris and her powerful abilities to heal and protect. Together, they represented the harmonious balance of life, death, and rebirth. The myth takes a dark turn when Osiris's brother Set, the god of chaos and destruction, becomes jealous of Osiris's popularity and power. In his envy, Set devises a cunning plan to kill Osiris and take his throne. Set traps Osiris in a beautiful, ornately decorated coffin, which he seals and throws into the Nile River. The coffin is carried away, and Osiris's body is eventually discovered by Isis. Heartbroken, Isis embarks on a quest to find and restore her beloved husband. With the help of her magical powers and the assistance of her sister Nephthys and the jackal-headed god Anubis, Isis is able to recover Osiris's body. However, Set, not willing to allow his brother's resurrection, dismembers Osiris's body and scatters the pieces across Egypt. Undeterred, Isis and her sister search for and reassemble Osiris's body, bringing him back to life through the power of her magic. The resurrection of Osiris is one of the most significant events in Egyptian mythology. It symbolizes the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth. Osiris's ability to be resurrected represents the promise of life after death and the possibility of regeneration. Osiris, after his resurrection, becomes the ruler of the afterlife, presiding over the judgment of souls and guiding the dead to their final resting place. The concept of the afterlife was central to Egyptian religious beliefs, and Osiris was the key figure in this process. The idea that one could live again in a different form after death provided comfort and hope to the ancient Egyptians. Osiris's resurrection also had profound implications for the pharaohs of Egypt. Pharaohs were considered to be the living embodiments of Horus, the son of Osiris, and were thus directly connected to Osiris in both life and death. After their deaths, the pharaohs were believed to join Osiris in the afterlife, and they were often depicted as being reborn in a similar way to their divine ancestor. This connection between Osiris and the pharaohs reinforced the concept of divine kingship and the idea that death was not an end, but a continuation of the eternal cycle. The myth of Osiris and Isis also had a significant impact on the religious practices of ancient Egypt. The story of Osiris's death and resurrection became the basis for many of the rituals and beliefs surrounding burial and the afterlife. Egyptians believed that through proper burial rites and offerings to the gods, the soul could be assured of its place in the afterlife, where Osiris would judge it and determine its fate. In addition to its religious significance within Egypt, the myth of Osiris and Isis also influenced the afterlife beliefs of later civilizations. The story of Osiris's resurrection would later be echoed in various religious traditions, especially in the concept of a dying and rising god, a motif that appears in numerous mythologies across the world. Some scholars believe that the Osiris myth may have influenced the development of Christian resurrection theology, with similarities between the resurrection of Osiris and the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Osiris also became a symbol of hope for the common people of Egypt. In a society where life was often difficult and uncertain, the story of Osiris's resurrection reminded the Egyptians that death was not the end, and that there was hope for renewal and rebirth. The resurrection of Osiris represented the idea that life, in all its forms, was cyclical, renewed each day with the rising of the sun, and again with the resurrection of Osiris. In conclusion, the myth of Osiris and Isis is one of the most important and enduring stories in ancient Egyptian religion. It encapsulates the central themes of life, death, and resurrection, offering Egyptians both a moral framework for living and a vision of hope for the afterlife. The story's impact extended far beyond Egypt, influencing the religious traditions of later civilizations and continuing to resonate through time as a powerful symbol of rebirth and eternal life. The early dynastic period of ancient Egypt, which lasted from around 3100 BCE to 2686 BCE, marks a crucial phase in the formation of one of the most powerful and enduring civilizations in history. It is during this period that Upper and Lower Egypt were unified under the rule of the first pharaoh, Narmer, also known as Menes. This unification laid the foundation for Egypt's political structure and religious beliefs, while the establishment of the first dynasty helped to solidify the concept of divine kingship. The story of Narmer's unification of Egypt is one of the most important moments in the history of the ancient world. Narmer, who ruled around 3100 BCE, is believed to have been the king who succeeded in bringing together the two previously separate regions of Upper and Lower Egypt. The unification was symbolized by the creation of the famous Narmer palette, a ceremonial slate slab depicting Narmer wearing the crowns of both Upper and Lower Egypt. This image clearly shows Narmer as the supreme ruler of both regions, and the palette itself represents one of the earliest examples of Egyptian art that illustrates the idea of unified Egypt. Narmer's successful unification allowed him to establish the first dynasty, which marked the beginning of a long line of rulers that would dominate Egypt for the next 3 millennia. The title of pharaoh, which was used to refer to the king of Egypt, came to be associated with both political authority and divine status. Pharaohs were considered not only as the supreme political rulers, but also as divine intermediaries between the gods and the people. Their role as the earthly embodiment of the gods made them central to both the governance of Egypt and its religious practices. With the establishment of the first dynasty, the pharaohs became key figures in both the spiritual and political lives of the Egyptian people. Their divine status was reflected in their association with the gods, and their authority was seen as ordained by the divine forces. This connection to the gods played a crucial role in ensuring the pharaoh's legitimacy and power. The idea of divine kingship also helped to reinforce social order in Egypt, as the pharaoh was seen as a symbol of the god's will on earth. Another key aspect of the early dynastic period was the beginning of pyramid building projects. Early on, the pharaohs sought to demonstrate their power, wealth, and divine connection through monumental architecture. The construction of large-scale structures, including mastabas rectangular tombs and early pyramids, signaled the pharaoh's desire for eternal life and their role in the afterlife. The pyramids, as elaborate tombs for the pharaohs, also reflected the central role of religion in Egyptian life. These tombs were designed not only to house the pharaoh's body, but also to provide a space for their soul to reside in the afterlife. The earliest pyramid building project was the Step Pyramid at Saqqara, built for Pharaoh Djoser during the 3rd dynasty c. 2670 BCE. This pyramid, designed by the architect Imhotep, represented a major architectural innovation and marked the beginning of Egypt's pyramid building tradition. The step pyramid's construction demonstrated the pharaoh's ability to mobilize vast resources and labor forces, as well as the importance of religion in Egyptian society. It was also one of the first large stone structures built in Egypt, setting the stage for the later, more iconic pyramids of the Old Kingdom. The role of the pharaohs in Egyptian religion was intertwined with their political authority. As divine rulers, the pharaohs were seen as responsible for maintaining Ma'at, the ancient Egyptian concept of order, justice and harmony. Ma'at was not only a moral code but also a cosmic order that governed both the heavens and the earth. The pharaoh was expected to uphold Ma'at by maintaining peace and prosperity, overseeing the proper performance of religious rituals, and ensuring that Egypt was in balance with the gods. The pharaoh's ability to do this was believed to be essential for the continued welfare of the country. In addition to overseeing the rituals that ensured Egypt's continued prosperity, the pharaohs were also responsible for the construction of temples dedicated to the gods. These temples, which were often grand and lavish, served as the focal point for religious life in Egypt. Within these temples, the pharaohs performed rituals and made offerings to the gods to ensure the gods' favor and the prosperity of the land. The early dynastic period laid the groundwork for many of the religious and political practices that would define Egyptian civilization for centuries to come. It established the divine nature of the pharaoh's role and the importance of monumental architecture in expressing power and devotion to the gods. As Egypt moved into the Old Kingdom, the role of the pharaohs in both politics and religion would continue to evolve, leading to the creation of some of the most iconic structures in history, including the Great Pyramids of Giza. In conclusion, the early dynastic period was a foundational time in the history of Egypt. The unification of Upper and Lower Egypt under Nama, the establishment of the First Dynasty, and the rise of the pharaoh as a divine ruler set the stage for the grandeur and influence of Egyptian civilization. The early pyramid building projects and the central role of religion in political life shaped the trajectory of ancient Egypt for centuries, leaving a lasting legacy that continues to captivate the world today. The Fourth Dynasty of ancient Egypt, which lasted from around 2613 to 2494 BCE, is considered one of the most remarkable periods in the history of Egyptian civilization. This era saw the construction of the Great Pyramids of Giza, monumental achievements that not only symbolized the power and wealth of the pharaohs, but also reflected the deep religious beliefs that permeated ancient Egyptian society. It was a time when the pharaoh was seen as the divine ruler, a living god whose role was critical in ensuring the harmony of the cosmos and the prosperity of the nation. The Fourth Dynasty is most famously associated with the reign of Pharaoh Khufu, also known as Cheops. Khufu's reign marked the pinnacle of pyramid construction, with the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza being his crowning achievement. This pyramid, the largest of the 3 pyramids at Giza, is one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world and stands as a testament to the pharaoh's power and vision. The Great Pyramid was originally 481 feet tall, and it remains the tallest man-made structure in the world for over 3,800 years. It was built with millions of limestone blocks, each weighing several tons, and the scale of the pyramid's construction required a massive workforce of laborers, engineers and craftsmen. Khufu's pyramid was not only an engineering marvel, but also a deeply religious symbol. The pyramid was designed to be the pharaoh's tomb, but it was also meant to facilitate his journey to the afterlife. In ancient Egyptian belief, the pharaohs were not just kings, but were considered divine beings, living gods on earth. The construction of the pyramid was thus seen as a means of ensuring the pharaoh's immortality and divine favor in the afterlife. The pyramid, as well as the surrounding complex of temples and smaller pyramids for the pharaoh's family members, were designed to serve as places where the pharaoh's soul could rest in eternity. Pharaoh Khufu's divine status was not an isolated concept. It was part of a broader religious framework that emphasized the pharaoh's connection to the gods, particularly Ra, the sun god. Ra was believed to be the creator of all life, and the pharaoh, as the living incarnation of Ra, was seen as the intermediary between the gods and the people. This divine status of the pharaoh was essential in maintaining Ma'at, the Egyptian concept of order, balance and justice, which was vital for the continued prosperity of Egypt. During the Fourth Dynasty, the belief in the pharaoh's divine nature was reinforced through rituals, monuments and inscriptions that linked the pharaoh with the gods. Khufu, for example, was often depicted in royal imagery as a godlike figure, further solidifying his divine status. The building of massive pyramids such as the Great Pyramid was a physical manifestation of this divine connection. By constructing these grand structures, the pharaohs were not just asserting their political power, but were also fulfilling their religious duties to ensure the favor of the gods and the stability of the world. Another significant development during the Fourth Dynasty was the introduction of the concept of the Ka, which would become central to Egyptian ideas about the afterlife. The Ka was believed to be a person's soul or spiritual essence, and it was thought to live on after the body's death. The pharaoh's Ka was considered to be eternal, continuing to exist in the afterlife. This belief influenced the construction of elaborate tombs, as the pharaoh's Ka needed a place to reside after death. The pyramid was therefore not only a tomb, but also a place for the pharaoh's Ka to be preserved for eternity. The concept of the Ka also had a broader societal impact. It reinforced the belief that the soul was just as important as the body, and that the afterlife was an extension of earthly life. The Ka required offerings of food, drink, and other items to ensure its well-being in the afterlife. This is why tombs were often filled with goods that the deceased might need in the next world. For the pharaohs, these goods were often placed in elaborate burial chambers within the pyramids, ensuring that the pharaoh's Ka would remain nourished and cared for in the afterlife. In addition to Khufu, his successors in the Fourth Dynasty, such as Pharaoh Khafre Chephren and Pharaoh Menkaure, continued the tradition of pyramid building. Khafre, for example, built the second pyramid at Giza, and his complex is also home to the famous Great Sphinx, a massive limestone statue with the body of a lion and the head of a pharaoh. The Sphinx is believed to represent Khafre himself, further emphasizing the pharaoh's divine nature and his role as a god on earth. The pyramid building projects of the Fourth Dynasty were not only about the pharaoh's afterlife, but also about reinforcing the political and religious order of Egypt. These massive monuments were symbols of the pharaoh's power and divine right to rule, and they served as reminders of the eternal connection between the ruler and the gods. They were also expressions of Egypt's ability to mobilize labor, resources, and technology to create awe-inspiring structures that would stand for millennia. In conclusion, the Pyramid Age and the Fourth Dynasty of ancient Egypt represent one of the most extraordinary periods in the history of the ancient world. The reign of Pharaoh Khufu, with the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza, stands as a lasting testament to the divine authority of the pharaohs and their role in ensuring the balance of the universe. The introduction of the Ka and the emphasis on the afterlife further solidified the religious beliefs of the time, and the pyramid-building projects of the era were monumental, both in their scope and their cultural significance. The legacy of the Fourth Dynasty continues to influence our understanding of ancient Egypt and the ancient world as a whole. The Middle Kingdom of Egypt, which lasted from around 2055 to 1650 BCE, marks a pivotal period in ancient Egyptian history. This era followed a time of instability known as the First Intermediate Period, where the once unified kingdom had fractured, leading to political disarray and decentralization. As Egypt transitioned from the Old Kingdom, the power of the pharaohs was restored, and a new era of stability and prosperity emerged. The Middle Kingdom would lay the groundwork for many of Egypt's most lasting achievements, both politically and religiously. The Middle Kingdom began with the reunification of Egypt under Pharaoh Mentuhotep II, who established the 11th dynasty. His victory over rival dynasties and his ability to restore centralized authority were crucial in bringing Egypt out of the chaos of the First Intermediate Period. Following his reign, the 12th dynasty, which included pharaohs like Amenemhat I and Senusret I, brought further stability to the nation. These pharaohs focused on administrative reforms, military campaigns, and large-scale building projects, which marked the beginning of the Golden Age of the Middle Kingdom. One of the most significant developments during the Middle Kingdom was the rise of the god Amun. Amun's emergence as a powerful deity reflects the broader religious transformations that took place during this period. Initially, Amun was a local god worshipped primarily in Thebes, a city in Upper Egypt. However, as the Middle Kingdom progressed, Amun's status was elevated, and he became one of the most important gods in the Egyptian pantheon. Amun's rise to prominence coincided with the growing political and religious power of Thebes. As the capital of the Middle Kingdom shifted back to Thebes, Amun became closely associated with the pharaohs, who sought to consolidate their political and divine power by aligning themselves with this powerful god. Amun's attributes as a creator god and his connection to the sun made him an appealing figure for the pharaohs, who were eager to strengthen their divine right to rule. Over time, Amun's role expanded, and he was associated with creation, fertility, and kingship. The role of Amun in religious life reached its peak during the reign of Pharaoh Amenemhat II, who ruled during the 12th dynasty. Amenemhat II, like his predecessors, worked to strengthen the political and religious unity of Egypt, and he did so in part by fostering the worship of Amun. This religious alliance between the pharaohs and Amun helped to solidify the legitimacy of the ruling family, as it reinforced the idea that the pharaoh's power came from divine favor. Amenemhat II and his successors built grand temples dedicated to Amun in Thebes, which became a center of religious worship and political authority. During the Middle Kingdom, pharaohs were often portrayed as the earthly representatives of the gods, and they used their connection to Amun to further strengthen their rule. Amun was seen as a protector of the pharaoh and the nation, and his favor was crucial for ensuring the pharaoh's success in both war and peace. As the pharaoh's association with Amun grew, the god's cult became increasingly influential, and his high priests gained significant power and wealth. This growing influence of Amun would have long-lasting consequences for Egyptian religion. By the New Kingdom period, Amun would be firmly established as the king of the gods, a status he would hold for centuries. The rise of Amun also led to the development of monumental religious architecture, including the vast temple complexes that would be built in his honor, such as the Temple of Karnak. The construction of these temples became a symbol of both the pharaoh's devotion to Amun and the pharaoh's divine right to rule Egypt. Another important aspect of the Middle Kingdom was the development of literature and culture. The pharaohs of the 12th dynasty were not only great military and political leaders, but also patrons of the arts. This period saw the production of some of the most famous works of Egyptian literature, including the wisdom literature and the Tale of Sinuhe, a narrative that explores themes of exile, identity, and the divine order. These literary works reflect the values and beliefs of the time and offer insight into the social and religious landscape of the Middle Kingdom. The Middle Kingdom also saw the beginning of Egypt's expansion beyond its borders. Pharaohs like Senusret III launched military campaigns into Nubia and the Sinai Peninsula, securing valuable resources and asserting Egyptian power over neighboring regions. These campaigns were not just about territorial expansion. They were also a way for the pharaohs to reinforce their divine right to rule by demonstrating their power and influence over foreign lands. In conclusion, the Middle Kingdom was a time of consolidation for Egypt, both politically and religiously. The transition from the Old Kingdom to the Middle Kingdom brought stability after a period of turmoil, and the rise of Amun as a major deity played a central role in this process. The pharaohs' association with Amun helped to legitimize their power, and the god's influence would continue to grow throughout Egyptian history. The Middle Kingdom also saw advancements in literature, military expansion, and monumental architecture, all of which contributed to Egypt's long-lasting legacy. The Middle Kingdom is remembered as a time of great achievement, and it set the stage for the golden age of the new kingdom that would follow. The reign of Pharaoh Akhenaten, c. 1353–1336 BCE, represents one of the most radical and controversial periods in ancient Egyptian history. Known for his religious revolution, Akhenaten introduced a drastic departure from the long-established polytheistic beliefs of Egypt by embracing monotheism. His dedication to the worship of Aten, the sun disk, marked a significant shift in both religious practices and societal norms. This chapter will explore Akhenaten's religious reform, its impact on Egyptian art and culture, and the return to traditional polytheism after his death. Akhenaten, originally named Amenhotep IV, ascended to the throne during the 18th dynasty, a period when Egypt was at the height of its power. Initially, he ruled under the traditional pantheon of gods, but in a dramatic break with tradition, Akhenaten introduced the worship of Aten as the sole god. Aten, depicted as a sun disk with rays extending to the earth, became the central figure in Akhenaten's religious vision. Unlike the other gods, who were often represented in human or animal form, Aten was symbolized as a simple disk of light, emphasizing his abstract, all-encompassing nature. This religious revolution was not merely a change in the gods worshipped, it was an entire reorganization of Egyptian society and culture. Akhenaten built a new capital city, Akhenaten, modern-day Amarna, which was dedicated entirely to the worship of Aten. The city was designed with an open, airy layout, reflecting the god's association with the sun and the sky. Akhenaten's decision to move the capital away from Thebes, the traditional center of religious power, was a bold political statement as well. He aimed to shift both the political and religious center of Egypt to Aten, and away from the established priesthood of Amun, who had long held great influence in Egypt. Akhenaten's religious reform also had a profound impact on Egyptian art. Traditional Egyptian art had followed strict conventions, with idealized depictions of the pharaohs and gods. However, during Akhenaten's reign, there was a radical departure from these norms. In the art of the Amarna period, Akhenaten and his family were depicted with exaggerated features, such as elongated heads and necks, which may have symbolized their divine nature, or simply been a stylistic choice. These depictions were far more naturalistic than previous royal portrayals, which had adhered to rigid conventions of royal perfection. This shift in artistic style is seen as a reflection of Akhenaten's desire to emphasize a more personal and intimate connection with the divine, as opposed to the grand, idealized representations of past pharaohs. In addition to the religious and artistic changes, Akhenaten's reign also led to significant social and economic disruptions. The shift to the worship of Aten undermined the power of the priesthood of Amun, who had controlled vast wealth and influence. As Akhenaten reduced the prominence of Amun and the traditional temples, it is likely that many in Egyptian society, especially the priests and elites, resisted his reforms. This disruption, combined with other factors such as the decline of Egypt's international influence during Akhenaten's reign, may have contributed to the instability that followed his death. Akhenaten's religious reforms were not long-lasting. After his death, his successor, the boy pharaoh Tutankhamun, restored the traditional polytheistic beliefs and the worship of Amun. Tutankhamun's reign, though brief, marked a return to the old religious order. The city of Akhetamun was abandoned, and the focus of religious and political life returned to Thebes and the worship of the traditional gods. Akhenaten's successor, I, also continued this trend by erasing Akhenaten's name and legacy from monuments and inscriptions. The restoration of polytheism was followed by a return to the strong influence of the Amun priesthood. The power and wealth of the priesthood of Amun were quickly restored, and the gods of Egypt returned to their prominent positions in the religious hierarchy. Akhenaten's radical religious reforms were largely erased from memory, and his reign became an anomaly in Egyptian history. However, despite the eventual return to polytheism, Akhenaten's reign had a lasting impact on Egyptian art and culture. The artistic style of the Amun period influenced subsequent generations of Egyptian artists who incorporated elements of Akhenaten's more naturalistic approach into their work. Additionally, Akhenaten's attempt at monotheism sparked debates that would resurface in later periods of Egyptian history, as well as in other ancient civilizations. Akhenaten's religious revolution remains one of the most fascinating and perplexing episodes in ancient Egyptian history. His shift to monotheism and the worship of Akhenaten was a bold experiment in religious and political power, but it was ultimately short-lived. Nevertheless, his reign continues to capture the imagination of scholars and historians who debate the reasons behind his religious reforms and their impact on Egyptian society. In the end, Akhenaten's legacy is one of both innovation and rejection, a reminder of the complexity and fluidity of religious and cultural traditions in ancient Egypt. The discovery of King Tutankhamun's tomb in 1922 by British archaeologist Howard Carter remains one of the most significant archaeological finds in history. The tomb, located in the Valley of the Kings, contained an extraordinary wealth of treasures, including the famous gold mask of Tutankhamun, as well as countless artifacts that have provided invaluable insights into ancient Egyptian culture, art, and religion. This discovery not only brought King Tut to international fame, but also shed new light on the religious and political history of Egypt, particularly during the transition from the reign of Akhenaten to the restoration of traditional polytheistic worship. Tutankhamun ascended to the throne at a young age, likely around the age of 9 or 10, following the death of his father, Akhenaten, and the subsequent collapse of Akhenaten's religious reforms. Akhenaten's attempt to establish the worship of Akhenes, the sole god, had been deeply controversial, and after his death, the return to the traditional religious order was inevitable. As pharaoh, Tutankhamun was a figurehead, with the real power lying in the hands of his advisors, such as the vizier I and General Horemheb. Despite his youth and relative inexperience, Tutankhamun's reign was marked by the restoration of the traditional polytheistic beliefs that had been disrupted by Akhenaten. Tutankhamun's most significant religious actions were his restoration of the worship of the old gods, particularly Amun, the chief deity in the Egyptian pantheon. Akhenaten's efforts to suppress the worship of Amun had caused widespread unrest, and the return to the traditional gods was seen as a necessary step to heal the divisions caused by Akhenaten's reign. Tutankhamun's restoration of Amun worship included the reopening of temples that had been closed during the Amun period and the reinstatement of the powerful Amun priesthood. The pharaoh also took steps to erase Akhenaten's name from monuments and inscriptions as part of the broader effort to undo his predecessor's religious changes. Although Tutankhamun's reign was short, he died around the age of 18 or 19. His restoration of the old gods had a profound impact on Egyptian religious life. The gods, such as Amun, Osiris, and Ra, returned to their central positions in the Egyptian religious system. Amun, in particular, regained his status as the king of the gods, and his cult based in Thebes flourished once again. The power of the priesthood of Amun was strengthened, and Egypt's religious and political landscape returned to the familiar order that had existed prior to Akhenaten's reforms. In addition to the religious changes, the afterlife beliefs of Egyptian pharaohs also played a central role in Tutankhamun's reign. Like all pharaohs, Tutankhamun's ultimate goal was to ensure a successful journey to the afterlife, where he would join the gods and continue his reign in a divine realm. Egyptian religion held that the pharaoh's soul, or Ka, was eternal, and it was the pharaoh's duty to maintain Ma'at, the cosmic order, during his reign. Upon death, the pharaoh's Ka was believed to journey through the underworld, facing various trials and challenges before ultimately reaching the realm of Osiris, the god of the afterlife. Osiris was one of the most important deities in the Egyptian pantheon, and his role in the afterlife was central to Egyptian religious beliefs. Osiris, originally a god of fertility and agriculture, became associated with death and resurrection. According to Egyptian mythology, Osiris was murdered by his brother Set and dismembered, but his wife, Isis, successfully reassembled his body, allowing him to be resurrected. This myth of death and rebirth was symbolic of the eternal cycle of life, death and renewal, and it was central to the pharaoh's understanding of the afterlife. The pharaoh's connection to Osiris was believed to ensure his immortality. Upon death, the pharaoh's body would be preserved through mummification, and his Ka would be placed in a tomb along with offerings for the afterlife. The tomb of Tutankhamun, for example, contained not only the pharaoh's mummy, but also a wealth of objects intended to ensure his comfort and survival in the afterlife. These items included furniture, clothing, jewelry, and food, as well as statues and representations of the gods, including Osiris and Amun. The tomb of Tutankhamun also revealed the pharaoh's close connection to the god Ra, the sun god, who was believed to journey through the sky each day, bringing light and life to the world. Ra's influence on Egyptian religion was profound, and the pharaoh's role as the living embodiment of Ra was a central part of his divine authority. In the afterlife, the pharaoh was thought to join Ra in the celestial realm, ensuring the continued order and prosperity of Egypt. The discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb not only provided a wealth of material culture, but also illuminated the religious and spiritual beliefs of ancient Egypt. The tomb's treasures, many of which were devoted to the gods of Egypt, reveal the deep reverence with which the pharaohs approached the divine realm. Tutankhamun's tomb contained numerous statues, amulets, and inscriptions that demonstrate the importance of the gods in his life and death. These artifacts highlight the belief in a divine order that transcended earthly existence and the pharaoh's essential role in maintaining that order. In conclusion, Tutankhamun's reign, though brief, was marked by the restoration of Egypt's traditional polytheistic beliefs and a return to the worship of the gods, particularly Amun and Osiris. The discovery of his tomb has provided modern scholars with unparalleled insight into the religious practices, art, and material culture of ancient Egypt. The gods of Egypt, from Amun and Osiris to Ra, played a central role in the afterlife beliefs of the pharaohs, and the legacy of these beliefs continues to fascinate and inspire people around the world today. The New Kingdom c. 1550–1070 BCE is often regarded as the peak of ancient Egyptian civilization, marked by immense military power, cultural flourishing, and monumental building projects. Among the many great pharaohs of this period, Ramses II, also known as Ramses the Great, stands out as one of the most influential and legendary rulers in Egyptian history. His reign, lasting from 1279 to 1213 BCE, is considered a high point in Egyptian power, with Ramses II being celebrated for his military successes, his role in constructing vast temple complexes, and his consolidation of Egypt's divine right to rule through his association with the gods. Ramses II's reign followed a period of relative stability after the turbulent 18th dynasty, during which Egypt had established its dominance in the ancient world. Under Ramses II, Egypt reached the height of its territorial expansion and political influence. His military campaigns, especially against the Hittites in the Battle of Kadesh, demonstrated his prowess as a warrior and strategic leader. Although the battle itself was inconclusive, Ramses II presented it as a great victory, securing his reputation as a defender of Egypt's borders and an upholder of Ma'at, the divine order. The gods played a central role in legitimizing Ramses II's reign, reinforcing his divine right to rule. Amun, Ra, and Pa, three of the most powerful gods in the Egyptian pantheon, were closely associated with the pharaoh, as they were with all Egyptian rulers. Amun, as the king of the gods, was the most prominent deity associated with Ramses II's reign. The pharaoh was often depicted as the earthly representative of Amun, who was believed to give the pharaoh divine sanction to rule. The close relationship between Ramses II and Amun was evident in the construction of grand temples and monuments dedicated to the god, which not only served religious purposes, but also reinforced the pharaoh's authority and divine right. Ra, the sun god, was also of central importance during Ramses II's reign. The pharaoh was often depicted as the living embodiment of Ra, particularly in the context of his military campaigns, where he was shown as a divine warrior under Ra's protection. Ra's influence extended beyond the earthly realm, as the pharaoh was also believed to join Ra in the afterlife, continuing his rule in the celestial realm. The pharaoh's association with Ra reinforced his status as the protector of Egypt and the guarantor of its prosperity. Ptah, the god of creation and craftsmanship, was another important deity during Ramses II's reign. Ptah was particularly associated with the city of Memphis, the ancient capital of Egypt, and Ramses II, as a ruler deeply invested in monumental architecture, sought to honor Ptah through the construction of temples and statues. The pharaoh's connection to Ptah underscored his role as a builder and creator, further solidifying his divine authority. Ramses II's dedication to the gods was not limited to his military exploits. It was also expressed in his monumental construction projects. Throughout his reign, Ramses II oversaw the building of some of Egypt's most iconic temples and monuments, many of which were dedicated to the gods he revered. One of the most famous of these is the Abu Simbel complex, located in southern Egypt near the Nubian border. The temple at Abu Simbel, carved directly into a mountainside, is an awe-inspiring example of Ramses II's architectural ambition. The complex features 4 colossal statues of Ramses II seated on a throne, symbolizing his dominance over both the earthly and divine realms. The Abu Simbel temples were not only a testament to Ramses II's grandeur, but also a demonstration of the pharaoh's role as the chosen of the gods. The temples were specifically designed to honor Ra-Horakhti, the sun god, and to celebrate Ramses II's divine right to rule. The most impressive aspect of the Abu Simbel temple is the fact that twice a year, during the solstices, the sunlight would penetrate deep into the temple's inner sanctum, illuminating the statues of Ramses II and the gods, further emphasizing the pharaoh's connection to Ra and the divine. In addition to the Abu Simbel temples, Ramses II also commissioned the construction of several other monumental structures, including the Ramseum, a mortuary temple dedicated to his own memory, and the temple at Karnak, which was expanded and enriched during his reign. These monumental buildings not only showcased Ramses II's devotion to the gods, but also reinforced his legacy as a ruler who had ensured Egypt's prosperity and divine favor. Ramses II's reign was also marked by the flourishing of Egyptian art, literature, and culture. The pharaoh was not only a military and political leader, but also a patron of the arts. His reign saw the production of grand inscriptions and reliefs that depicted his victories, divine associations, and building projects. The artistry of the time reflected the grandeur and power of the pharaoh, with intricate carvings, paintings, and sculptures that continue to captivate audiences today. Ramses II's long reign, which lasted 66 years, was a time of unparalleled peace and prosperity for Egypt, but it also marked the apex of Egypt's imperial ambitions. By the time of his death, Egypt had become the dominant power in the ancient world, and Ramses II's legacy as one of Egypt's greatest pharaohs was firmly established. His military victories, religious devotion, and monumental building projects ensured that his name would be remembered for millennia. In conclusion, the reign of Ramses II represents the height of Egypt's power during the New Kingdom. The pharaoh's close association with the gods, particularly Amun-Ra and Ptah, reinforced his divine right to rule, and his grand building projects, including the Abu Simbel temples, stand as enduring symbols of his authority and devotion. Ramses II's reign was a time of military success, cultural flourishing, and religious consolidation, and his legacy continues to influence our understanding of ancient Egyptian civilization. The story of the American frontier begins long before the Wild West as we know it. In the 1600s and 1700s, long before cowboys and gold rushes, European powers began exploring and settling the vast lands of North America. The earliest efforts came from Spain, France, and England, each seeking to expand their empires and extract wealth from the new continent. What they encountered instead was a land already inhabited by diverse and complex Native American societies who had lived, hunted, and traded across the continent for thousands of years. Spanish explorers were among the first Europeans to enter the interior of what would later become the American West. As early as the 1540s, conquistadors such as Francisco Vázquez de Coronado led expeditions through what is now the American Southwest, searching for the fabled 7 cities of gold. While they never found these mythical riches, they laid claim to vast territories and established missions and settlements in present-day New Mexico, Arizona, Texas, and California. The Spanish brought Catholic missionaries who sought to convert native peoples, often by force, and imposed European systems of governance, labor, and religion. In the north, the French pursued a different strategy, focused primarily on the fur trade. French trappers and traders ventured deep into the Great Lakes region and down the Mississippi River. They developed close alliances with tribes such as the Huron and the Algonquin, learning native languages and intermarrying with local communities. French settlements like Detroit and St. Louis began as trading posts, slowly expanding over time. Compared to the Spanish and English, the French presence was more dispersed and less confrontational, though not without its share of conflict. The English, meanwhile, began to establish permanent colonies along the Atlantic coast. Jamestown, founded in 1607 in Virginia, was the first successful English colony in North America. The English pushed westward slowly, encountering resistance from native tribes who had no intention of giving up their land. Conflict erupted frequently, including the Powhatan Wars in Virginia and King Philip's War in New England. These early clashes set the tone for centuries of frontier conflict. As European settlements grew, they encroached deeper into indigenous territories. Native tribes were forced to adapt or resist. Some chose to trade and form alliances, while others fought to defend their homelands. Disease brought by Europeans devastated native populations, wiping out entire villages and reducing the ability of tribes to resist colonization. Despite the hardships, Native American cultures remained resilient, preserving traditions and adapting to new realities. Life on the frontier was harsh and unforgiving. Early settlers faced threats not only from hostile encounters, but also from the environment itself. Winters were brutal, food was often scarce, and medical knowledge was limited. Communities had to rely on cooperation and shared labor to survive. Homes were made from whatever materials were available: wood, sod, or stone, and life revolved around subsistence farming, hunting, and trade. Throughout the 1700s, the frontier continued to move westward. The Appalachian Mountains were a major barrier, but settlers slowly began to cross them in search of new land. The Proclamation of 1763, issued by the British Crown, attempted to halt westward expansion beyond the Appalachians in an effort to stabilize relations with native tribes. This proclamation was largely ignored by settlers eager for land, leading to increased tensions and violence. The French and Indian War, which lasted from 1754 to 1763, was a pivotal conflict in the struggle for control of the North American frontier. The war was part of a global conflict between Britain and France, but on American soil, it involved both European powers and their Native American allies. Britain emerged victorious, gaining control of vast new territories, including Canada and the land between the Appalachian Mountains and the Mississippi River. However, the war left Britain deeply in debt and set the stage for colonial unrest. With the American Revolution in the late 1700s, the dynamics of the frontier shifted again. Colonists rebelled against British rule and sought to expand westward without interference. After the war, the newly formed United States began a more aggressive push into the interior. The Northwest Ordinance of 1787 provided a framework for settling and governing western lands, laying the foundation for future expansion. By the end of the 18th century, the seeds of the Wild West had been planted. The land was vast, untamed, and contested. The encounters between European settlers and Native Americans had already shaped a legacy of conflict, adaptation, and survival. The frontier was not yet the stage for gunfights and cattle drives, but it was already a crucible of ambition, endurance, and cultural collision. This was the beginning of a story that would continue to unfold across the next century, forging the myth and the reality of the American West. In 1803, the United States made a monumental move that would forever change the course of its history. President Thomas Jefferson negotiated the Louisiana Purchase, acquiring over 800,000 square miles of territory from France for $15 million. This single act nearly doubled the size of the young nation and opened up vast regions of land for exploration, settlement, and economic development. The Louisiana Purchase stretched from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains and from the Gulf of Mexico to the Canadian border. While the land was largely uncharted by Americans, it was already home to numerous Native American tribes who had lived there for generations. Jefferson saw the acquisition not only as a strategic economic opportunity, but also as a safeguard for the agrarian ideals he believed were vital to the Republic. He envisioned a nation of independent farmers, each owning their own land and contributing to a stable democracy. To make this vision a reality, the United States had to push westward into the newly acquired territory. In 1804, Jefferson commissioned Meriwether Lewis and William Clark to lead the Corps of Discovery, an expedition to explore the new lands and find a water route to the Pacific Ocean. Their journey took them across rugged terrain, through the lands of powerful native tribes, and into what is now the American Northwest. Along the way, they mapped the region, documented wildlife and plant species, and established contact with Native American nations. Their expedition inspired further exploration and opened the door for settlers and traders who followed in their footsteps. The idea of expansion soon became more than a policy, it became a national belief. By the 1820s and 1830s, the concept of manifest destiny had begun to take shape. This was the belief that Americans were divinely destined to expand across the North American continent, from the Atlantic to the Pacific. Manifest destiny was not just about geography, it was also tied to a sense of cultural and racial superiority. Many Americans believed it was their duty to bring what they considered civilization, Christianity, and democracy to the western frontier, even if it meant displacing or conquering native peoples. As this ideology gained traction, more and more settlers began moving west. The government encouraged this migration by offering land grants and passing policies that made it easier for individuals and families to claim and settle land. Steamboats and later railroads helped make transportation more accessible, and trading routes such as the Santa Fe Trail became vital arteries of commerce and communication. The expansion also had a profound impact on Native American tribes. As settlers encroached on their lands, tribes were often forced to move or resist. The government began negotiating treaties, many of which were later broken, to relocate tribes to less desirable lands. These relocations were frequently carried out under threat of violence or through military force. The era of westward expansion set the stage for the series of conflicts that would later be known as the Indian Wars. At the same time, the frontier economy began to develop. Fur trading became a lucrative business, particularly in the Rocky Mountains and Pacific Northwest. Mountain men, independent trappers who braved the wilderness alone or in small groups, played a crucial role in exploring the frontier and establishing trade networks. Figures like Jedediah Smith and Jim Bridger became legends of the early American West, navigating uncharted lands and surviving in harsh conditions. By the 1830s, the push west had become a national movement. Towns and outposts appeared in previously uninhabited regions. The frontier began to take shape as a place of both opportunity and hardship. Pioneers faced isolation, disease, and the constant threat of attack. Yet they were driven by dreams of land ownership, economic success, and the promise of a better life. The Louisiana Purchase and the ideology of manifest destiny were foundational in shaping the trajectory of American expansion. They provided the land and the justification for moving westward, setting into motion a series of events that would culminate in the dramatic and often violent era of the Wild West. This chapter of American history was marked by ambition and idealism, but also by displacement, conflict, and the irreversible transformation of a continent. In the 1830s through the 1860s, a new chapter of American expansion took form as thousands of settlers packed their belongings, gathered their families, and set out west along the Oregon Trail. This was the Age of Pioneers, a period defined by migration, endurance, and the drive to forge a new life in the uncharted territories beyond the Mississippi River. The journey was long and perilous, but for many it represented the promise of land, opportunity, and freedom. The Oregon Trail stretched over 2,000 miles from Independence, Missouri, to the fertile Willamette Valley in Oregon. It crossed plains, deserts, rivers, and mountain ranges. The journey typically took 4 to 6 months, depending on weather, terrain, and the health of the travelers. Most migrants traveled in covered wagons, also known as prairie schooners, which were packed with supplies, tools, food, and personal belongings. These wagons were usually pulled by oxen or mules and moved at a slow, steady pace across the rough terrain. Families would begin preparations for the journey months in advance. They needed to gather enough food, clothing, tools, and livestock to survive not just the trip, but also the early months of settlement once they arrived. Emigrants faced many hardships on the trail, including extreme weather, accidents, disease, and the constant wear of travel. Cholera was especially deadly, sweeping through wagon trains with little warning and claiming countless lives. Rivers posed significant dangers, as wagons and animals could be lost during crossings. Despite these challenges, the promise of a better life drove people westward. The U.S. government encouraged settlement of the Oregon Territory through treaties and legislation, including the Donation Land Claim Act of 1850, which offered land to settlers willing to cultivate it. For many, this was the first chance to own property and build something lasting for future generations. The journey also relied heavily on cooperation. Wagon trains, often made up of dozens of families, banded together for protection and mutual aid. Leaders were elected to maintain order, and decisions were made democratically. This sense of community helped many endure the physical and emotional hardships of the trail. At night, wagons were often arranged in a circle to create a protective corral for livestock and to provide shelter from wind and wild animals. The Oregon Trail migration had a profound impact on the American frontier. It brought settlers into direct contact with Native American tribes, whose lands they crossed or settled on. While many encounters were peaceful and involved trade or assistance, others were marked by tension and violence. As more settlers arrived, tribal lands were gradually taken over, leading to growing resentment and conflict. The trail itself evolved over time. Initially marked by mountain men and fur trappers, the route became more established as thousands traveled it. Forts and trading posts sprang up along the way, offering supplies and a measure of safety. Missionaries, merchants, and farmers all made the journey, transforming the West from an unknown wilderness into a land of growing settlements. By the 1860s, the Oregon Trail was at its height. Homesteads began to dot the landscape of the Pacific Northwest. Towns were established, farms were built, and the frontier began to take on a more settled character. However, this migration also intensified the displacement of Native American tribes, who were pushed farther from their ancestral lands. The federal government began to implement more aggressive policies to remove and relocate indigenous peoples, contributing to the long and tragic history of the Indian Wars. The Age of Pioneers helped define the American identity. The stories of families braving the wilderness in search of a better life became part of the national mythology. The covered wagon became a symbol of American perseverance and hope. The hardships endured on the trail and the determination required to complete the journey exemplified the values of self-reliance and resilience. The Oregon Trail was not just a route across the continent, it was a crucible that tested the spirit of those who traveled it. It forged new communities, reshaped the landscape, and forever altered the lives of those who made the journey. In doing so, it laid the groundwork for the westward expansion that would continue into the era of cowboys, outlaws, and lawmen, and helped shape the character of the American frontier. In the decades following the Civil War, from the 1860s to the 1880s, the American West underwent a dramatic transformation as cattle ranching emerged as a dominant economic force. The wide open spaces of the Great Plains and Southwest became the foundation of a booming cattle industry, and at the heart of this transformation was the cowboy. These rugged, skilled laborers became iconic figures of the Wild West, though their real lives were often more grueling and complex than the romantic image portrayed in popular culture. The roots of cattle ranching in the American West trace back to Spanish colonists who introduced longhorn cattle and ranching techniques to what is now Texas and the Southwest. Over time, these herds grew and adapted to the harsh environment, developing into the resilient Texas Longhorn breed. After the Civil War, large numbers of cattle roamed freely across the open range, and their value increased significantly due to growing demand for beef in the industrial cities of the North and East. Railroads played a pivotal role in this emerging economy. As rail lines extended westward, particularly into Kansas, they created access points where cattle could be driven and then shipped to urban markets. The town of Abilene, Kansas, became one of the first major cattle shipping hubs, thanks to entrepreneur Joseph McCoy, who promoted the idea of trailing Texas Longhorns north to the railheads. These long cattle drives, often covering hundreds of miles, became a defining element of the era. Cowboys were responsible for managing the herds during these drives. Most were young men in their teens or 20s, often from diverse backgrounds. African Americans, Mexican vaqueros, and Native Americans made up a significant portion of the cowboy workforce. The work was difficult and dangerous. Cowboys endured long hours in the saddle, extreme weather, and the constant threat of stampedes, predators, and hostile encounters. Their days were filled with dust, heat, and physical labor, while their nights were spent sleeping under the stars. The tools of the cowboy trade included saddles, lassos, spurs, and wide-brimmed hats for sun protection. Their clothing was functional, designed to withstand the rigors of the trail. The cowboy developed a distinct culture, with songs, jargon, and customs that became ingrained in the mythology of the West. Yet behind the romance was a demanding and often underpaid lifestyle. Ranching operations expanded rapidly during this period. Wealthy investors established large cattle companies, and ranches spread across the plains of Texas, New Mexico, Colorado, Wyoming, and Montana. The open range system allowed cattle to graze freely on public lands, but this also led to conflicts over land use and ownership. Barbed wire, introduced in the 1870s, revolutionized ranching by enabling property owners to enclose their land, leading to the gradual end of the open range. The cattle industry fueled the economic growth of the West. Towns sprang up near railroads and stockyards, creating new markets and job opportunities. Meat packing centers in Chicago and other cities processed the beef, linking the rural West to the urban economy. Supply chains developed, connecting ranchers, railroads, buyers, and consumers in a complex web of commerce. Despite its economic success, the cattle boom had environmental and social consequences. Overgrazing damaged the prairie ecosystem, and the influx of ranchers and settlers disrupted Native American communities. Conflicts arose over land and resources, contributing to the broader struggle between indigenous peoples and expanding American settlement. The great cattle drives began to decline in the late 1880s. Harsh winters, droughts, and market fluctuations led to financial losses for many ranchers. The expansion of railroads made long drives less necessary, and fenced-in ranches became the norm. Yet the legacy of the cowboy endured, becoming a lasting symbol of freedom, resilience, and the rugged spirit of the West. During the height of cattle ranching, the West was a land of opportunity and risk. The industry brought prosperity to many, but also reinforced the inequalities and challenges of frontier life. It helped shape the culture, economy, and identity of the American West, and left behind a powerful narrative of hard-working individuals who faced the frontier with grit and determination. This era was not just about cattle and cowboys, it was about the rise of a new economy, one that would define the Wild West and influence the development of the United States for generations to come. In 1848, the discovery of gold at Sutter's Mill in Coloma, California, set off one of the most transformative events in American history. This moment marked the beginning of the California Gold Rush, a phenomenon that would bring hundreds of thousands of people to the American West in search of fortune and permanently reshape the region's economy, society, and landscape. Within months of the discovery, news of gold spread rapidly, first across California and then to the eastern United States and eventually around the world. By 1849, an estimated 80,000 people had arrived in California, and they would become known as the 49ers. This massive influx of people came by ship around Cape Horn, overland across the rugged terrain of the American frontier, and via the Panama Isthmus. The population of San Francisco exploded from around 1,000 residents in 1848 to over 25,000 by 1850. The rapid population growth transformed quiet outposts into chaotic boomtowns almost overnight. The gold rush was not limited to California. Gold discoveries in other areas, such as Colorado in 1859 and Nevada's Comstock Lode in 1859, drew additional waves of miners and settlers. These rushes helped spread the frontier further westward and contributed to the development of new states and territories. Mining camps sprung up wherever gold was found, often in remote and difficult-to-reach locations. These camps were known for their lawlessness, rough living conditions, and a transient population mostly composed of young men. Most miners did not strike it rich. Surface gold was quickly exhausted, and mining became increasingly industrialized, requiring expensive equipment and access to deep ore deposits. As corporations took over mining operations, many individual prospectors were forced to take wage jobs or move on. The sudden boom brought not only miners, but also entrepreneurs who saw opportunity in providing goods and services. Merchants, hoteliers, blacksmiths, saloon owners, and others flooded into mining regions to serve the needs of the new population. Some of the greatest fortunes of the gold rush were not made from gold itself, but from the businesses that supported the mining industry. People like Levi Strauss, who sold durable pants to miners, became household names. The gold rush catalyzed economic growth across the United States. The wealth generated by mining helped fund infrastructure and development, including railroads and telegraph lines. Banks, investment firms, and shipping companies all profited from the increased economic activity. The gold rush also had significant social and political consequences. California's rapid population growth and economic importance led to its admission to the Union as a state in 1850. However, the rush for wealth also brought tension, discrimination, and violence. Native American populations were devastated as settlers encroached on their lands, introduced new diseases, and carried out violent campaigns of displacement and extermination. The influx of people from China, Mexico, South America, and Europe created a multicultural society, but also led to racial tensions and discriminatory laws. The foreign miners' tax of 1850 targeted non-white miners, particularly Chinese immigrants, and was one of many measures that marginalized minority groups. Vigilante justice was common in the mining camps. With little formal law enforcement, communities often took justice into their own hands, resulting in public hangings, lynch mobs, and widespread corruption. As towns grew, efforts were made to establish order, but the early days of the gold rush were marked by an atmosphere of lawlessness and unpredictability. The impact of the gold rush extended beyond economics and demographics. It changed the physical environment of the West. Hydraulic mining techniques, which used high-pressure water jets to wash away entire hillsides, caused massive environmental damage. Rivers were clogged with sediment, forests were stripped, and landscapes were permanently altered. The long-term consequences of these practices are still visible today. By the 1860s, the easy-to-reach gold had been largely depleted. The feverish rush gave way to more stable, organized mining operations. Some towns withered and disappeared, while others evolved into permanent settlements. The legacy of the gold rush was clear. It accelerated westward expansion, stimulated the national economy, and set the stage for further development of the American frontier. It also revealed both the promise and peril of unchecked ambition. For many, the gold rush was a dream pursued and lost. For others, it was a stepping stone to something greater. And for the American West, it was a crucible that forged new paths, new cities, and new conflicts. It was a defining episode that brought together people from around the world, united by the hope of striking it rich, and forever changed the story of the American frontier. From the 1860s through the dawn of the 20th century, the American frontier was marked by rapid expansion, booming towns, and frequent violence. In a landscape often defined by chaos and lawlessness, a special class of men emerged to bring order and justice to the West. These were the lawmen. Figures like Wyatt Earp, Bat Masterson, and Wild Bill Hickok became legends of the Wild West, celebrated and sometimes mythologized for their bravery, quick-draw skills, and determination to uphold the law in some of the most dangerous places in the country. Lawmen were often appointed marshals, sheriffs, or deputies in towns that sprung up quickly due to gold strikes, cattle routes, or rail lines. These towns frequently attracted a rough crowd, gamblers, gunslingers, outlaws, and drifters seeking opportunity or escape. With limited resources and no formal police infrastructure, lawmen had to rely on personal reputation, courage, and alliances to maintain peace. Their duties included arresting criminals, settling disputes, breaking up saloon brawls, and sometimes escorting prisoners across long and dangerous routes. One of the most iconic lawmen of the era was Wyatt Earp. Born in 1848 in Illinois, Earp served in various law enforcement roles across several frontier towns. He is most famous for his role in the gunfight at the OK Corral in Tombstone, Arizona, in 1881. Alongside his brothers Virgil and Morgan and ally Doc Holliday, Earp faced off against the outlaw cowboys in a shootout that lasted less than a minute, but cemented his place in Western history. While often portrayed as a fearless enforcer of justice, Earp's life was complex. He had brushes with the law himself, operated saloons, and was sometimes accused of being more of a vigilante than a peacekeeper. Bat Masterson, another legendary figure, was born in Canada in 1853 and made his name as a buffalo hunter, scout, and eventually a lawman in Dodge City, Kansas. Known for his calm demeanor and precise marksmanship, Masterson served as a sheriff and deputy U.S. Marshal. He was involved in numerous gunfights, but often preferred diplomacy and strategy over violence. Later in life, he moved to New York City, where he became a sports writer, proving that even the toughest lawmen could reinvent themselves. Wild Bill Hickok, born James Butler Hickok in 1837, was a scout, gambler, and lawman who gained national fame for his exploits in the West. Known for his sharp shooting and larger-than-life persona, Hickok served as a marshal in towns like Hays and Abilene, Kansas. His reputation as a deadly gunfighter was solidified by tales of multiple shootouts and daring arrests. He was also a showman, performing in early Wild West shows that helped shape the public image of frontier life. Hickok's life ended abruptly in 1876 when he was shot in the back while playing poker in Deadwood, South Dakota. The cards he held, a pair of aces and eights, became known as the dead man's hand. Lawmen often walked a fine line between justice and vigilantism. The lack of formal courts and legal protections meant they had to make quick decisions, sometimes based more on instinct than procedure. This blurred line led to both praise and criticism. Some saw them as heroes who protected the innocent. Others saw them as men who imposed order through force and fear. Many lawmen were also part of the very systems they tried to regulate, owning saloons, gambling halls or brothels. Despite the contradictions, these men played a vital role in bringing stability to the frontier. Their presence deterred crime and provided a sense of order amid the chaos. Their stories were widely reported in newspapers and dime novels, turning them into national figures and embedding them into American folklore. As the frontier began to close and towns became more civilized, the need for such rugged lawmen diminished. The rise of more structured law enforcement agencies, statehood for many Western territories, and increased communication and transportation reduced the scope of lawlessness. But the legacy of the lawmen endured. They became enduring symbols of courage and justice in American culture. Films, books, and television shows portrayed them as fearless defenders of order in a wild and untamed land. While the real lives of Earp, Masterson, Hickok, and others were far more nuanced than the legends suggest, their impact on the development and stabilization of the American West cannot be overstated. They stood as both men of their time and as lasting icons of the values and contradictions of the frontier era. Between the 1860s and the early 1900s, the American frontier was not only shaped by pioneers and lawmen, but also by the outlaws who defied authority and operated outside the law. These bandits and rogues became legendary figures, feared and admired in equal measure. Their daring crimes, bold escapes, and violent ends contributed to the mythos of the Wild West, painting a picture of rebellion and danger that has fascinated generations. Among the most infamous outlaws of the Wild West were Jesse James, Billy the Kid, and Butch Cassidy. Each of these men carved their names into history through a combination of violence, charisma, and notoriety. Jesse James, born in Missouri in 1847, began his criminal career as a Confederate guerrilla during the Civil War. He and his brother Frank were part of a group known as Quantrill's Raiders, responsible for brutal attacks against Union forces and sympathizers. After the war, Jesse and Frank turned to a life of crime, forming the James Younger Gang. They carried out a series of daring bank and train robberies across the Midwest and South. Jesse styled himself as a modern-day Robin Hood, claiming to steal from the rich and give to the poor, though there is little evidence to support this image. The gang's exploits were widely reported in newspapers, and Jesse became a folk hero to some. But he was also ruthless. Innocent people died in their raids, and he remained on the run for years. In 1882, Jesse James was betrayed and killed by Robert Ford, a member of his own gang who hoped to collect a bounty. James was shot in the back while dusting a picture on the wall in his own home. Billy the Kid, whose real name was Henry McCarty, was born in New York City in 1859 and orphaned at a young age. He drifted westward and by his teens had already become involved in petty crime. By the time he was 21, Billy had killed multiple men and was one of the most wanted criminals in New Mexico. His involvement in the Lincoln County War, a violent conflict between rival ranching factions, thrust him into the spotlight. Billy was charismatic and reportedly well liked by those who knew him, but he was also deadly. He escaped from jail multiple times and was known for his quick draw. In 1881, he was shot and killed by Sheriff Pat Garrett, a former acquaintance, in a darkened room at Fort Sumner. Billy's legend grew quickly, helped by newspaper stories and dime novels that portrayed him as a tragic anti-hero rather than a ruthless killer. Butch Cassidy, born Robert Leroy Parker in Utah in 1866, took a slightly different path. Along with his partner Harry Alonzo Longaball, better known as the Sundance Kid, Cassidy led the Wild Bunch Gang, which became famous for robbing banks and trains throughout the western United States. Unlike many outlaws, Cassidy often avoided unnecessary violence and preferred planning over gunplay. The Wild Bunch conducted some of the most successful and well-organized robberies of the era. After law enforcement intensified efforts to capture them, Cassidy and the Sundance Kid fled to South America. Their exact fate remains a mystery. Some accounts claim they were killed in a shootout in Bolivia in 1908, while others suggest they escaped and lived under assumed names. Regardless of the truth, their story captured the imagination of the public and inspired books and films for decades. Outlaws of the Wild West were not merely criminals, they became symbols of rebellion during a time of rapid change. As railroads, telegraphs, and government structures expanded into the frontier, some people viewed these men as resisting encroaching authority and industrialization. Their stories reflected both fear and fascination with the untamed nature of the West. Newspapers played a crucial role in shaping the legends of outlaws. Sensational headlines and dramatic retellings of robberies and gunfights turned criminals into celebrities. Dime novels added layers of fiction, portraying them as gallant rebels or misunderstood loners. This romanticized image often obscured the violence and hardship they left in their wake. Many outlaws came from disadvantaged backgrounds. Some had served in the Civil War, others were orphans or laborers who saw few opportunities in a changing economy. The lawless conditions of the frontier provided both motive and opportunity for criminal behavior. Outlaws often formed gangs for protection and efficiency, relying on tight-knit groups to carry out their plans and evade capture. These gangs would often find temporary refuge in isolated hideouts, such as Hole in the Wall in Wyoming or Robber's Roost in Utah, where geography made it difficult for law enforcement to reach them. Despite their daring, most outlaws met violent ends. Few retired peacefully. The frontier was an unforgiving place, and loyalty was fragile. Betrayal was common, as in the case of Jesse James. Others, like Billy the Kid, were hunted relentlessly until they were gunned down. Their deaths only added to their legends, turning them into martyrs of the frontier mythos. By the early 1900s, the frontier had largely closed. Railroads connected distant regions, telegraphs enabled quick communication, and professional law enforcement agencies became more effective. The age of the outlaw faded, but their stories endured. They became part of American folklore, shaping the way future generations would view the Wild West. The outlaws of the frontier era remain some of the most intriguing characters in American history. Their lives were marked by danger, drama, and contradiction. They were both products and provocateurs of a tumultuous time. And though their actions often caused suffering, their stories continue to captivate, reminding us of the complex legacy of the American frontier. From the 1850s through the 1890s, the American frontier was the stage for a long and violent series of conflicts between Native American tribes and the expanding United States government. Known collectively as the Indian Wars, these clashes were rooted in land disputes, cultural misunderstandings, broken treaties, and a relentless drive for westward expansion. As settlers pushed into tribal territories, indigenous peoples resisted the invasion of their ancestral homelands, leading to tragic and often brutal confrontations that reshaped the West. The roots of these conflicts go back to earlier decades, particularly the policy of Indian removal adopted by the U.S. government. One of the most infamous episodes was the Trail of Tears, which took place during the 1830s. Under the Indian Removal Act signed by President Andrew Jackson, thousands of Native Americans, including the Cherokee, Choctaw, Creek, Chickasaw, and Seminole, were forcibly removed from their lands in the southeastern United States. They were marched west to what was then called Indian Territory, in present-day Oklahoma. The journey was marked by disease, starvation, and exhaustion. Thousands died along the way, making the Trail of Tears a symbol of suffering and injustice. In the decades that followed, as settlers continued to pour into the Great Plains, the Rocky Mountains, and the Southwest, more tribes came into direct conflict with the U.S. military. The Plains tribes, such as the Sioux, Cheyenne, Comanche, and Apache, were among the most fiercely resistant. These were warrior cultures with deep spiritual connections to the land, and they did not accept the encroachment of railroads, homesteaders, or soldiers without a fight. One of the most iconic battles of the Indian Wars was the Battle of the Little Bighorn in 1876. It took place in Montana Territory and is often referred to as Custer's Last Stand. Lieutenant Colonel George Armstrong Custer led the 7th Cavalry into battle against a coalition of Lakota Sioux, Northern Cheyenne, and Arapaho warriors led by Sitting Bull and Crazy Horse. Custer underestimated the strength of the native force and divided his troops, which led to the complete annihilation of his unit. Over 260 U.S. soldiers were killed. While the battle was a stunning victory for the native tribes, it galvanized public opinion in the United States and led to an aggressive military campaign that eventually forced many tribes onto reservations. Other significant conflicts during this era include the Sand Creek Massacre of 1864 in Colorado, where a peaceful village of Cheyenne and Arapaho was attacked by a Colorado militia, resulting in the deaths of over 150 people, many of them women and children. The Red River War of 1874-75 in Texas and the Southern Plains saw the U.S. Army clash with Comanche, Kiowa, and Southern Cheyenne tribes. The Nez Perce War of 1877 involved a remarkable retreat by Chief Joseph and his people, who traveled over 1,000 miles in an attempt to reach Canada before ultimately being forced to surrender. The Apache Wars in the Southwest lasted for decades and involved legendary figures like Geronimo, an Apache leader who resisted U.S. and Mexican forces through guerrilla warfare. Geronimo's campaign spanned from the 1850s to the 1880s and became symbolic of native resistance. His eventual capture in 1886 marked one of the final chapters in the Indian Wars. The last major conflict is often considered to be the Wounded Knee Massacre of 1890 in South Dakota. Tensions had risen due to the ghost dance movement, a spiritual revival among native tribes that preached the return of the buffalo and the retreat of white settlers. The U.S. government saw the movement as a threat. When the 7th Cavalry attempted to disarm a group of Lakota at Wounded Knee Creek, a shot was fired and chaos ensued. Soldiers opened fire, killing around 300 Native Americans, including many women and children. Wounded Knee symbolized the tragic end of the Indian resistance and the closing of the American frontier. Throughout the Indian Wars, native tribes suffered tremendous losses. Their populations declined from disease, warfare, and starvation. Many were confined to reservations, often far from their traditional lands and with limited resources. Treaties were frequently broken, promises were unfulfilled, and generations of Native Americans endured systemic displacement and cultural erosion. Despite these hardships, native cultures endured. Many tribes preserved their languages, traditions, and spiritual practices. In the face of adversity, they adapted and survived. The history of the Indian Wars remains a painful but essential chapter in the story of the American West. It highlights the cost of expansion and the resilience of the peoples who resisted it. The legacy of the Indian Wars continues to be felt today. Native communities still face challenges related to land rights, economic opportunity, and cultural preservation. But they also continue to celebrate their heritage and reclaim their histories. The tragic events of the Indian Wars remind us that the American frontier was not only a place of opportunity, but also a place of deep and enduring conflict. By the 1890s, the Wild West had begun to change, signaling the end of an era that had once been defined by lawlessness, rugged individualism, and the unregulated life of frontier towns. The closing of the frontier, officially declared in 1890 by the U.S. Census Bureau, marked a turning point in American history. As the frontier receded, the promise of uncharted land and endless opportunities began to fade, replaced by the realities of industrialization, organized law enforcement, and the expansion of the railroad. The Indian Wars, which had been waged for decades, effectively came to a close by the end of the 1880s. With the defeat of major Native American resistance movements, the remaining tribes were confined to reservations, and their traditional ways of life were all but destroyed. The vast expanse of the American frontier was now largely under the control of the U.S. government and its settlers. The idea of the frontier as a place of freedom and opportunity, where anything was possible, began to be replaced by the reality of a rapidly evolving nation. The completion of the Transcontinental Railroad in 1869 had already begun to transform the West, facilitating the movement of people, goods, and resources across the country. The railroad made it easier for settlers to travel to the frontier and for products like cattle, crops, and minerals to be transported to markets back east. Railroads also brought in lawmen, businesses, and social structures that began to bring order to the once untamed West. As trains crisscrossed the land, they connected the far-flung corners of the country and made the vast distances of the frontier seem smaller and more manageable. The expansion of the railroad also led to the rise of towns and cities, where the frontier's rough-and-tumble days of lawlessness gave way to the growth of more regulated urban societies. By the turn of the century, cities like Denver, Phoenix, and Albuquerque had become thriving centers of commerce and culture. As settlements grew, so did the need for organized law enforcement. The vigilante justice that had once been a hallmark of the frontier was gradually replaced by more formalized systems of policing. The rise of modern law enforcement during this period played a significant role in the decline of the Wild West. The U.S. government began to establish more permanent law enforcement agencies, and local sheriffs, marshals, and detectives replaced the independent, often lawless figure of the frontier lawman. These new institutions, along with improved communication methods like the telegraph, made it easier for authorities to track down criminals and enforce the law across larger areas. The widespread use of the railroad also made it more difficult for outlaws to escape to remote hideouts. The days of the notorious train robberies and bank heists began to diminish as law enforcement grew more sophisticated and far-reaching. At the same time, the rise of corporate interests and industrialization changed the nature of the Western economy. Cattle ranching, mining, and farming were increasingly dominated by large corporations, and small-time homesteaders and independent cowboys were gradually pushed out. The once wild cattle trails were replaced by barbed wire fences and more organized corporate ranches. As a result, the economic boom that had once fueled the Wild West began to slow. The promise of free land for homesteaders dwindled as the government sold off land to private interests or gave it to railroad companies, further closing off opportunities for independent settlers. By the 1900s, the romanticized image of the Wild West had become a thing of the past. The outlaws and lawmen who had once defined the frontier were now relegated to history books and popular myths. The social and economic changes that had taken place over the previous decades had brought an end to the untamed world that had once been synonymous with the American West. The final chapter of the frontier era was written not with the last gunfight or the last train robbery, but with the closing of the land that had once been open to all. Despite the decline of the Wild West, its legacy lived on. The stories of the outlaws, cowboys and lawmen, as well as the great battles between settlers and Native Americans, continued to captivate the public imagination. The myths of the frontier were immortalized in dime novels, plays, and eventually in Hollywood films, which romanticized the characters and events of the Wild West for generations to come. The Wild West became a symbol of American toughness, resilience, and individualism, qualities that were associated with the pioneering spirit and the forging of the nation. The closing of the frontier signaled the end of a specific chapter in American history, but in many ways it marked the beginning of a new era. The lessons and legends of the Wild West continued to influence American culture, politics, and identity for years to come. The frontier may have closed, but the spirit of exploration, the desire for freedom, and the quest for new opportunities would continue to shape the country in the century that followed. The Wild West has long been a symbol of freedom, adventure, and rugged individualism, but much of what we think of as the Wild West today is shaped by myth and legend. From the moment the frontier began to close in the late 19th century, the stories of cowboys, outlaws, lawmen, and the untamed land itself began to evolve. What was once a real and chaotic part of American history gradually became a romanticized vision, exaggerated and idealized in the popular imagination. The myths of the Wild West were not just confined to books and folklore, they were amplified by the emerging movie industry in the early 20th century. Filmmakers eager to tell stories of adventure and heroism found a rich source of material in the legends of the American frontier. Westerns became a genre all their own, with iconic films such as Stagecoach 1939, The Searchers 1956, and High Noon 1952 solidifying the myth of the lone cowboy, battling the forces of chaos and lawlessness. These films often portrayed a stark contrast between the rugged individualism of the cowboy and the encroaching modernity of society. The cowboy, as depicted in these films, was often an anti-hero, a figure who operated outside the law but still maintained a sense of honor and justice. His world was one of adventure, danger, and the fight for freedom, embodying ideals of personal independence that resonated with American audiences, especially during periods of social and economic upheaval. But while the films painted a picture of the West as a place of high drama and moral complexity, they also often glossed over the realities of life on the frontier. The violent conflicts with Native American tribes, the struggles of settlers and homesteaders, and the challenges faced by women and minorities were frequently sidelined in favor of more heroic and romanticized narratives. In the years following World War II, Hollywood westerns reached their peak. Actors like John Wayne, Clint Eastwood, and Gary Cooper became synonymous with the image of the cowboy hero, and their portrayals became the standard by which all westerns were measured. Yet, despite their popularity, these films often failed to accurately depict the true history of the Wild West. They turned the historical complexities of the frontier into a one-dimensional narrative of good versus evil, with cowboys representing the forces of righteousness and outlaws symbolizing chaos. In reality, the Wild West was far more nuanced. The outlaw figures who became legends, like Jesse James, Billy the Kid, and Butch Cassidy, were often romanticized as rebels fighting against oppressive authority. Their robberies and violent actions were portrayed as acts of defiance rather than criminal behavior, turning them into folk heroes in the eyes of many. These stories, sometimes embellished and exaggerated, were passed down through dime novels, newspapers, and later, Hollywood films. But while the outlaws were glamorized, the Native Americans who resisted encroachment on their lands were often demonized as villains or savages. The history of Native American resistance, the forced removal from their ancestral lands, and the lasting impact of the Indian Wars were frequently overshadowed by the myth of the Wild West as a place of heroic struggles and battles between good and evil. Over the years, the romanticized vision of the Wild West continued to influence American popular culture. Television shows like Bonanza, 1959, 1973, and Gunsmoke, 1955, 1975, as well as more recent films like Dances with Wolves, 1990, and True Grit, 2010, kept the spirit of the West alive, even as the country entered the 20th and 21st centuries. The cowboy remained a symbol of rugged masculinity, independence, and a nostalgic yearning for a simpler, more adventurous time. Yet, even as the Wild West has been mythologized in film and television, it has also been subjected to reinterpretation. Modern westerns, like No Country for Old Men, 2007, and The Ballad of Buster Scruggs, 2018, often deconstruct the classic myth, offering more complex portrayals of frontier life. These films explore the harshness of the West, the morality of the characters, and the consequences of violence, presenting a more critical and nuanced view of the American frontier. The legacy of the Wild West remains strong, not just in entertainment, but in how the American frontier is perceived today. The symbols of cowboys, outlaws, and lawmen still evoke a sense of freedom and adventure, despite the fact that much of the mythic history of the Wild West has been distorted or simplified. The romanticized image of the frontier continues to shape American identity, representing a time when the nation was forging its path and expanding its boundaries. But the Wild West's mythology has also contributed to the marginalization of important aspects of history. The reality of the American frontier was often far more violent, divisive, and tragic than the stories we tell about it. Native Americans, whose lives and cultures were deeply affected by westward expansion, have often been relegated to the background in favor of stories that glorify the settlers and outlaws. The history of the West is much more than the legends of cowboys and gunfighters. It is also the history of displacement, injustice, and survival. Today, the Wild West remains an indelible part of American culture, but it is also a reminder of the complexities of the nation's history. The legends of the cowboys, outlaws, and lawmen are still cherished, but they are no longer the sole narrative of the West. As we move forward, there is an increasing effort to tell a more complete story of the American frontier, one that includes the voices and experiences of those who were often overlooked or silenced. The Wild West will always be a symbol of adventure and freedom in the American imagination, but it will also be a reminder that history is never as simple as the stories we tell about it. George Washington was born on February 22, 1732, in Westmoreland County, Virginia, into a family of modest means but strong ambition. His father, Augustine Washington, was a planter and land speculator who married Mary Ball Washington after the death of his first wife. George was the eldest of their 6 children, and from an early age he showed a sense of responsibility that set him apart from his peers. From the time he could walk, he was expected to contribute to the family's livelihood, and as he grew older, he developed a deep sense of duty that would define his future. When Washington was just 11 years old, his father passed away, leaving much of the family's property to his older half-brothers. One of them, Lawrence Washington, became a significant influence on young George. Lawrence had served in the British Navy and had married into the powerful Fairfax family. Through this connection, George was introduced to Virginia's aristocratic circles and gained opportunities that would shape his future. He spent time at the Fairfax estate, absorbing lessons on leadership and the expectations of a gentleman in colonial society. Through Lawrence Washington, George gained access to books on military strategy, philosophy, and history, further fueling his ambition. Unlike many prominent figures of his time, Washington did not receive a formal education at a university. Instead, he was largely self-taught, focusing on subjects like mathematics, geography, and surveying. At the age of 16, he joined a surveying expedition into the Western Territories of Virginia. This experience gave him a first-hand look at the vast lands that were at the center of colonial conflicts and sparked his interest in military and leadership roles. The harsh conditions of the wilderness and the constant negotiations with Native American tribes provided Washington with valuable skills in diplomacy and survival. By the time he was 17, Washington had earned a reputation as a skilled surveyor and was appointed as the official surveyor of Culpeper County. This position provided him with a steady income and allowed him to acquire land, which was a key marker of success in colonial society. But Washington's ambitions extended beyond land ownership. With tensions rising between the British and French over control of North America, he saw an opportunity to prove himself in a military capacity. He trained tirelessly, studying the tactics of European warfare and preparing for a leadership role in the militia. At 21 years old, Washington was commissioned as a major in the Virginia militia and sent on a dangerous mission to the Ohio Valley. His task was to deliver a message to the French, demanding that they withdraw from British-claimed territory. This journey through the wilderness in the dead of winter was treacherous, but Washington completed his mission and returned with valuable intelligence about French military positions. His ability to navigate the rugged terrain and deal with hostile conditions earned him recognition from colonial leaders. The following year, Washington was promoted to lieutenant colonel and ordered to lead a small force to confront the French. This campaign led to the Battle of Jumonville Glen, where Washington's troops ambushed a French scouting party, killing their commander. The incident ignited what would become the French and Indian War and marked Washington's first experience with the brutal realities of combat. He had little time to celebrate, as he soon found himself facing a counterattack. However, his success was short-lived, as he was soon forced to surrender at Fort Necessity after a counterattack by the French and their Native American allies. The battle was a humiliating defeat for Washington, but it was also a lesson in military strategy and perseverance. Despite this early setback, Washington's bravery and leadership caught the attention of British commanders. He was later invited to serve as an aide to General Edward Braddock in a major expedition against the French. During Braddock's campaign, Washington demonstrated remarkable resilience and leadership. After a devastating ambush in which Braddock was mortally wounded, Washington took command and organized an orderly retreat. His actions during the battle solidified his reputation as a capable and fearless leader, though he also gained a deep understanding of the weaknesses in British military strategy. He saw firsthand how the rigid European-style tactics failed in the dense American wilderness, and he began developing his own approach to warfare. After the war, Washington returned to Virginia, where he married Martha Custis, a wealthy widow with extensive landholdings. This marriage provided financial security and elevated his status in colonial society. He focused on managing his Mount Vernon estate, but as tensions between Britain and the American colonies grew, Washington found himself drawn into the revolutionary movement, setting the stage for the next chapter of his life. He began attending local meetings, discussing colonial rights and grievances against British rule. A man who had once proudly worn a British uniform was now beginning to question the very empire he had served. As the political landscape in the American colonies shifted, George Washington found himself increasingly involved in the growing resistance against British rule. The Stamp Act of 1765 and the subsequent Townshend Acts angered colonists who felt they were being unfairly taxed without representation in Parliament. Washington, like many of his peers, believed that the rights of Englishmen were being violated. Though he was not yet a radical, he voiced his opposition to British policies and began to align himself with those advocating for colonial self-governance. Washington's leadership and status as a landowner made him a respected figure in Virginia. He served in the Virginia House of Burgesses, where he joined other colonial leaders in condemning British taxation and calling for economic resistance. He supported non-importation agreements, which were designed to put financial pressure on Britain by boycotting British goods. Though still loyal to the Crown, Washington recognized that the colonial relationship with Britain was becoming increasingly strained. The passage of the Coercive Acts in 1774, meant to punish Massachusetts for the Boston Tea Party, convinced many that reconciliation with Britain was unlikely. In response, colonial leaders convened the First Continental Congress, where Washington attended as one of Virginia's representatives. Though he remained measured in his approach, he understood that military conflict was becoming a real possibility. When tensions finally erupted into violence at Lexington and Concord in April 1775, Washington knew that war was inevitable. That same year, the Second Continental Congress convened to address the growing crisis. The delegates needed a capable leader to organize and command the colonial militias against the British Army. Washington, with his military experience and reputation for discipline, was unanimously chosen as the commander-in-chief of the Continental Army. Though he accepted the position with humility, he understood the weight of the responsibility placed upon him. Leading an army against the most powerful military force in the world was a daunting challenge, but Washington was determined to fight for the cause of American independence. In July 1775, Washington arrived in Cambridge, Massachusetts, to take command of the assembled forces. What he found was a disorganized, poorly equipped militia with little training. The men lacked uniforms, discipline, and basic supplies. Recognizing the dire situation, Washington set about imposing order. He introduced strict military discipline, drilled his soldiers relentlessly, and sought to improve their living conditions. Despite the challenges, he managed to transform the ragtag group into a more capable fighting force. One of Washington's first major tests came during the Siege of Boston. British troops under General Thomas Gage occupied the city, while the Continental Army surrounded them. Washington knew that he needed artillery to drive the British out, and he found an opportunity when Colonel Henry Knox proposed an audacious plan. Knox led an expedition to retrieve cannons from Fort Ticonderoga, transporting them over rough terrain and frozen rivers to Boston. When the cannons arrived, Washington positioned them on Dorchester Heights, overlooking the city. The British, realizing they were vulnerable to bombardment, evacuated Boston in March 1776. Though the victory in Boston was a morale boost, Washington understood that the real fight was still ahead. The British were not going to abandon the colonies without a massive struggle. In the summer of 1776, a large British force arrived in New York, determined to crush the rebellion. Washington prepared to defend the city, but the odds were against him. The British had superior numbers, better trained soldiers, and a powerful navy. In August, the Battle of Long Island ended in disaster for the Continental Army. Outflanked and overwhelmed, Washington's forces suffered heavy losses. Despite the defeat, Washington's leadership proved invaluable. Under the cover of night, he orchestrated a daring retreat across the East River, saving his army from destruction. The retreat was carried out in near silence, with soldiers using muffled oars to avoid detection by the British. By dawn, Washington and his men had escaped to fight another day. This strategic withdrawal demonstrated his ability to think under pressure and avoid catastrophic losses. As the war continued, Washington faced continued hardships. He suffered additional defeats at White Plains and Fort Washington, forcing his army to retreat across New Jersey. Morale was low, and many believed the revolution was doomed to fail. But Washington refused to give up. As winter set in, he planned one of the boldest moves of his career, a surprise attack on the Hessian forces in Trenton, New Jersey. The outcome of this daring mission would determine whether the revolution had a chance of survival. On the night of December 25, 1776, as a brutal winter storm raged, George Washington led his army across the icy Delaware River. The soldiers, weary and demoralized from months of retreat, faced a near impossible task. The cold was unbearable, ice floes threatened to capsize their boats, and many of the men lacked proper clothing. Yet Washington knew that this attack was their best chance to turn the tide of the war. Failure meant the likely collapse of the revolution. By the early morning hours of December 26th, Washington's forces reached the outskirts of Trenton, New Jersey. The town was occupied by Hessian mercenaries, skilled German soldiers fighting for the British. But they were unprepared for an attack. After a night of Christmas celebrations, the Hessians were caught off guard as Washington's troops stormed into the town. The battle was swift and decisive. Within an hour, the Continental Army had overwhelmed the Hessians, capturing nearly 1,000 prisoners with minimal losses. The victory at Trenton electrified the revolution. It proved that the Continental Army could defeat professional soldiers and reignited hope in the cause of independence. Washington, understanding the need to maintain momentum, struck again just days later at the Battle of Princeton. Using deception and speed, he outmaneuvered British forces, securing another crucial victory. These twin successes forced the British to abandon much of New Jersey, buying Washington valuable time to rebuild his army. Despite these triumphs, Washington faced constant challenges. Supplies remained scarce, enlistments were expiring, and support for the war wavered. He spent the next months reorganizing his forces, training new recruits, and preparing for the battles ahead. The war was far from over, and Washington knew that the British would return with greater force. In the summer of 1777, British General William Howe launched a campaign to capture Philadelphia, the revolutionary capital. Washington moved his army to intercept him, leading to the Battle of Brandywine in September. The fight was fierce, but the British outflanked Washington's forces, forcing him to retreat. Though defeated, Washington refused to be discouraged. He regrouped and attempted a counterattack at Germantown, but once again, the British emerged victorious. By the end of the year, the Continental Army found itself at Valley Forge, where they endured one of the harshest winters of the war. Starvation, disease, and freezing temperatures took a devastating toll. Thousands of soldiers died, and morale reached its lowest point. Yet Washington remained resolute. He worked tirelessly to keep the army together, lobbying Congress for supplies and instilling discipline within the ranks. It was during this time that Washington found an unlikely ally, Baron Friedrich von Steuben, a Prussian officer with extensive military experience. Von Steuben introduced rigorous training drills, transformed the army's tactics, and instilled discipline in the troops. By the time winter ended, Washington's army was no longer a ragtag militia, but a well-trained fighting force. In June 1778, Washington's revitalized army faced the British at the Battle of Monmouth. The battle was brutal, fought in scorching heat, but Washington's leadership ensured that the Continental Army held its ground. Though not a decisive victory, Monmouth demonstrated that Washington's troops could stand toe-to-toe with the British. As the war dragged on, Washington had to balance military strategy with political maneuvering. He worked closely with Congress to secure resources and navigated complex alliances with France and other foreign powers. The arrival of French support in 1778 provided a crucial advantage, and Washington began planning how to deliver the final blow to the British. With the war reaching its climax, Washington prepared for the campaign that would define his legacy. The fate of the Revolution and the future of the United States hung in the balance. By 1781, after years of brutal warfare, the American Revolution reached its most critical stage. The British, despite their superior forces, found themselves stretched thin across the colonies. Washington knew that a decisive victory was necessary to finally break their hold. He set his sights on Yorktown, Virginia, where British General Charles Cornwallis had fortified his troops. The moment was ripe for a final strike. Washington coordinated with the French, who had become invaluable allies. French General Rochambeau and Admiral de Grasse provided both ground forces and naval support, ensuring the British had no easy escape. In a daring maneuver, Washington's army left its encampment near New York, marching south over 400 miles toward Yorktown. To deceive the British, he maintained the illusion that an attack on New York was imminent. By the time Cornwallis realized Washington's true objective, it was too late. By September, American and French forces had completely surrounded Yorktown. Washington ordered a relentless bombardment, hammering the British defenses day and night. Trenches were dug, siege lines tightened, and the noose around Cornwallis's army grew smaller with each passing day. The final assault came in mid-October. Washington personally oversaw an attack on key British fortifications, including the dramatic capture of Redoubt 9 and Redoubt 10, critical defensive positions protecting the British lines. The British, exhausted and outnumbered, had no path to victory. On October 19, 1781, Cornwallis surrendered. The sight of British soldiers laying down their arms marked the moment the war effectively ended. Washington, ever the disciplined leader, ensured the victory was handled with dignity. He refused to accept Cornwallis's sword in person, instead sending one of his officers to receive it, an act demonstrating that the revolution was about the country, not personal glory. Though Yorktown was the decisive blow, Washington knew the war was not officially over. British troops remained in key areas, and negotiations in Europe still had to play out. He kept his army intact, maintaining discipline and order as the Treaty of Paris negotiations unfolded. Finally, in 1783, Britain recognized American independence, and the war came to an end. With victory secured, Washington faced a defining moment. Many expected him to seize power, even to declare himself king. But Washington did something almost unheard of in history. He resigned his commission, handing control back to Congress. His farewell to his officers at Francis Tavern in December 1783 was an emotional moment, solidifying his place as a leader who put country above personal ambition. He returned to Mount Vernon, intending to live out his days as a private citizen. But fate had other plans. The new nation struggled under the weak Articles of Confederation, and it became clear that a stronger government was needed. In 1787, Washington was called upon once again, this time to preside over the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. His mere presence brought credibility to the proceedings. The result was the United States Constitution, a framework that would define the nation's future. As the country prepared to elect its first president, there was no real debate. Washington was the only choice. Despite his desire for retirement, he felt duty-bound to serve. In 1789, he was unanimously elected as the first president of the United States. A new chapter in his life, and in the nation's history, was about to begin. On April 30th, 1789, George Washington stood on the balcony of Federal Hall in New York City, placing his hand on the Bible as he took the oath of office. The weight of the moment was not lost on him. He was now the first president of the United States, tasked with leading a fragile new nation. There was no precedent, no guidebook. Every decision he made would set the foundation for the presidency itself. Washington approached his role with a deep sense of responsibility. He surrounded himself with capable advisors, forming the first presidential cabinet. Among them were Thomas Jefferson as Secretary of State, Alexander Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury, and Henry Knox as Secretary of War. The ideological clashes between Jefferson and Hamilton would define much of Washington's presidency, shaping the early political landscape of the United States. One of Washington's first major challenges was stabilizing the nation's economy. Hamilton proposed a bold financial plan, including the federal government assuming state debts, the creation of a national bank, and new taxes to generate revenue. Jefferson fiercely opposed these measures, fearing they gave too much power to the central government. Washington, after careful deliberation, sided with Hamilton, believing a strong financial system was essential for national stability. This decision laid the groundwork for America's economic growth, but also deepened divisions between emerging political factions. As Washington worked to strengthen the government, tensions with foreign powers loomed. The French Revolution erupted in 1789, leading to a complex diplomatic crisis. France, seeing the United States as a revolutionary ally, expected American support in its war against Britain. Jefferson argued that the U.S. should honor its alliance with France, while Hamilton insisted on neutrality to avoid another devastating war. Washington ultimately issued the Proclamation of Neutrality in 1793, a controversial but crucial move that kept the young nation out of European conflicts. Domestically, Washington faced growing unrest. In 1791, Congress passed an excise tax on whiskey, sparking outrage among farmers in western Pennsylvania. The resistance escalated into the Whiskey Rebellion, with armed protesters threatening federal tax collectors. Determined to uphold the authority of the government, Washington personally led a militia force of 13,000 troops to suppress the rebellion, the first and only time a sitting U.S. president has done so. The swift response demonstrated the strength of the new federal government and set a precedent for law enforcement. Despite these challenges, Washington's leadership helped solidify the stability of the United States. His presidency established key traditions, including the peaceful transfer of power, the importance of a balanced cabinet, and the enforcement of federal laws. However, as his second term neared its end, political divisions deepened, and Washington grew weary of partisan conflicts. He longed for retirement, knowing that his departure would prove the government could function beyond his leadership. In 1796, Washington announced he would not seek a third term, delivering his farewell address, a speech that remains one of the most important in American history. He warned against the dangers of political parties, urged the nation to remain neutral in foreign affairs, and emphasized the importance of national unity. With his departure, he set the precedent of a two-term presidency, a tradition that would stand until the 20th century. After 8 years in office, Washington returned to Mount Vernon, finally embracing the quiet life he had long desired. But even in retirement, his influence over the nation remained strong. His leadership had carried the United States through its most fragile years, and his legacy as the father of the country was firmly cemented. The nation he had fought for, led, and shaped now stood on its own, ready to face the challenges of the future. In retirement, George Washington hoped to finally enjoy a peaceful life at Mount Vernon, tending to his estate and distancing himself from the political battles that had consumed his years in office. But the country he had helped create was far from stable. The divisions between Federalists and Democratic Republicans grew more intense, and tensions with foreign nations threatened to pull the United States into another war. Though he longed for solitude, Washington's presence was still needed on the national stage. By the late 1790s, France and Britain were once again locked in conflict, and both sought to drag the United States into their struggle. The French, angered by Washington's neutrality policy during his presidency, had begun seizing American merchant ships. President John Adams, Washington's successor, struggled to manage the crisis. Some in his administration, including Alexander Hamilton, pushed for military action against France. Adams, reluctant to escalate the situation, reached out to Washington in 1798, asking him to once again serve as Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Army in the event of war. Washington, though hesitant, agreed. At 66 years old, he no longer had the energy to lead troops in the field, but he accepted the responsibility of organizing and structuring the nation's military defenses. He spent months advising the administration, ensuring that if war came, the country would be prepared. However, Adams ultimately managed to negotiate peace with France, and Washington's military leadership was never tested again. During this period, Washington remained at Mount Vernon, overseeing his plantation and managing the daily operations of his estate. Despite his wealth and status, he struggled with the economic realities of running such a large property. Mount Vernon relied heavily on enslaved labor, a practice Washington had grown increasingly uncomfortable with in his later years. Though he had not spoken publicly against slavery during his presidency, he had privately begun to question its morality and long-term consequences for the nation. In his final years, Washington made a historic decision, one that would define his personal legacy as much as his military and political achievements. In his will, he arranged for the emancipation of his enslaved workers upon the death of his wife Martha. This act made him one of the few founding fathers to free his slaves, though he did not live to see the broader abolitionist movement that would emerge decades later. As winter set in during December 1799, Washington continued his daily routine at Mount Vernon. On December 12th, after riding through his estate in freezing rain, he developed a severe throat infection. Within days, his condition worsened. Physicians attempted various treatments, including bloodletting, a common but misguided practice of the time. Despite their efforts, Washington's health rapidly declined. On the night of December 14, 1799, George Washington took his final breath. His last words, according to those present, were simple yet profound. "'Tis well." The news of his death spread quickly, and the nation entered a period of mourning. Tributes poured in from across the country, and even from abroad, with leaders like Napoleon Bonaparte ordering a period of mourning in France in honor of the American leader. Washington's legacy was unparalleled. He had led the nation through revolution, shaped its government, and set precedents that would guide future leaders for generations. His passing marked the end of an era, but his influence remained woven into the fabric of the United States. Even in death, George Washington stood as the embodiment of American ideals, strength, sacrifice, and an unwavering commitment to the principles of liberty and democracy. After the passing of George Washington, the United States entered a new phase of its history, one where his presence was no longer a guiding force. Yet, his influence remained deeply embedded in the young nation's political fabric. In the years following his death, leaders often invoked his name and principles when shaping policies and navigating the turbulent waters of early American governance. His farewell address, in particular, became a cornerstone of political discourse, warning against partisanship, entangling foreign alliances, and sectional divisions. Despite Washington's warnings, the nation quickly fell into the very struggles he had sought to prevent. The emergence of two distinct political factions, the Federalists led by John Adams and Alexander Hamilton, and the Democratic Republicans led by Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, intensified political rivalries. These factions often used Washington's legacy as a tool to justify their own positions, each claiming to uphold his vision for the country. His neutral stance on many issues, once seen as a strength, now became a point of contention in a nation increasingly divided by ideological differences. International affairs also tested Washington's enduring legacy. His policy of neutrality was challenged when tensions with Britain and France escalated into what became known as the Quasi-War, an undeclared naval conflict between the US and France. Many Americans look back to Washington's leadership for guidance, with Federalists advocating for stronger military defenses in his image, while Democratic Republicans pushed for diplomatic solutions in line with his reluctance to engage in foreign conflicts. Washington's Mount Vernon estate became a symbol of his lasting impact, visited by political leaders, foreign dignitaries, and citizens seeking inspiration. However, his personal legacy regarding slavery remained a point of complex discussion. While he had freed his enslaved workers upon Martha Washington's death, the institution of slavery continued to expand in the South, sparking debates that would grow into one of the nation's most divisive issues. Abolitionists pointed to Washington's final act as a step toward ending slavery, while Southern leaders argued that his earlier reliance on the system justified its continuation. As the United States continued to grow, Washington's image was immortalized in countless ways. His likeness appeared on currency, statues were erected in his honor, and his birthday became a national celebration. The naming of the new capital, Washington, D.C., further solidified his place in the nation's identity. Every president who followed was inevitably compared to Washington, measured against his leadership, integrity, and dedication to the country. By the early 19th century, the generation that had fought alongside Washington during the Revolution began to fade, leaving a new group of Americans who knew him only through stories, writings, and the institutions he had helped build. His vision for a strong but restrained government, his emphasis on civic duty, and his belief in the power of unity continued to shape the country's path forward. Even as political divisions deepened, Washington's name remained a unifying symbol, a reminder of the ideals upon which the United States was founded. As time passed, Washington's legacy evolved, reflecting the changing values and challenges of the nation. Yet, through every era of American history, his role as the father of the country endured, ensuring that his influence would never truly fade. His leadership in war and peace, his willingness to step away from power, and his steadfast commitment to the Republic remained a blueprint for generations to come, securing his place as one of history's most revered figures. As the years passed after George Washington's death, his legacy only grew stronger, shaping the identity of the young American nation. His influence extended beyond politics and military strategy. He became a symbol of the values and principles upon which the United States was founded. Schools, towns, and institutions were named in his honor, and his story was woven into the fabric of the country's historical narrative. Every generation looked to Washington as a model of leadership, integrity, and self-sacrifice. During the 19th century, Washington's reputation was upheld as the gold standard for American presidents. Political leaders often referenced his words and actions to justify their own decisions. His farewell address, with its warning against political factions and foreign entanglements, remained a guiding document, though the country increasingly struggled to adhere to its principles. The rise of sectionalism and debates over slavery tested the unity Washington had worked so hard to preserve. Yet, his example of putting the nation above personal interests continued to inspire those who sought compromise and national cohesion. The construction of the Washington Monument, which began in the mid-19th century, reflected the country's deep admiration for its first president. Planned as the tallest structure in the world at the time, the monument was meant to stand as a testament to Washington's greatness. However, delays and political turmoil, including the Civil War, stalled its completion for decades. The divided nation struggled to reconcile its differences, but Washington's image remained a rare unifying force, a reminder of a time when the country had come together to fight for independence. As the United States expanded westward, Washington's vision of a strong but restrained government was tested. The principles he championed, balance of power, civic duty, and national unity, were invoked in debates over the role of federal authority versus states' rights. His precedent of stepping down after 2 terms remained unchallenged until Franklin D. Roosevelt's presidency over a century later. Even as the nation transformed, Washington's example remained a benchmark for leaders navigating the complexities of governance. Beyond politics, Washington's agricultural innovations and economic foresight influenced generations of American farmers and entrepreneurs. His leadership extended beyond the battlefield and the presidency. He was a forward-thinking landowner who experimented with crop rotation, soil conservation, and sustainable farming practices at Mount Vernon. Historians later recognized his contributions to American agriculture as a reflection of his strategic mindset and long-term vision. The 20th century saw Washington's image become even more deeply ingrained in American culture. His face was immortalized on the $1 bill and the quarter, ensuring that his presence was a daily reminder of the country's foundations. The bicentennial celebrations of his birth in 1932 saw nationwide tributes, parades, and scholarly reflections on his enduring influence. His life and achievements were studied extensively, reinforcing his role as an unparalleled figure in American history. As modern America evolved, Washington's ideals continued to be referenced in discussions of leadership, democracy, and national unity. His story was taught in schools, his writings analyzed by scholars, and his leadership principles cited by politicians across ideological lines. Despite the many challenges the United States faced, Washington's example remained a touchstone, a symbol of what the nation aspired to be. Even centuries after his death, George Washington's legacy endured as a guiding light. His unwavering commitment to the American experiment, his belief in the power of unity, and his willingness to relinquish power for the greater good set him apart as one of history's most extraordinary leaders. As long as the United States exists, his name will remain synonymous with the ideals of freedom, resilience, and selfless service to a greater cause. George Washington's influence on the United States extended far beyond his presidency. As the nation grew and evolved, his leadership style and principles became the foundation for how future leaders governed. His vision of unity, civic duty, and resistance to unchecked power continued to shape the republic he had fought so hard to establish. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, Washington's name was invoked during times of national crisis, serving as a reminder of the sacrifices made to secure American independence and stability. One of Washington's most lasting contributions was his emphasis on the peaceful transition of power. His decision to voluntarily step down after 2 terms set a precedent that lasted until Franklin D. Roosevelt's unprecedented 4-term presidency. This tradition of limited executive power was later solidified in the 22nd Amendment, ensuring that no president could hold office indefinitely. Washington's foresight in relinquishing control reinforced the idea that the presidency was a temporary role, not a position for life. Washington's military strategies and leadership skills also continued to influence American warfare. His use of unconventional tactics during the Revolutionary War inspired future military leaders who studied his campaigns to understand how a smaller, less equipped force could defeat a superior enemy. His leadership at Valley Forge, where he maintained morale and discipline under extreme conditions, became a case study in perseverance and command under pressure. Military academies such as West Point incorporated his strategies into their curricula, ensuring that Washington's influence remained central to American military education. Culturally, Washington's legacy took on a near-mythical status. His birthday became a national holiday, celebrated across the country with parades, speeches, and tributes. Stories of his honesty, such as the famous but likely apocryphal tale of him admitting to chopping down a cherry tree, reinforced the image of Washington as a man of unwavering integrity. He was depicted in countless works of art, from grand oil paintings to sculptures in the nation's capital. His face on Mount Rushmore, alongside other revered presidents, further cemented his status as a defining figure in American history. Throughout the Civil War, both the Union and Confederate sides invoked Washington's name to justify their causes. Union leaders cited his belief in a strong, united nation as support for preserving the Union, while the Confederacy framed their struggle as an extension of the fight for independence from tyranny. Washington's legacy was thus used as a powerful rhetorical tool, illustrating how deeply ingrained his influence was in the American psyche. During the 20th century, as the United States emerged as a global superpower, Washington's foreign policy principles were revisited time and again. His farewell address, particularly his warning against entangling alliances, was referenced during debates over America's involvement in both world wars, the Cold War, and numerous foreign conflicts. While his advice was not always followed, it remained a guiding framework for discussions on military intervention and diplomatic strategy. Washington's personal character and leadership philosophy continued to be a benchmark for assessing presidents and public figures. His ability to navigate deep political divisions without succumbing to partisan pressures was admired across the political spectrum. As the United States faced new challenges, from economic downturns to civil rights struggles, Washington's legacy remained a unifying symbol of the ideals upon which the nation was built. Even in the modern era, Washington's name carries immense weight. Schools, institutions, and landmarks bearing his name serve as daily reminders of his contributions. His residence at Mount Vernon, carefully preserved as a historical site, attracts millions of visitors seeking to understand the man behind the legend. His writings, particularly his letters and speeches, continue to be studied by historians and political scholars, offering insights into the principles that shaped the United States. More than 2 centuries after his death, George Washington's impact on America remains unparalleled. His vision for the country, his commitment to democratic principles, and his leadership in times of crisis established a standard that leaders still aspire to meet. The nation he helped create stands as a testament to his enduring influence, ensuring that his legacy will never fade from history. As the United States progressed into the 19th century, George Washington's legacy remained a cornerstone of the nation's identity. His principles of leadership, governance, and national unity continued to guide the country through its growing pains, influencing every aspect of American life. His name was invoked in political debates, his image was honored in monuments and currency, and his writings were studied as a blueprint for maintaining the republic he had helped establish. Washington's role as the first president set enduring precedents that defined the office. His belief in a strong but limited executive branch provided a model for future presidents to follow. He demonstrated that power should be exercised with restraint, a lesson that many leaders took to heart. The balance he struck between authority and humility shaped how the presidency evolved, ensuring that it remained a position of service rather than domination. During times of national crisis, Washington's leadership was often referenced as an example of steadfastness and integrity. In the War of 1812, as the young nation faced its first major conflict since the Revolution, Americans looked back on Washington's military strategies and leadership style for inspiration. His emphasis on unity and perseverance served as a guiding principle for those who sought to defend the nation's sovereignty. Politically, Washington's warnings against factionalism and excessive partisanship became increasingly relevant as divisions deepened within the United States. The emergence of strong political parties, despite his cautionary advice in the farewell address, led to heated debates about the nature of governance. Yet, his legacy remained a reminder that national interest should always come before partisan loyalty. Leaders from both sides of the political spectrum often cited Washington's example when calling for bipartisanship and compromise. Economically, Washington's vision for a self-sustaining and independent nation influenced policies for decades. His support for infrastructure projects, a stable currency, and economic self-reliance echoed through the policies of later administrations. The financial institutions he helped establish, such as the Bank of the United States, played a crucial role in the country's economic development. His forward-thinking approach to commerce and trade laid the groundwork for America's rise as an economic powerhouse. Culturally, Washington's image was woven into the fabric of American society. Schools, towns, and entire states were named after him, ensuring that every generation would be reminded of his contributions. Artists and writers continued to immortalize his life through literature, paintings, and plays, reinforcing his role as the nation's foremost founding father. His story was taught in classrooms as an essential part of American history, and his character was celebrated as the ideal model of leadership and patriotism. As the country expanded westward, Washington's vision for a united and prosperous nation faced new challenges. The debates over slavery, territorial expansion, and states' rights tested the unity he had fought so hard to preserve. His legacy was often invoked by both sides in these conflicts, with each interpreting his ideals to support their respective positions. Despite these divisions, Washington's unwavering commitment to the nation's stability remained a touchstone for those seeking to keep the country intact. The physical preservation of Washington's legacy also became a national priority. Mount Vernon, his beloved estate, was carefully maintained as a historic landmark. Visitors from across the country and around the world traveled to see the home of the man who had shaped American history. Efforts to protect his artifacts, letters, and military relics ensured that future generations would have direct access to the tangible remnants of his life and work. Washington's influence reached beyond the borders of the United States. Internationally, he was respected as a symbol of Republican ideals and democratic governance. His leadership style and commitment to national sovereignty were studied by leaders in emerging democracies around the world. The example he set for peaceful transitions of power and principled leadership was admired by statesmen in countries seeking to build their own stable governments. By the mid-19th century, George Washington had become more than just a historical figure. He was a national institution. His legacy continued to shape the country's political, economic, and cultural landscape, reinforcing the values of perseverance, duty, and unity. As the United States faced new trials and transformations, his presence remained an enduring force, guiding the nation forward in its quest to uphold the ideals upon which it was founded. As the United States entered an era of rapid change, the influence of George Washington's legacy continued to shape the nation. His foundational principles were referenced in times of political uncertainty, economic expansion, and social transformation. The government he helped establish faced new challenges, yet his vision for a strong, united, and self-sufficient republic remained a guiding force for future generations. Washington's emphasis on national unity became increasingly relevant as the nation expanded westward. The addition of new states and territories brought with it debates over governance, representation, and the extension of rights. The Missouri Compromise and other legislative efforts to maintain the balance of power between free and slave states often referenced Washington's warnings against sectionalism. Leaders on both sides of the debate cited his farewell address, using his words to support their conflicting arguments. Economically, Washington's policies laid the groundwork for America's transition into an industrial powerhouse. His belief in infrastructure development, national banking, and a diversified economy influenced policies that supported canals, railroads, and burgeoning industries. The financial systems he helped create continued to facilitate commerce and trade, fueling the country's growth into one of the world's leading economies. In military matters, Washington's strategic insights were studied by generations of officers at West Point and beyond. His understanding of asymmetrical warfare, discipline, and leadership remained central to American military doctrine. During conflicts such as the Mexican-American War and the Civil War, his principles of command and organization were invoked by military leaders seeking to emulate his effectiveness on the battlefield. The preservation of Washington's physical legacy also became a national priority. The Mount Vernon Ladies Association, founded in the mid-19th century, took on the responsibility of maintaining his estate, ensuring that it remained a symbol of his contributions. Citizens from all walks of life donated funds to preserve Mount Vernon, demonstrating the deep and widespread reverence for Washington's memory. Culturally, Washington's influence continued to permeate American society. His name, image, and legacy were immortalized in literature, speeches, and public monuments. The Washington Monument, whose construction began in the early 19th century, stood as a towering tribute to his leadership and sacrifice. Schools, towns, and institutions bearing his name reinforced his presence in everyday American life, ensuring that each new generation recognized his role in shaping the nation. As the nation faced growing internal divisions, Washington's call for unity was increasingly invoked. Political leaders and scholars looked to his example as they navigated crises that threatened to fracture the country. Even as the United States moved further from its revolutionary origins, Washington's legacy remained a constant source of guidance and inspiration, reminding Americans of the values upon which their nation was built. As the United States progressed further into the 19th century, George Washington's influence remained a powerful force in shaping the nation's ideals and identity. His words and actions continued to be studied, debated, and revered by politicians, military leaders, and citizens alike. Every major political crisis or decision was often measured against his standards of leadership, and his farewell address remained a cornerstone of American political philosophy. The continued expansion of the country brought new challenges that tested Washington's vision of unity and national cohesion. The growing tensions between North and South over economic policies and slavery increasingly divided the country. As debates raged in Congress, many leaders invoked Washington's warnings against sectionalism. His calls for unity and avoiding entangling alliances were repeated in speeches, editorials, and legislative discussions as the country sought to find common ground amidst rising discord. Washington's influence also extended into foreign policy. The Monroe Doctrine, which shaped America's approach to foreign relations for decades, was deeply rooted in Washington's principles of neutrality and non-intervention. His belief in avoiding permanent alliances guided diplomatic strategies as the nation grew into a global power. Even as the United States engaged in conflicts such as the Mexican-American War, Washington's emphasis on national interest over foreign entanglements remained a foundational principle in policy decisions. Domestically, Washington's economic policies continued to shape the nation's growth. The infrastructure projects he had once advocated evolved into vast networks of railroads, canals, and roads that connected the expanding states. His belief in a strong financial system was reflected in the ongoing development of banking institutions, which provided the capital necessary for industrial expansion. His vision of economic self-sufficiency influenced generations of leaders who sought to balance agriculture, commerce, and industry. Culturally, Washington's image remained an enduring symbol of American identity. His likeness appeared on currency, statues, and public buildings, ensuring that his legacy was never far from the public consciousness. His birthday became a national celebration, reinforcing his role as the father of the nation. Schools and universities continued to teach his story, emphasizing his virtues of duty, sacrifice, and leadership. As the Civil War loomed on the horizon, Washington's legacy took on new significance. Both the Union and the Confederacy claimed to uphold his vision of the nation. Leaders on both sides cited his words, interpreting them in ways that supported their causes. Yet, even in the face of internal strife, Washington's call for unity and perseverance remained a guiding force, reminding Americans of the principles upon which their country was founded. His leadership during the Revolutionary War and his presidency continued to serve as an example of resilience and moral fortitude. As the nation stood on the brink of its greatest internal conflict, Washington's life and legacy remained a source of inspiration for those striving to preserve the Union and the values he had fought to establish. As the United States entered the Civil War, George Washington's legacy was invoked more than ever before. Both the Union and the Confederacy saw themselves as the rightful heirs to his vision, using his words and actions to justify their causes. His warnings about sectionalism and the importance of national unity were debated in Congress, newspapers, and battlefields alike. While Washington had fought to unite the colonies into a single nation, the country now found itself on the brink of destruction, torn apart by irreconcilable differences. Abraham Lincoln, who revered Washington's leadership, often referenced his ideals when addressing the nation. In the midst of war, Lincoln sought to uphold Washington's principles, emphasizing the importance of preserving the Union above all else. He believed that the experiment Washington had helped build could not be allowed to fail, no matter the cost. The struggle to hold the United States together was seen as a direct continuation of Washington's fight for independence, only now, the battle was within rather than against a foreign power. Meanwhile, the Confederacy claimed Washington as their own, highlighting his role as a Virginian and a defender of state sovereignty. Southern leaders framed their secession as an extension of the Revolutionary War, arguing that they were fighting for the same principles of self-governance that Washington had championed. His name was used to rally troops, inspire loyalty, and lend historical legitimacy to their cause. Even as the nation split in two, Washington's legacy remained a unifying symbol for both sides. Beyond the war itself, Washington's influence was deeply felt in military strategy. His ability to lead an underdog force against a superior enemy was studied by both Union and Confederate generals. His emphasis on discipline, adaptability, and resilience became guiding principles for officers on both sides of the conflict. His crossing of the Delaware River, his winter at Valley Forge, and his strategic patience during the Revolutionary War were all used as examples of the kind of leadership required in times of crisis. As the war raged on, Washington's Mount Vernon estate remained a place of national significance. Despite being located in Virginia, Confederate forces largely refrained from occupying or damaging the property, recognizing its symbolic importance to both North and South. Mount Vernon became neutral ground, visited by soldiers from both sides who sought a connection to the man whose vision had shaped the nation they were now fighting over. The preservation of his home during such a destructive period was a testament to the enduring respect he commanded. When the war finally ended and the Union was preserved, Washington's vision of a united America was reaffirmed. The principles he had championed, perseverance, national identity, and the rule of law, became the foundation for the country's rebuilding process. As Lincoln had hoped, Washington's ideals provided a path forward, guiding the United States through its darkest hour and into an uncertain but hopeful future. His legacy once again proved to be the glue holding the nation together. After George Washington's death in 1799, his influence on the United States only grew stronger. His leadership, character, and principles became the gold standard by which future presidents and political leaders were measured. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, his legacy continued to shape American governance, military strategy, and national identity. Politically, Washington's precedent of serving only 2 terms as president set an unwritten rule that lasted until Franklin D. Roosevelt's 4-term presidency, which ultimately led to the formalization of the 2-term limit in the 22nd Amendment. His warnings against political factions in his farewell address remained relevant as the two-party system emerged and evolved, often serving as a reminder of the dangers of extreme partisanship. His advocacy for a strong but balanced central government influenced the structure of American governance. The checks and balances he helped establish ensured that no single branch of government could dominate, preserving democratic stability through times of crisis. Presidents such as Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, and even Abraham Lincoln frequently referenced Washington's leadership when navigating difficult political decisions. In military affairs, Washington's emphasis on discipline, adaptability, and strategic patience became core principles of the U.S. Armed Forces. His legacy was studied in military academies, including West Point, which was established in 1802 under Thomas Jefferson's administration. Generals such as Ulysses S. Grant and Dwight D. Eisenhower looked to Washington's leadership style for inspiration in commanding their forces. Culturally, Washington's image became an enduring national symbol. His face was placed on the $1 bill and the quarter, ensuring that his likeness was seen daily by millions. The naming of the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., reinforced his lasting impact on the country's political heart. Countless schools, streets, and monuments were dedicated to him, further cementing his place in the American consciousness. Washington's influence extended beyond the United States. Leaders of newly formed republics in the 19th and 20th centuries studied his leadership as they sought to build stable democracies. His restraint in consolidating power and his commitment to peaceful transitions of leadership became an example for nations striving to establish lasting governments. Even in the modern era, Washington's legacy remains deeply embedded in American political discourse. His words on unity, responsibility, and civic duty continue to be cited in times of national uncertainty. Every generation of leaders and citizens looks back to Washington as a guiding figure, ensuring that his influence endures far beyond his lifetime. One of the most enduring aspects of George Washington's influence was his role in shaping the American presidency. His decision to step down after 2 terms created a standard that reinforced the idea that the office should not become a lifetime appointment. This peaceful transition of power set a precedent that would distinguish the United States from other nations where leaders often clung to power indefinitely. Future presidents, from Thomas Jefferson to Theodore Roosevelt, often looked to Washington's example when determining their own approach to governance. His farewell address, which warned against entangling foreign alliances, excessive political partisanship, and regional divisions, remained a guiding document for American policymakers. Throughout the 19th century, Washington's foreign policy principles influenced decisions such as the Monroe Doctrine, which asserted that European powers should not interfere in the affairs of the Western Hemisphere. Even in the 20th century, leaders such as Woodrow Wilson and Franklin D. Roosevelt reflected on Washington's words when navigating international conflicts. Beyond politics, Washington's personal virtues of integrity, duty, and humility became deeply embedded in American culture. He was often portrayed as the ideal statesman, a man who led not out of ambition, but out of a sense of obligation to his country. His reputation for honesty, exemplified by the legendary, but likely apocryphal story of the cherry tree, was used to teach generations of school children about the importance of truthfulness and moral character. Washington's influence extended into the judicial system as well. The Supreme Court, under Chief Justice John Marshall, often referred to his leadership when interpreting the Constitution. His role in establishing executive authority while respecting the separation of powers provided a framework that continued to guide legal decisions for centuries. Marshall, in particular, sought to strengthen the federal government, citing Washington's vision of a united and effective national authority. His impact on the military was equally profound. The principles he established in the Continental Army, discipline, strategic patience, and civilian control of the military, became core tenets of American military doctrine. Generals such as Robert E. Lee, and later Dwight D. Eisenhower studied his campaigns for lessons in leadership and resilience. Washington's ability to inspire loyalty among his troops, despite hardships at Valley Forge, remained a powerful example of military command. Throughout American history, Washington's name and image have been invoked during times of crisis. During the Civil War, both the Union and Confederacy saw him as a symbol of their cause. In World War II, Franklin D. Roosevelt likened the fight against fascism to Washington's struggle for independence. Even in modern times, his legacy is referenced when leaders seek to unite the nation in the face of adversity. More than 2 centuries after his death, George Washington's influence continues to shape the identity of the United States. His vision of a nation built on unity, civic responsibility, and democratic governance remains a cornerstone of American ideals. As long as the country endures, Washington's legacy will serve as both a foundation and a guiding light for future generations. Washington's influence did not wane with time. Instead, it deepened, shaping the very essence of American identity. As the United States expanded westward in the 19th century, his vision of a strong but limited federal government guided policymakers through the challenges of governance over an increasingly vast and diverse nation. His belief in national unity remained a touchstone during moments of division, particularly during the Civil War, when leaders from both the Union and the Confederacy evoked his legacy to justify their causes. The construction of the Washington Monument, begun in 1848 and completed in 1884, demonstrated the nation's deep respect for its first president. The towering obelisk in the heart of the capital served as a permanent reminder of his towering influence, inspiring countless visitors with the ideals he championed. Similarly, the naming of Washington, D.C., ensured that every decision made in the nation's political epicenter was symbolically tied to his legacy. In the early 20th century, Washington's image was further cemented in American culture. The 1932 bicentennial of his birth saw a nationwide celebration, reinforcing his role as a guiding figure during the Great Depression. His presence on the $1 bill and the quarter made his face one of the most recognizable symbols of American stability and perseverance. Leaders such as Franklin D. Roosevelt and Dwight D. Eisenhower drew direct comparisons between Washington's leadership and their own struggles during times of national crisis. Beyond the borders of the United States, Washington's influence extended to other nations striving for self-governance. His rejection of monarchical rule and his voluntary relinquishment of power set an example for emerging republics. Revolutionary leaders in Latin America, such as Simón Bolívar, admired his restraint and vision, modeling aspects of their own leadership on his legacy. In Europe, statesmen saw his ability to balance authority with democratic principles as an ideal worth emulating. Even in the modern era, Washington's words and actions continue to shape political thought. His insistence on neutrality in foreign affairs is still debated in discussions about American interventionism. His warnings against excessive partisanship are frequently cited as the nation grapples with political polarization. His commitment to civic duty and service remains a model for public officials and citizens alike. Through every war, every economic challenge, and every period of uncertainty, the figure of George Washington looms large. His story is retold in classrooms, referenced in presidential speeches, and embedded in the symbols of the nation. More than just the first president, he became the embodiment of American ideals, honor, perseverance, and unity. As long as the United States exists, Washington's legacy will endure, a reminder of the foundation upon which the nation was built and the principles that continue to guide it forward. As the United States entered the 21st century, George Washington's legacy remained as relevant as ever. His ideals of leadership, unity, and service continued to influence political discourse, military strategy, and public policy. Every newly elected president studied his farewell address, seeking wisdom in his warnings about partisanship, foreign entanglements, and the dangers of unchecked power. His leadership during the American Revolution and his presidency set a standard that leaders still aspired to follow. Washington's influence on the U.S. military remained particularly strong. The leadership principles he established during the Revolutionary War, discipline, adaptability, and leading by example, became core values in the training of American officers. The military academies at West Point and Annapolis frequently referenced his strategic decisions, reinforcing his role as a foundational figure in American warfare. During times of crisis, from the Civil War to World War II to modern conflicts, military leaders invoked his name as a source of inspiration and guidance. Beyond government and the military, Washington's values continued to shape American society. His emphasis on civic duty encouraged public service, with generations of Americans looking to his example when taking up roles in government, education, and community leadership. The concept of term limits, inspired by his voluntary departure from the presidency, remained a defining feature of American democracy. His insistence on a peaceful transition of power provided reassurance during moments of political instability. Washington's vision of national unity was frequently invoked during periods of division. In times of social unrest or ideological conflict, leaders reminded the nation of his warnings against political factionalism and sectionalism. His belief in the strength of a united republic influenced efforts to bridge divides, emphasizing the shared principles that formed the foundation of the country. His commitment to democratic governance, personal integrity, and national service remained central to the American identity. Culturally, Washington's legacy was preserved through countless books, films, and historical reenactments. His life was studied in classrooms, his speeches were analyzed in political debates, and his image was displayed in government buildings, museums, and national parks. He remained a symbol of leadership, resilience, and the enduring spirit of the American experiment. Even in an era of rapid technological advancement and global change, George Washington's legacy continued to shape the nation he helped create. His words and actions echoed through history, a reminder of the principles that defined the United States. As long as the nation endured, so too would the influence of its first and most revered leader. Washington's influence extended beyond the borders of the United States, shaping democratic movements and political philosophies around the world. His model of leadership and governance was studied by emerging republics, and his decision to step down after 2 terms became a precedent for democratic transitions worldwide. As nations sought to balance power, ensure stability, and prevent authoritarian rule, Washington's example provided guidance and inspiration. In Europe, political thinkers and statesmen analyzed Washington's leadership during the American Revolution and his presidency. The French Revolution, inspired in part by the American struggle for independence, saw Washington's name invoked as a model of restraint and duty. While European monarchies grappled with shifting political landscapes, reformers pointed to Washington's voluntary relinquishment of power as a demonstration of true republicanism. His leadership style influenced constitutional debates and the creation of governments in nations seeking democratic foundations. Latin America also felt the impact of Washington's legacy. Revolutionary leaders such as Simón Bolívar admired his strategic acumen and dedication to self-governance. Bolívar, who sought to free South America from Spanish rule, viewed Washington as the ideal leader, one who fought for independence and then willingly returned to private life rather than seizing absolute power. Washington's principles of leadership helped shape the development of republican institutions in newly independent nations. His influence reached even further as democratic ideals spread across the globe. Leaders in Africa and Asia referenced Washington when advocating for self-rule and constitutional governance. The post-colonial era of the 20th century saw newly formed nations look to Washington's presidency as a model for balancing authority while maintaining individual freedoms. His emphasis on civilian leadership over military rule served as a cornerstone for modern democratic institutions worldwide. Washington's approach to foreign policy, particularly his emphasis on neutrality and non-intervention, remained a subject of debate in international relations. His farewell address warned against entangling alliances, a principle that influenced American foreign policy for over a century. While the United States eventually became more engaged on the world stage, Washington's vision of measured diplomacy and national sovereignty continued to shape discussions on military intervention and international commitments. His legacy also endured in the realm of global leadership and governance. As world leaders navigated crises, they often cited Washington's patience, strategic thinking, and ability to unite a divided people. His unwavering commitment to principles over personal power served as a reminder that leadership was not about self-interest, but about the greater good. His name became synonymous with the ideals of democracy, liberty, and responsible governance. Generations after his time, Washington remained not just a figure of American history, but a global symbol of leadership. His life's work resonated far beyond his own nation, influencing movements for freedom, democratic governance, and principled leadership across continents. His enduring legacy proved that true leadership transcends time and borders, continuing to inspire those who seek justice, stability, and a government by the people. Washington's impact on the world was not limited to the era in which he lived. His leadership and principles shaped the global understanding of democracy, governance, and the responsibilities of leadership. Across continents, nations aspiring to self-governance and stability found inspiration in his presidency and his commitment to public service. His legacy became a touchstone for those seeking to establish and maintain democratic institutions. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, Washington's ideas influenced the development of constitutional democracies worldwide. As countries in Europe moved away from absolute monarchies, political reformers invoked Washington's model of leadership as an alternative to authoritarian rule. His voluntary retirement after 2 terms in office became a standard for democratic transitions, reinforcing the importance of limited power and civilian authority. Leaders from newly established republics in France, Germany, and beyond studied Washington's actions, using them as guiding principles in structuring their own governments. In Latin America, revolutionary figures such as Simón Bolívar and José de San Martín viewed Washington as a model statesman. His ability to lead an armed struggle for independence while maintaining a commitment to democratic ideals resonated deeply with their own fights against colonial rule. Bolívar, in particular, saw Washington's rejection of monarchical power as a precedent for Republican leadership. The influence of Washington's governance continued to shape Latin American political thought, emphasizing the importance of checks and balances in government. Africa and Asia also felt the lasting impact of Washington's ideals as former colonies fought for independence in the mid-20th century. As leaders in India, Ghana, and South Africa worked to build stable governments, Washington's vision of leadership served as a foundation for their own political structures. His emphasis on national unity, service to the people, and the peaceful transition of power provided a blueprint for leaders navigating the complexities of independence and governance. Figures like Kwame Nkrumah and Jawaharlal Nehru cited Washington's principles when designing their nation's democratic frameworks. Washington's influence even extended into modern global institutions. The emphasis he placed on diplomacy, national sovereignty, and non-entanglement in foreign affairs influenced international relations and policies of neutrality for many nations. His farewell address continued to be referenced in discussions of foreign policy, serving as a warning about overcommitment in international conflicts. Countries seeking to maintain balanced international relations often look to his policies as a model for strategic autonomy and self-determination. In education, Washington remained a central figure in the study of political leadership. Universities and academies around the world incorporated his speeches, letters, and policies into curricula designed to teach the values of ethical leadership, governance, and military strategy. His ability to unite a divided people and lay the groundwork for a functioning democracy remained an invaluable lesson for future generations. Even in the digital age, Washington's name and legacy persisted. His leadership continued to be a reference point in global politics, serving as a reminder of the ideals upon which democratic societies were built. His life's work transcended national borders, reinforcing the universal values of duty, honor, and service. Washington's influence proved that true leadership was not just about personal ambition, but about shaping a future in which freedom and democracy could thrive for all people. Washington's legacy continued to shape the modern world long after his passing, influencing political leaders, social movements, and global governance. As the world evolved, his principles remained relevant, serving as a benchmark for democratic values, national identity, and ethical leadership. The example he set in the 18th century transcended time, impacting how nations approached leadership and governance in the 21st century. His farewell address, particularly his warnings against political factionalism and foreign entanglements, remained a cornerstone of political thought. Leaders in the United States and abroad cited his words when navigating periods of political polarization and international conflict. His belief in unity over partisanship served as a reminder of the dangers of internal division, a lesson that resonated in moments of national crisis. Many governments used Washington's emphasis on stable, balanced governance as a guiding principle in structuring their own institutions. As democracy spread across the globe, Washington's model of leadership became a blueprint for newly formed republics. His commitment to civilian governance over military rule influenced the transition of power in multiple nations. Even in times of dictatorship and authoritarianism, opposition leaders looked to Washington as an example of how to lead with integrity and self-restraint. His voluntary resignation from the presidency was particularly influential, demonstrating that true leadership was rooted in service rather than personal gain. Beyond politics, Washington's name became synonymous with national identity and the preservation of historical values. Cities, institutions, and landmarks around the world bore his name, reinforcing his status as a universal figure of leadership. His influence extended into education, where political science and leadership programs analyzed his strategies, decisions, and philosophies. Military academies studied his tactics, and historians continued to debate the finer details of his contributions to global history. The impact of Washington's leadership was also evident in social movements. His dedication to personal responsibility and national service inspired leaders across the political spectrum. Advocates for civil rights, economic reform, and global diplomacy referenced Washington's principles when fighting for justice and stability. His ability to unify disparate factions and guide a young nation through uncertainty provided a timeless example of resilience and vision. Even in modern times, Washington's approach to governance remained a source of debate and reflection. His insistence on national sovereignty and cautious engagement with foreign powers influenced contemporary discussions on foreign policy. While global conflicts and alliances evolved beyond what Washington could have foreseen, his foundational principles of diplomacy, national interest, and measured decision-making continued to inform international relations. Through centuries of political change and technological advancement, Washington's name remained a touchstone for leadership. His vision of a nation built on unity, self-governance, and principled leadership continued to inspire not just Americans, but people around the world seeking to create just and stable societies. His enduring legacy proved that the true measure of leadership was not in personal power, but in the ability to shape a better future for generations to come. In his final years, George Washington sought the peace and simplicity of private life at Mount Vernon. After leaving the presidency in 1797, he was relieved to step away from public affairs, yet his sense of duty never faded. He dedicated his time to managing his estate, improving agricultural techniques, and overseeing the daily operations of his vast plantation. Though he longed for a quiet retirement, the weight of national affairs continued to follow him. As political tensions between the United States and France escalated into the Quasi-War, Washington was once again called upon to serve. In 1798, President John Adams appointed him as Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Army, a position he reluctantly accepted. Though he left active leadership to Alexander Hamilton, his presence alone reassured the nation. He carefully advised on military preparations, ensuring that the young republic remained ready to defend itself if necessary. His willingness to serve, even in old age, reaffirmed his lifelong commitment to the country he had helped build. Despite these obligations, Washington's true focus remained on Mount Vernon. He was deeply invested in modernizing farming methods and experimenting with crop rotation, soil conservation, and livestock breeding. His estate became a model of innovation, and he corresponded with agricultural experts to share knowledge. However, as he worked to improve his land, he also struggled with the moral contradictions of slavery. Though he had long expressed unease with the institution, he had yet to take decisive action. In his will, Washington made a landmark decision. He ordered the emancipation of his enslaved workers upon Martha Washington's death. This act, though limited in scope, set him apart from many of his contemporaries and underscored his evolving views on the issue. Washington's health began to decline in late 1799. On December 12, after riding through cold and wet conditions on his plantation, he developed a severe throat infection. His condition worsened rapidly, and despite the efforts of physicians, he succumbed to illness on December 14, 1799. His death sent shockwaves through the nation. Tributes poured in from all corners of the country and beyond, with leaders from Europe and the Americas recognizing his unparalleled contributions to history. Martha Washington, devastated by the loss of her husband, carried out his final wishes, including the emancipation of their enslaved workers. The nation entered a period of mourning, honoring the man who had guided them through revolution and the fragile early years of independence. His funeral at Mount Vernon was a private affair, attended by close family and friends, but the nation at large held its own memorials in his honor. Congress declared him first in war, first in peace, and first in the hearts of his countrymen, a phrase that would forever define his legacy. Even in death, Washington's presence loomed over the United States. His leadership style became the gold standard for future presidents. His warnings against political division were revisited during times of national strife, and his dedication to democracy continued to inspire generations. His final years, though quieter than the height of his power, were marked by an unwavering commitment to service and an enduring influence on the country he helped forge. As George Washington prepared to leave the presidency, he delivered one of the most significant speeches in American history. His farewell address, published on September 19, 1796, this address was not a spoken speech, but a carefully crafted letter to the American people. In it, Washington reflected on his time in office, offered guidance for the nation's future, and issued warnings that would remain relevant for centuries to come. One of Washington's most pressing concerns was the danger of political factionalism. He feared that political parties would divide the nation, turning government into a battleground of personal rivalries and regional interests, rather than a unified effort for the common good. He warned that parties would lead to corruption, manipulation by foreign influences, and the erosion of national unity. Despite his caution, political factions had already begun forming, with Federalists and Democratic Republicans vying for power, a trend that would only intensify in the years to come. Washington also emphasized the importance of national unity. He believed that sectionalism, loyalty to a particular region over the whole nation, would weaken the republic and open the door to internal strife. He urged Americans to see themselves first and foremost as citizens of a united country, rather than as members of competing states or factions. His words carried even greater weight as tensions between North and South began to grow, eventually culminating in the Civil War decades later. Another major theme of the farewell address was Washington's warning against permanent foreign alliances. He argued that while trade and temporary agreements with other nations were necessary, the United States should avoid long-term political or military entanglements. He believed that such alliances would drag the young nation into unnecessary conflicts and compromise its sovereignty. This principle of non-intervention shaped American foreign policy for over a century, influencing decisions from the early 19th century through the isolationist stance before World War I. Washington also stressed the necessity of morality and religion in maintaining a stable government. He saw virtue and ethical leadership as essential to the survival of a free republic. While he advocated for religious tolerance, he believed that moral principles rooted in faith provided the foundation for good governance. His views on civic responsibility and personal integrity became lasting pillars of American political philosophy. His final warning was about the dangers of an overgrown military establishment. While he understood the need for national defense, he feared that a powerful standing army could become a tool for tyranny if not kept in check by civilian oversight. This concern shaped early American defense policies, reinforcing the idea that military power should always remain subordinate to elected leadership. Washington's farewell address set a precedent for future leaders, offering a roadmap for the nation's development. Over the years, presidents and policymakers have revisited his words, finding wisdom in his warnings. His call for unity, caution in foreign affairs, and resistance to political division remain as relevant today as they were in 1796. His final message to the American people was not just a farewell, it was a lasting testament to the ideals upon which the nation was built. Throughout history, George Washington's legacy has been shaped by both truth and myth. Some stories about him are well-documented facts, while others have been exaggerated or entirely fabricated. As one of the most revered figures in American history, Washington became the subject of numerous legends that sought to reinforce his image as a moral and virtuous leader. Separating fact from fiction is essential to understanding the real man behind the myths. One of the most famous myths about Washington is the story of the cherry tree. According to this tale, a young Washington chopped down his father's cherry tree, and when confronted he confessed, saying, "I cannot tell a lie." This story was first published by Parson Weems, one of Washington's earliest biographers, in an effort to highlight Washington's honesty. However, there is no historical evidence to support this event. While Washington was known for his integrity, the cherry tree story is a fabrication meant to inspire moral character in young Americans. Another widespread myth is that Washington had wooden teeth. While it is true that he suffered from severe dental problems throughout his life, his dentures were not made of wood. Instead, they were constructed from a combination of materials, including human teeth, animal teeth, and ivory, often held together with metal springs. Washington's dental struggles were well documented, and he frequently complained about the pain and discomfort they caused him. His dentures also contributed to his reserved demeanor and the serious expression seen in many of his portraits. A popular misconception is that Washington was offered the title of king after the American Revolution. While some individuals did suggest a form of monarchy or lifetime leadership role, Washington firmly rejected any such idea. He was deeply committed to the principles of republican government and saw himself as a servant of the people, not a ruler. His voluntary decision to relinquish power after 2 terms as president set a crucial precedent for the peaceful transition of leadership in the United States. There is also a belief that Washington single-handedly led every battle to victory during the Revolutionary War. While he was a skilled strategist and an inspiring leader, the war was a collective effort that involved many generals, soldiers, and foreign allies. He suffered significant losses such as the defeat in New York in 1776, but he learned from his mistakes and adapted his tactics. His leadership was instrumental in securing victory, but the war was not won by his efforts alone. One truth about Washington that is often understated is his complex relationship with slavery. While he relied on enslaved labor to maintain his Mount Vernon estate, he grew increasingly uneasy about the institution. In his later years, he took steps that few of his contemporaries did. He made provisions in his will to free his enslaved workers upon Martha Washington's death. This act, while limited in scope, reflected his evolving views on slavery and set him apart from many of his peers. Washington's legacy is built on real accomplishments, and while myths have embellished his story, they do not diminish his impact. He was a man of principle, resilience, and vision who shaped the United States through his leadership and character. By distinguishing historical fact from legend, we gain a clearer understanding of the true George Washington, one whose influence extends beyond myth into the foundations of the nation he helped build. George Washington's role as the father of the nation is often compared to the contributions of other founding fathers, each of whom played a crucial part in shaping the United States. While Washington provided steadfast leadership and a unifying presence, others contributed in different but equally significant ways. Examining his legacy alongside figures like Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Alexander Hamilton, and James Madison offers a deeper understanding of his unique place in history. Thomas Jefferson, the principal author of the Declaration of Independence, is often regarded as the intellectual force behind American democracy. His vision for the nation emphasized individual liberties and agrarian values, contrasting with Washington's focus on unity and pragmatic governance. Jefferson's ideals helped shape the philosophical foundation of the Republic, but his leadership style was far more partisan and divisive than Washington's unifying approach. John Adams, Washington's successor as president, was one of the most vocal advocates for independence. He played a key role in the Continental Congress and was instrumental in securing foreign aid during the Revolution. However, Adams lacked Washington's ability to rise above political factionalism. His presidency was marked by intense partisan conflict, particularly with Jefferson's Democratic Republicans. In contrast, Washington had set the precedent of remaining above party politics, warning against their dangers in his farewell address. Alexander Hamilton, Washington's close advisor and the first Secretary of the Treasury, was a visionary in financial and economic matters. He established the foundations of the American financial system, including a national bank and policies that strengthened the federal government. Washington relied heavily on Hamilton's expertise, but while Hamilton sought a strong centralized government, Washington maintained a careful balance, ensuring that federal authority did not overshadow the democratic principles of the new nation. James Madison, often called the father of the Constitution, played a pivotal role in drafting and promoting the U.S. Constitution and the Bill of Rights. His contributions to the structure of government were invaluable, yet he did not possess Washington's widespread popular appeal or military leadership. Madison's work was instrumental in creating the framework of American governance, but it was Washington who provided the stability and trust necessary to implement and sustain it. Compared to these figures, Washington's influence was unique in that he was not primarily a writer, philosopher, or legislator. He was a leader whose presence and decisions shaped the course of the nation. He was the unifying force that turned revolutionary ideals into a functioning government. While others debated and wrote policies, Washington set the example through action, demonstrating the virtues of duty, restraint, and selfless leadership. His willingness to step down after 2 terms in office remains one of the most significant decisions in American history. Many of his contemporaries, including Jefferson and Adams, would go on to engage in deeply partisan battles, but Washington remained above these divisions. His ability to unify a fragile nation, establish lasting traditions, and earn the trust of a new republic made his contributions distinct from those of his fellow founding fathers. While men like Jefferson, Adams, Hamilton, and Madison were brilliant in their own right, Washington was the indispensable figure who embodied the new nation's values. His leadership was not based on eloquence or policy alone, but on the strength of character, discipline, and an unwavering commitment to the greater good. His legacy, when compared to his peers, stands as a testament to the power of steadfast and principled leadership in the face of uncertainty. As we reach the final chapter of George Washington's story, it is clear that his legacy is one of unparalleled influence and significance. His leadership during the American Revolution, his role in shaping the presidency, and his commitment to national unity laid the foundation for the United States. But his impact did not end with his time in office. It continued to shape the nation long after his death. Washington's final years at Mount Vernon were marked by a desire for peace and retirement, yet he remained engaged with national affairs. His warnings against political factions, entangling alliances, and sectionalism in his farewell address proved to be prophetic as the young republic faced increasing internal and external challenges. Even in his last days, Washington continued to embody the virtues of service and duty. His passing on December 14, 1799, was met with deep mourning throughout the nation. Tributes poured in from political allies and former opponents alike, recognizing the loss of a man whose presence had been a stabilizing force for the fledgling country. His funeral was a solemn event, and the nation entered a period of collective grief, realizing that the man who had led them to independence and unity was gone. Yet Washington's legacy did not fade with his death. His image as the father of the nation only grew stronger over time. His leadership style became the model for future presidents. His name was immortalized in cities, monuments, and institutions, and his principles remained a guiding force for American democracy. His decision to voluntarily relinquish power set a precedent that defined the very nature of the presidency and democratic governance. Globally, Washington's example influenced other nations striving for self-governance. Leaders in emerging republics looked to his restraint, his commitment to democracy, and his emphasis on national unity as a blueprint for their own struggles. His legacy extended beyond the borders of the United States, inspiring generations of leaders who sought to balance power with principle. As we reflect on Washington's life, we see a man who was not perfect, but who was unwavering in his commitment to something greater than himself. He was a leader not because he sought power, but because he answered the call of duty. His story is not just one of military victories or political achievements. It is a story of resilience, character, and a vision that transcended his time. Washington's farewell was not just a departure from office, but a lasting message to future generations. His belief in the importance of unity, his warnings about division, and his hope for a strong and principled nation remain as relevant today as they were over 2 centuries ago. His story is not just history, it is a reminder of what leadership, sacrifice, and dedication to a cause greater than oneself can achieve. As we close this chapter, we honor the man who helped shape a nation, whose influence endures, and whose legacy continues to inspire the world.